All right, check 1, 2. Can everybody hear me? Yeah, is this going pretty well? Welcome everybody to our 2024 planning conference. I really appreciate the elected officials and in particular staff for coming out on this rainy morning to sit with us for a few days to discuss. Right with town successes and plans for the coming year, all departments. Who are we going to start with, Becky?
Sure, I'll go ahead and tee it up. Just want to reiterate what the mayor said. Appreciate everybody's time that we'll be spending together over the next 2 days. Staff has worked really hard to put together the information that you'll be hearing about, and we think that there is ample opportunity worked in for a lot of great discussion. So we're looking forward to hearing from the board and getting some feedback and guidance on a wide-ranging set of options and plans and ideas. So there was a suggestion from a board member that we get started with this year's planning conference by just kind of setting the table and doing a quick look back on some of the successes that our departments have had and some of the things that have been accomplished over the past year. And then also some of the plans that we have in place as we look forward to the coming year. So we're going to run through these fairly quickly, but certainly if there's questions or comments, please feel free to jump in as staff moves through, and we will get started with administration. And Malia, I'm going to have you cover that.
Good morning, everyone. Success is going to be a great day. All right. So for some of the successes in administration, we've introduced a strategic plan to the advisory committees to use as a framework for developing a work plan. Really excited about this. The strategic plan is a big document and we're all getting our arms around it, but it has a lot of great information in how we moved forward as a town. So extending that to our advisory committees has been helpful in them being able to develop a work plan of activities. Supported staff in budget system implementation. Last year, we had an implementation of a new budget system, ClearGov, and last year was the first time we used it, which I thought was a great success. Also in a comp and class evaluation, we did the reclassification for employees, which was also a great success. And we are currently working to complete an IT infrastructure assessment. So understanding what is our IT infrastructure, how strong it is, what are our opportunities for making sure that we have a secure network. We've been doing a lot of work around the organization vision, mission, and values. And so this is who are we as employees? What is our vision for the town of Matthews? Why do we do what we do? Why do we show up every day? And then what do we believe in? How do we want employees to show up and operate when they come to work? What are those core values that we want them to keep in mind? And so we are almost done with that. We've had a great team of employees, very engaged in that work, and so very excited to roll that out to the organization. We've supported board in understanding opportunities for affordable housing. So as you all know, affordable housing is big and hairy, and it's a lot of moving pieces, and everybody is trying to figure out what it is and how to do it the best way. And so we've done a lot of things around that, and we will continue to talk about that tomorrow during our affordable housing session. We've delivered our first annual update publication to all households in Matthews. So shout out to Maureen. I think that has been a great success. she's gotten some great feedback and just a great visual for what we've done and to share with the town and residents on how we're doing. We've updated our photo library with new photos of town facilities, and we've completed our biannual resident survey, which you'll hear more about later in this later this morning. So plans. So we are still in movement of the installation of the new AV equipment. I think that we'll be doing some stuff in March. So stay tuned for that. We're very excited. We're continuing work around the strategic plan, which again, we'll talk about a little bit later. And we are working to develop and implement a process and a plan to replace our wayfinding signs. And so you'll probably hear more about that later as well. And then last, Maureen is leading and working on developing a media training that will be offered to board and staff members. And so we're excited for that. Do I need to turn it over to Teresa?
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. So in the finance department, we completed the FY23 audit in a timely manner with no findings, and the no findings is the most important two words in that sentence. We were awarded the GFOA award for reporting excellence for the FY22 comprehensive report, and that is the 25th consecutive year that the town has received this award. And we have submitted the FY23 audit to GFOA for their review. Our plans and goals for this coming year are to implement an investment policy, which you will hear more about tomorrow. We will go through our proposed investment policy for the town. We will review and update our internal controls, update the purchasing policy and the travel policy. And the fifth one is, if the funding is secured, we will complete a financial modeling for the long range planning needs. And again, you will hear more about this tomorrow as we talk about the needs to have a truly complete modeling system, because we have so many things coming up for the town, and with potential bond projects and capital needs and infrastructure needs. We really need to talk about having a true roadmap and a financial plan to move us forward, that we can look, at multiple years at one time instead of just taking it 1 year at a time. And I will turn it over. Oh, go ahead.
You tell us maybe like the elevator speech about what the Comprehensive Financial Report Award means for your department and for the town. Like, what got you there, and why should we be proud of it?
Okay. Well, the annual comprehensive financial report is, the annual audit is a requirement. This big report that we put out is not a necessarily like legal requirement to include everything that we include. By participating in the GFOA Reporting Excellence Program, we include a lot of additional statistical data, demographic data about the town of Matthews, more in-depth look at the finances, so that people in the public have a book that, it breaks it down by the different areas of our expenditures, the different areas of revenues, and it is all put together in a way that meets their standards, but is also fairly easy to follow because it's broken down into segments rather than just a bunch of Excel spreadsheets handed to somebody and said, here's our financial statements for the year. So that's what makes me proud of it, is that it is a comprehensive one-stop shop for someone to look at the prior fiscal year and how we spent the taxpayer dollars and the things we've accomplished, and then also what the town looks like. It lists the top employers in our community. It lists the highest taxpayers by assessed value. So you can, and then it also gives information about the other departments by fire. It gives, and police, the number of incidents they respond to. For parks and rec, it gives the number of attendees at events. So it just gives an overall look at what the town is doing, not just the financial numbers.
So what I hear you saying is that we go above and beyond to provide transparency. And where do we find the document if we wanted to read it?
And the document is on the town's website on the finance page.
And this is the 25th year that we've been doing
Yes.
this. So that's pretty amazing. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
We're building a fire station. Let's just start there. We ordered apparatus. I think we've got a new engine and a new aerial on order that should be here sometime in 2026. That's unfathomable in my world that now we're having to project apparatus needs out 6 to 8 years to get them spec'd, to get them ordered, and to get them delivered before the older vehicles reach end of service life. We completed our third, and we're in the middle of our fourth open recruiting hiring process for the firefighters that will fill Station 3. We had 35 applicants in 2022, 69 in 23, 127 so far. That number is 154 people applied for our firefighter jobs that we'll test for in March. And I think and I don't want to hog time, but it's really important that we understand that this open process is the only way we will reach those people who are not typical fire service applicants. So while we don't collect demographic data, we will at the test, we'll ask them to self-select some demographics, completely anonymous, but this is our best way to get African Americans, females into our applicant pool. From there, they will take a standardized test, and the scores are where they are, and we work through that. Implemented automatic aid with Charlotte Fire. This is a big deal. 80% of the town of Matthews is bordered by the city of Charlotte, and for years, we have been trying to knock down that wall. So now we have automatic aid from Charlotte coming in rather than dragging Idlewild or Mint Hill all the way to Elizabeth Lane. The reciprocal is we go to the Arboretum, we go to Upper Monroe Road. So far it's working very well, and we're working very well together. The city moved their heavy rescue from the station on Monroe at East Meck. So Matthews has become the de facto heavy rescue for the 485 corridor of Providence Road around to Idlewild. So we're covering a lot more area. And there is no reciprocal fee. We don't pay for their service, and they don't pay for our service. But rather than us hire a fourth company to staff the ladder, I get a ladder anytime I need it. So we still have to have a ladder, but anyway, we won't go there. RMS system, Kent gets he's shouldered all the load on this. Our current RMS systems are about 10 years old, and they've been bought out and bought out and bought out. So we are starting from scratch with a new platform. Kent's put that together. You can have all the trucks and the stations in the world, but if you don't have the people to staff them, our goal is to staff with 8 people 90% of the time, and we've done that 87% with our blended staffing of career and part-time. Our goal is to be at your door within 7 minutes, and we do that 73% of the time, which is a little lower than we wanted, but medics response matrix change where we go non-emergency on lower priority calls drove that number down. But on structure fires, motor vehicle accidents, and things of that nature, the second truck gets there within 10 minutes, 94% of the time. So we are out there on the street. Construction on the station. Hopefully you all got the groundbreaking invitation. Things have gone a little slower than we expected. We can blame that on the county and Acela and a switch in software, but they know our expectations. We are we're going through a hiring process for 3 battalion chiefs and 12 firefighters. We are just blown away with the level of applicants we got for the battalion chief jobs, and blown away by 150 plus people that want to come to work for the town of Matthews.
Sure. And what I just wanted to add about the automatic aid is I just want to reiterate what that says about the quality of our fire service. A number of years ago, that agreement would not have been possible. But Charlotte agrees that the quality of service is so on par with what they're offering that they're comfortable with Matthews Fire serving their citizens, just as some of our citizens are going to receive service from Charlotte Fire. So I just want to lift that up because it speaks volumes about the growth and progression and professionalism of the department, that it wouldn't be possible without that. So huge props to have an agreement like that in place with Charlotte Fire.
Chief, thank you for your leadership on this. This is great news for Matthews. I have a question, I guess, first for Becky, and how much of an impact of last year's or this year's budget was due to pay increases?
Sure. So the changes to the pay plan that the board approved in February went into full budgeted effect at the start of FY24. It was a $2.2 million move in our pay plan, which would be the equivalent of about 3 pennies on the tax rate that was required in order to fund it. So it was a huge reason for the growth in the budget that we saw. But it's stories like this and results like this that speak volumes to the value that came with that movement in the pay plan and how it's paying dividends on our ability to be an employer of choice, to recruit and have high quality applicants that we're then able to select from. These are not results that all of our neighbors are experiencing right now.
You stole my next question for the chief, but and I don't want to lead you to an answer that Becky already gave, but do you feel like that pay increase is a reason you're seeing these results?
It definitely has. We set the bar high and everybody caught up with us. So it's incumbent that we keep moving the pay scale. Also, when we made the leap from stipend volunteer to part-time, we used the same pay scale for our part-time people. Our goal is to have 2 part-time people working every day. Historically, we had about 1. We are a victim of our own success, which has led to 8 people for duty 87% of the time, which has led to us having a moratorium on hiring more part-time people. And it exerts certain budget pressures because all the slush fund that was the volunteer fire department is gone. We've evaporated that over 5 years. So we got to be a little more diligent with our funds.
Chief, can you hear me? What are the part-time firefighters making on average?
$1,750 is the average.
Okay.
And we tie that to years of service, to certifications. And we still have the pipeline where they can come in as a pure volunteer, uncertified, get experience, get training. And again, the quite a few of our full-time people have come through that pipeline.
Chief, can you speak to the new process or procedure the county has for EMS response? Because I've heard quite a few complaints about response times, and I'm personally aware. In my own case, I called for an ambulance and it took about 45 minutes for them to show up.
Yeah, I know this is recorded. This is the best thing since sliced bread. That's what we were told it was going to be, and that's what we got told a month ago it is. That's sarcastic if you didn't pick up on that.
I think I did. I did pick up on that just a little bit.
overall for 300,000 calls a year that Medic responds to, it's probably appropriate. Major Sisk and the folks at the police department helped us make sure that Matthews citizens who need help get it. So if somebody dials Matthews Police and they need EMS, surreptitiously, we get notified about that. We're lucky because we have the hospital here. We have the hospital in Mint Hill and the hospital at Indian Trail. So there's usually an ambulance coming out of one of those facilities. We are a primary posting location for Medic at Station 2. So one truck will pull out and another one will pull in about 15 minutes later. So I don't think we've seen, and we have no way to track because all the data is owned by Medic, but Kent's working on that. I don't think our citizens have suffered. They've been a little upset. When you dial 911, you've exhausted all your resources, and that's what we're here for. So, the county commissioners love it. The MEMAC advisory board loves it. Medic thinks it's the best thing since sliced bread, but they're wearing out the first responders with, in the city, they call it Medic hold. They send a fire truck to figure out what's going on. They don't even dispatch an ambulance until they've figured it out. So, Charlotte Engine 1 is at the bus station about 45 times a day. So
I will just add to that, though. I think it's fair to say that all of the towns in Mecklenburg County are continuing to be very vigilant about this transition. I would say that the jury is still out on whether or not there will be agreement that it is successful countywide. At least the anecdotal examples are helpful to share with Rob as you may come to receive them or hear from citizens. Please pass them along so that we can try to keep track of what we're hearing and some of the workarounds that we have attempted to put into place to help make sure that we are as informed as possible, helping try to make sure that nothing is slipping through the cracks there. So we will continue to ask for data. We will continue to ask questions. And certainly if we feel like service is not where it needs to be, we are happy to advocate for as many changes as possible. But it is a difficult situation because we don't ultimately have control in how they decide to run calls or notify.
And this is in Kent's shop. Every instance of poor care, poor response, extended response time goes to Kent, and he sits down with the right people at Medic to get an answer. One thing that's really good about this is this issue has moved from the fire chief level to the town manager level. So as Becky said, there's funding tied to this. The ETJ departments, they solved that problem, quote unquote, but we still do EMS on a per call basis. And I would imagine if you said tomorrow, or they said we weren't going to pay you, we would still do it because it's in the best interest of our customers.
One follow-up, is it in the purview of EMS to refuse to send an ambulance? Because I'm aware of one case in Charlotte, it's actually my father was unconscious and he woke up and the people said, well, since he's awake, we're not going to send an ambulance. And my mother doesn't drive, so I had to go across town and take him to the hospital.
That's that Medic hold thing.
That's
and
ridiculous.
it is a resource game. How many ambulances? 30 roughly. But in a county with over 1 million people, 660 square miles, Medic runs out of resources. Used to be you could call the VFDs to jump on their ambulances, but we don't have those anymore. But again, if a Matthews resident, and I don't know how to publish this because we've been asked, how do you find out about these calls that we're not dispatching you on? None of your business. We're here. So If somebody calls 5555 and the dispatchers notify us, we will be on the way. So.
Thank you.
All right, so HR, successes, we've successfully recruited and hired 28 full-time employees. 20 of them, which is a little over 70%, have been in police and fire positions. And this is largely attributed to the pay plan being put in place. That has helped tremendously with recruiting. And we are currently fully staffed in all departments except police. I know Rob mentioned some hiring processes, but those are for the next fiscal year. We successfully held our first staff and family appreciation event. Thank you to those in the room who came. We got a lot of great feedback from our employees and their families about that event. So we were super excited about that. Chanel, sitting beside me, completed a comprehensive benefits guide, which put our benefits in a much nicer package that we can send out to applicants. We can include in high level recruiting position ads and stuff like that. So we also successfully implemented a dental program. We do run our dental program in-house. Administration of that with our old system was proving to get difficult more and more difficult each year. So we implemented a new, very cost-effective dental program that has helped tremendously with the administration of that program. We implemented a townwide learning management system that included a safety training guide. Dominic, our risk manager, put together a calendar for the year of training we're going to do each month with regards to safety and some HR training. So that's just helped us and help departments to know what's coming each month. Our plans going forward are to complete the personnel policy update and create a separate employee handbook. We are well on the way to completing that personnel policy update, which we will be discussing with you all in the near future. We're also going to create and implement a new hire orientation program. COVID kind of threw our orientation program in a pretty big rut. So we were wanting to redo it anyway, but now's the perfect time to get that done. We are creating and implementing a new employee performance program, and also creating and implementing a new employee appreciation program.
Got a quick question. Can you speak to how we're casting a wider net now when we're hiring employees? What additional steps are we taking to make?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are advertising in more places regularly. UKG automatically sends our job ads to places like Indeed, those bigger platforms. UKG does that for us. We don't have to do it. And then we are also still intentionally ensuring that we advertise in publications that hit minority demographics, whether it be race, gender, whatever. Again, casting that wide net to ensure that our applicant pools are as diverse as they can be. And then our higher level positions, we really focus on those, ensuring that because most of our higher level, like special groups that reach out to engineers and with our police chief, we were very intentional on minority recruitment for that position as well.
Thank you. Renee, did you have a question?
Thank you, Tanya, for the information. Do you know how many vacancies are in the police department? And or if you do know, when was the last time the police department was, excuse me, fully staffed?
Do you want to answer? I see you grabbing for the mic, Becky.
I know we were fully staffed for a minute in
Yes.
about 2018.
Yeah.
But I can't speak to the current openings. Roy, you may be able to talk about that because I know we've got some promotional processes going on right now too.
Yes, ma'am. We currently have 11 openings in the sworn ranks and 4 in our telecommunicators, which is significantly down. After the pay was implemented, the pay increase, we've been able to cut that in half. We reached a high of about 20 openings in sworn the end of 22, start of 23. And I had never seen that many. We'd been double digits before. But when the pay came, we were able to reach a lot more folks that were already experienced, which increased or decreased the amount of time it took to get them up and running and working. Because with the previous pay, we were only attracting folks who weren't certified, and we were having to send them to school, get them trained, and we were looking at about a year turnaround. So at that rate, when we hit the 20 mark, I felt like we were at 3 to 4 years before we would see a fully staffed department in the sworn area. And I believe we probably cut that in half by being able to bring in what we call laterals or experienced officers, many of them from out of state, that sort of thing. So the pay has significantly increased the quality of the applications we're getting, as well as the experience that we're seeing. And we've done that without having to lower our standards. We decided we'd rather work a lot harder on the front end than to put in bad staff that we would have to work extra hard with in that time. We actually even increased for our BLAT potential applicants, because it is such an investment. Like I say, it's about a year investment we have. We added, which we've never done before, some preliminary testing before we even put them into the background process. So I would say we probably increase our standards while a lot of folks have been decreasing in that area. Telecommunicators are looking really good. We've got experienced folks coming in there. Talia Hood, our manager there, has done a really good job and been really persistent on that. It's only 11. And when we only had 4 full-time, we were pulling people from different locations to work in there. And now we just about have all the shifts covered with legitimate full-time dispatchers. Those other openings will be good relief factors for us for those 4 positions.
And Roy, can you clarify the 11 vacancies in sworn? Does some of that include some of the supervisory positions?
Yeah.
So that's not all police officers. That includes some of the open captain, lieutenant, some of those as well, correct?
Exactly. Our patrol teams are on the verge of being full, so that our patrol teams are almost full. That a lot of these are in that in our supervisory, 3 lieutenants, captain, and 2 sergeants, 1 sergeant, I'm sorry, that we will be trying to fill with promotional processes in April, which the first time that I know of, we've gone to ask for external candidates as well. So we're doing internal, external, trying to get extra experience, reach a larger base. Plus, with the number of new police officers we brought in, we have a pretty wide discrepancy in experience. We've got really veteran folks, and we've got really young folks. So some of them wouldn't qualify for those positions. So.
All right, success in Parks and Recreation. I guess collectively, our indoor and outdoor events were very successful. Festival of India continues to be an awesome regional event. I know the other towns around Mecklenburg County are very jealous, and they want that to come there. But you know, we have it here in Matthews, and see Melissa's over there did a great job with that. Certainly the Beats and Bites, but then looking at the indoor events. Expansion of the performances on the stage and Fullwood Theater. We've been very deliberate. Again, Melissa, great job of just increasing the level of diversity and types and different degrees of offerings on the stage between the comedy shows, Comic Con, which is in a couple of weeks, the Color Jazz Culture Blocks, for example, have all been very successful. And I'll say success in terms of just delivering it and offering it to the community. And now they recognize it. And it's just going to continue to build on itself. Irvins Creek Greenway was completed, the partnership with Mecklenburg County. The county certainly call it carry the weight, but it is an amenity in Matthews that the residents certainly will enjoy. Again, looking at programming, I think Charles did a great job at Cruz Rec Center, looking at those downtime, non-peak hours in the early parts of the day and offering more adult and senior programs in the facility. Looking at public art, the Outdoor Sculpture Gallery, again, in its 3rd year, as you have seen by the submissions last couple of weeks, we're getting some awesome pieces around Matthews that are going to just continue to be installed. The Heritage Trail Museum mural project was completed on Matthews Chapel. The department did receive an award recognized by the North Carolina Recreation and Park Association for their project. We were the winner of the Arts and Humanities Award this year at the state conference. Financially, end of 2023 saw revenue at its highest gross, certainly that I've ever seen, and certainly that we have in our current finance system. And I really think part of that is looking at what we did the beginning of 23 was we redid our registration software. RecDesk is one that's a lot more intuitive, easier to just simply complete. And I do think we've had just more completed registration. So people have not just say stop in the middle of it. Again, it's been very successful as far as programs. We also have had some new hires. So we have Daniel Carpenter, our new parks coordinator, and Claire, just say Claire. She's the special event assistant. They've jumped on board. I think they're both still in probation, but we can see the energy and they're doing a great job, and we feel they'll be very successful in our department. So looking at plans for next year, we just kicked off the beginning of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, which is going to be a number of multiple public events, public meetings, and different modes of public engagement. We're really going to get a chance to hear from the people, see what our gaps are, and then, of course, find out ways to fill those gaps. We do plan to redesign one of the cultural events, one of the outdoor cultural events, Music of Matthews. We've had it for 3 years. We've attempted it for 3 years. Last year was attendance was a little low, so the intent this year is to look at how to redesign that, what it becomes, and you'll hear more about that later. We also, again, looking at what Daniel was able to bring to the table, increased number of outdoor recreation programs. He's done it, like I said, he's done a great job so far. We've gotten a lot of compliments on just the different types of outdoor events and programs that we're having, mostly in Squirrel Lake Park. And also the expansion of the outdoor sculpture gallery. We are looking at 1 or 2 additional locations, and I'll say being intentional about looking for spaces on the northern part of Matthews on the other side of 74. We do plan to continue to improve the marketability of Matthews Community Center. You may have seen in the lobby, there's some new monitors, some additional monitors in the break room and the lobby of the Fullwood Theater. More things like that, upgrades in the equipment in the theater. I'll say each of you hopefully were at a performance in the theater over the last, say, 3 or 4 months. And you can tell the things that we've done, say, over the past year, the quality of the sound and just the increased level of enjoyment in the experience in that theater. And hopefully looking forward to some of the bond projects being completed.
Corey, for the benefit of the public that may hear this or hear the reporting of this meeting, can you speak to what some possible plans may be for the 2 new parks spaces that the county has blessed us with, the Weddington and Pleasant Plains, and also the one we're thinking about calling the Harvey Boyd Family Park on Monroe or on Johnson? Monroe, whatever. Yeah.
So I have not heard what any plans are for that piece, the one on John Street, Monroe Road, across from former Family Dollar. But the conversations that I have had are leaning towards the county, relying on us to share what the folks at Matthews want it to be. Now, the property at Pleasant Plains, Weddington, and Trade, that one will certainly be parking for 4 Mile Creek Greenway. And beyond that, again, looking for the town to sort of suggest what it becomes. Is it an active playground on the site? Still TBD, but certainly Matthews is going to call it drive the car in terms of helping decide what goes on the site.
All right, thank you.
All right, planning.
Sorry, I've got all the questions this morning. This gets me really excited about what we've done and where we're going. So I'll ask you, Corey, the same question about what the why should we be proud of this humanities award, and how can we share that with the people around us? Why it's a source of pride for Matthews.
One, it really does recognize Crestdale. The project well, let me back up to the trail project. That was one that was completed in it probably took 3 years from beginning to end, but the process started well over 10 years ago with gathering that information, talking to the residents of Crestdale and really getting a sense of what that history is. And we were able to display it in that series of signage and telling that story. And when we shared it, it was, and well, the trail got an award the year before at the state conference also. Matthew certainly should be proud of being able to share that story. A lot of the residents that were former residents of Crestdale, they have moved away. And so this is important for those that are just visiting Matthews or don't know about Crestdale. It's their chance to read and really know that history of the space.
Say that the mural itself is on the CRTPO website, so it puts Matthews like front and center of all of our peer communities. And I think like I saw that and emailed Dana and was like, this is amazing. But I'd also like to ask about the funding for the sculpture gallery and just for clarification, that sort of funding is from sales and use tax. Is that accurate to say? It's not coming from property tax. I like art, so I'm willing to invest in it, but it's an important differentiation to make.
Sure, I'm happy to speak to that. So the line item for public art is within the community center budget. And so every line item within the community center budget is funded in two ways. So one, there's revenues that the community center earns. And then anything that is not covered by revenues is offset by the tourism fund. So there's zero impact on the general fund, and there is zero impact on our property tax rate to be able to fund that entire program. And so it does come from all of our tourism revenues, which includes lodging tax and prepared food and beverage tax, along with a couple of other smaller lines, but that's the main one. So yes, that is something that we're able to deliver to the community as an added quality of life and environmental feature that is not impacting our overall bottom line.
I have a question. I was in a Central Line Board of Delegates meeting earlier this week, and we focused a lot on the aging population of our county. We're rapidly aging higher, where the average age is going up. And we talked about parks that are more geared towards senior citizens and like, not just like benches, but like workout equipment and like things that they can do at a park. Do we have anything like that that's really aimed towards senior citizens? Because I know the city of Charlotte has a couple of parks that are more senior citizen friendly. I wanted to see if we had anything or had any plans to do that.
I do think a lot of that will come out in our master plan. Right now, the parks, I'll say Windsor Park did have some exercise type equipment a number of years ago. It was removed. But I do think things like what you just mentioned, so senior adults is one of the focus groups that we will have in place, and we're going to hear that. I'm going to make a presumption, and that'll help, be that playbook for us to put some of those things in some other new parks.
Just to add on to that, I've heard many requests for benches to be added along our greenway because some folks walk and they get tired and they want to sit down. So put that in your notebook for maybe some enhancements we can make in the future. Are there any other questions for Corey?
I have a comment. I went out to Squirrel Lake Park to look at the tree carving, took pictures and people were walking around, and I just asked people, what you think? I heard nothing but positive comments on that. And I think it's really cool. I liked it. So that was a great idea.
Awesome. Yeah. Again, Melissa did a great job finding that carver and making that possible.
Any more parks questions? All right. We've been way busier than the bullet points you see here. I wanted to add a few. So planning, we're broken down into current and long range planning, and we've been busy on both sides. So current planning, we process probably over 30 major rezonings, site plans, text amendments, construction value probably over $1 billion worth of development that we reviewed, that your board reviewed and approved. So that's kept us extremely busy. A couple of the big wins there. We finally saw the approval of the last building on Matthew Station Street. Hope to see that break ground later this year. And then the Hendrick Advanced Manufacturing Campus. So two really consequential projects that we hope will be moving forward soon. The comp plan you see here and current planning, I remember giving a very long-winded presentation back in 2020, the last time we were out of town in Blowing Rock, pushing for the need for this document. So it's 4 years in the making. So we're really proud of the document that we're going to talk more about later today. You're probably going to hear comprehensive plan many times. So like take a sip of your beverage every time you hear me say it. So for future plans, your policy documents are only as good as your regulatory documents. So once the comp plan is approved, we're going to be immediately begin looking at what major changes we need to make to the UDO to bring it more in line with the recommendations in the plan. Just a few of the ones I would point out are implementation of affordable housing into the ordinance, as well as immediate updates to the downtown overlay district. We also need to be looking at both Monroe Road and Matthews Mint Hill as both significant areas for redevelopment and to make plans for the Silver Line. Absent the Silver Line, we all know that it's many years away, but we do know that we will see development pressures in these corridors. They're very key gateways in the downtown, and we need to address them as soon as possible.
Might be a question, Roy. I don't have a question, but I do want to make a comment applauding the planning department, because I think, we went through the Hendrick process and it was exciting, but I don't know that I recognized at the time what led up to Hendrick coming forward with this incredible project that we are all excited about, and that was careful planning through the years. They wouldn't have done that if Matthews weren't an attractive community that suited what they envisioned. So thank you to the planning department for working so hard to get us to that point where we are attracting these incredible, innovative businesses. Thank you.
Okay, so we've covered the vacancies that we're pretty pleased with the direction we're going there. We did add 3 canines, and proud of that because of the I got here in 2003, and we've had two canine teams, 2 handlers that entire time. This expands us out to these 4 canine teams now. These 3 dogs were trained in-house. We did it all ourselves with our master trainer, Officer Osuch, veteran canine handler, was able to right here on in our own area with our own staff get trained up. We didn't have to send folks off and spend additional time. We completed our in-car camera system implementation. It's the same product as our body cam, so they marry up together. It's a professional system as opposed to kind of a ragtag system that we had pieced together previously. But it is really good equipment. We'll be able to stay up to date on the equipment. And with that, it has features that trigger cameras to come on even if the officers do not turn them on, such as when you turn your lights on, your body cam and your in-car comes on. If we draw our weapons, our cameras come on automatically. If we walk up on somebody who has a camera on, it activates as well as with our tasers or our tasers when they're activated as well. So it's a great benefit, and it's a really good tool. A couple that I forgot to add on here, we did upgrade our dispatch consoles and equipment in there to make it a professional. They are professional. Instead of just desks, they're a lot more comfortable and professional. New chief coming in March 11th. We're excited about that and see which direction we're going to be going, as well as continuing to rebuild our leadership team, as we've got promotional processes scheduled for April for lieutenant, sergeant, and corporal, and that'll be shortly followed by detective. We got openings in that area as well. And then we are currently in the implementation process or building process for a new CAD computer-aided dispatch and records management system. We've outgrown our previous one, did really well for us for a long time. But as we've grown, we can get a lot more professional and efficient with the new system that we're bringing in, with an expected launch date on that in July 1 is the expected, but definitely sometime in July. That'll take us off a lot of other softwares that we're using and combine them into one for the efficiency of being kind of a one-stop shop for most of our work.
Got a quick question. Can you let us know the importance of the K9 units and how they're used? Is it mostly for drugs, or how else are they used?
Drugs is a large part of what we do, but also in tracking, article searches, somebody that disposes of property, weapons, they can send detect those and locate those if we're on a crime scene. Missing people. These particular dogs are not trained for apprehension, which means they wouldn't bite like the aggressive dogs. Therefore, when we have missing people and we do find them with the K9, it'll cut down on any kind of the likelihood of any kind of injuries. It reduces that. But finding people, articles, drugs is a primary.
Thank you. Any other questions for police? Renee.
I'm going to make this a pattern, but it's not often that you hear people thank you for getting a ticket in your town or ever. But I will say over the past year, I have had two different people not from around here come through Matthews. You know, I don't know if they were speeding or what, but they have called me and said, I got a ticket in Matthews, and that officer was the nicest officer. If I'm going to get a ticket, like, I'm glad it was in Matthews. So two different people, which is a very weird experience for a commissioner to have somebody, you know, but it speaks to the department and the culture of the department. So thank you for your leadership as an interim, and we look forward to meeting the new chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. So Public Works serves a lot of times more in a support role and implementer to a lot of the other departments. So a lot of these successes that you've heard from the other departments, we've shared in. So, and I'm going to go a little off script here for a second. So like the AV upgrades here, we help with the implementation of that. We're putting up new backing for the screen walls, helping with the power needs, all that sort of stuff. Fire Station 2, the repairs that were done there, that was run by our department, as well as helping review the plans for Fire Station 3. Police EOC, same thing, help with the putting in the backing and the support needed for having that upfitted. Planning department, we also review all those same plans that planning does, going through more on the engineering side. Parks, we help with the upkeep, help with implementation, putting in the bases for the new artwork that you see, painting the decorations, those sorts of things. HR, we gave them Dominic. In finance, we spend their money. So there's a lot of stuff that we share, and it's a great system I think we have here. So some of the successes we've had, we have hired 4 new employees. We have not lost anyone except for one person who retired. I wouldn't say that's a loss. I think he's happy being retired, and we've had a great person come in to fill that role. It's been really nice being able to bring in top talent. Our new engineering project manager should be starting in April. Looking very forward to introducing him to all of you. We transitioned to a new solid waste provider. I wasn't sure whether I should put that as a success or not. We've had some growing pains, but I think overall it is going well, and it did save the taxpayer a lot of money. We are moving forward with the resurfacing program. That's roughly $2 million. Did get Tree City USA again this year. Helped with the Greenway Tunnel that opened up. We walked that yesterday. It's really nice if you haven't been there, under South Trade Street, and also put in the Ames Street sidewalk and put in parking spaces there. It's really nice. Future plans. So hopefully after this this planning conference, you'll be in alignment with agreeing that we do need to do some assessment of our stormwater system. So looking to forward to that, and then also continue working with DOT and CATS on their projects. You know, these are many multi-year projects that we're going through, and we'll talk a lot more about those in the coming day or two. So, any questions?
So, all joking aside, how do you honestly think the transition to Waste Pro has gone, and are you still getting multiple complaints, or has that died down? And I have that I just received this morning complaining about the bulk pickup. How is that going? You getting a lot of complaints, or?
We receive, I think, very few complaints. Most of the complaints we receive are from the same people, usually about the same things. And Maureen, correct me if you hear differently, because she gets a lot of those as well. But a lot of it are small things. You know, trash lids being left over or left open. That's something I've been harping on a lot, and not sure why they can't get that right. They do have a new driver, but that was 2 months ago. He should be able to figure it out by now. Some things about small pieces of trash being left out, and those are most of the things that we've heard. To me, they're pretty small. The issue with picking up the bulk items, that was, you know, that would have been whether we stayed with the same provider or not. That was a separate issue that we approached to save money on the overall contract. I think there was a curve, but I think overall, I think it's going well at this point. I think it took a little while though to get there.
And again, for the benefit of the public, and this may go to the town manager, can you quantify what our savings were by going to Waste Pro?
I do not remember that off the top of my head.
I would have to pull up the exact dollar amount. I want to say it was north of $400,000 by the time we included in the cost savings of moving to the bulk pickup. But we can look that up and get back to you.
Yeah, if we can get that later in the planning conference, that'd be great. Thank you. Renee.
I'll continue my tradition. I think the mayor and I say it often, but when we go to CRTPO meetings, we are the best prepared in the room and always have notes. And that is a testament to your department and the culture of your department and the way that you communicate with us. So thank you for making us look good.
Yeah, well, that's Dana and Susan for sure.
Leadership helps.
I just want to give the departments a round of applause. I think this was a great, let's do that first. I really appreciated this exercise. Renee, I think you were the one who suggested that we pull this together, but I think there's clearly a lot of work that goes on, and we lift up, the larger things as they come up. But I think that this just speaks to just the vastness and the variety of the progression that we are making as an organization, really in every single department. So there's a lot of really good things going on to be excited about and be proud of. And it takes the work of everybody in the room to make that happen. And we certainly appreciate the support of the board as we continue to try to make the community better together. So with that, next we have an overview of town plans and reports. So there had been some conversation about why we do what we do, or do we need to do what we do related to all of the reports and plans that are put together. And so we wanted to go through an exercise that takes a look at those and make sure that there's good understanding of the various needs and benefits of some of those plans. So with that, I will turn it over to Malia to lead this discussion.
Hi, yes. So for purposes of leading this discussion, we created a visual for you that we'd like to use as a guide. But for most municipalities, they have plans to help govern and
and really share the vision for how they want to develop their city or town. And so specific to Matthews, the visual that you see before you is a collective of plans that we have developed that we're currently updating for purposes of developing our town and understanding what the future of that development looks like. So that is the visual that you received this morning. I was trying to think of an analogy to help complement this visual. I thought about the Oregon Trail or being in an airplane, but none of that worked. So we'll just start from the top, big picture. Most plans, municipalities start with a strategic plan. And so really with this is the strategic plan is a roadmap for local officials or elected officials to set strategic priorities. And those strategic priorities are built on what the community wants. So the community provides feedback. They might say, we want a safe community. We want a community that focuses on the environment. We want a community that focuses on transportation. And so those big elements really turn into strategic areas for the governing body. In addition to that, as a governing body, you might say, well, in addition to that, we want to make sure that we have a diverse community, or we want to make sure that we have a community that focuses on education. And so with our strategic plan, which we'll talk a little bit about later, that really creates a roadmap for those strategic areas that we want to focus on. It is big picture, and in that it provides big picture initiatives and objectives that we want to accomplish over a period of time. Normally with the strategic plan, you have about 3 to 5 years developing that. Our strategic plan is a 5-year plan. In some places, they're 3-year plans. And so after that, you think about kind of a portfolio, and that's where the comprehensive plan comes into place. The comprehensive plan really is a plan, number one, it is required by state statute 160D. And so with the comprehensive plan, that really gives a portfolio of ideas for how you want to guide the growth and the physical development of the town. Again, this involves the community, and it really kind of dials down and adds character, considering the demographics of your town, the projected growth, the availability of land, infrastructure, and quality of life factors. And so with that comprehensive plan, you have, that's about a 5 to 7 year plan. We're currently, as you know, updating that. But that really gives kind of long-range vision for how you create character around your town. Then we move into kind of some separate plans, and some municipalities have more, some have not as much. But for us, we have three major plans, and I really think about those as playbooks or work plans. So we have our downtown master plan that really takes a much deeper dive and focuses on the detail of what do we want our downtown to look like? What does that development look like? And again, all of these plans have this this process of including feedback from your community members. The same with the comprehensive transportation plan. That is a plan that we would like to and should be updated every 2 to 5 years. But that transportation plan really hones down on what are the future needs of our transportation network. And this is inclusive of your roadways and bicycles and transit and pedestrian accommodations. So again, it gives a playbook for how we want to build out our transportation network within our town. And as Corey mentioned earlier, we have a Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Master Plan. And this really, again, is a playbook for how do we want to build out our parks and greenway space and our recreation programs. And so when you think about these smaller plans, these are
playbooks. This is how we want to do a thing, which then leads to helping staff develop work plans and activities around that. All of this is, I don't want to say governed, but I guess governed is the best word, by our Unified Development Ordinance. And think about the Unified Development Ordinance, really think about what are those governing rules. So what can we do? What should we not do? If we have developers come in, what can they do? What can they not do? Businesses, what can they do? What can they not do? So really that keyword there, where the keywords are governing rules. Along with these plans, we also have some additional plans that maybe you don't hear a lot about, but they're equally important to how we operate as a town. And those plans include, as Teresa mentioned earlier, our comprehensive financial report, annual comprehensive financial report, which really just helps you and residents understand how we're performing, how we're being good stewards of taxpayers' dollars. In addition to that, we have a capital investment plan. Well, most municipalities have a capital investment plan. Currently, we do not have an adopted capital investment plan, but hopefully we will move there soon. But that really is looking at all of our capital needs and creating a path forward or a plan for how we are able to accomplish our capital needs. And so that's anywhere from building fire stations to other facilities to acquiring fleet. How might we do that in a very systematic and sustainable way? Our employee pay and classification plan is equally important, as we've already talked about. And then for a lot of agencies, especially over the last several years, we have municipalities who have really put emphasis on creating a diversity, equity, and inclusion plan. And that really is focused on how might we celebrate, how might we lift up the diversity in our organization, how might we make sure that our rules and our programs and the services that we provide to our residents, we're looking at it from an equity lens, because we know everybody doesn't start in the same place. And making sure that we are creating an inclusive environment, not only for our residents, but also for our employees. So the diversity, equity, and plan really encompasses those particular tenets or factors for being able to operate efficiently as a town. And the last one that I wanted to speak to is the major incident prep and response plan that we have. And that plan really is a multi-department plan to allow us to have standard operating procedures for how we respond to incidents. If we have a snowstorm or a tornado, this is a plan that we use to understand who's responsible for what will public works do, what will fire do, what will police do. But it helps us collectively work together to be able to respond immediately to and appropriately to whatever that incident is. So that's kind of big picture of the plans and how they work together. What questions might you have before, and we're not finished yet, but I'm gonna pause and ask what questions might you have about those plans in general?
Renee?
I actually understand this pretty well, so I don't have any questions, but thank you for the opportunity.
So what I like to do for the next piece of this, and we can probably leave that up, Maureen, I like to invite Susanna, Corey, and Jay to talk a little bit about how we've used those plans to complete different activities and projects in our community, as well as how you all have used them to make decisions as a board. So we can start with the downtown master plan.
All right, so the downtown master plan, we've had one in place since I think 1997. So we've got a long history of downtown planning. The building you're sitting in was part of a vision circa 1999, 2000, when the document envisioned an old shopping center that used to be here, turning into a vibrant mixed-use development anchored by the town hall and library. So that's probably one of our biggest wins from a downtown planning perspective. Our overlay district that mandates where buildings are placed on a street, what they look like, where the parking's located. That also had its beginnings in the downtown plan when we had a lot of development. And Charlie probably remembers this back in the 1970s and 80s. We had suburban development coming into our downtown, like fast food restaurants, drive-throughs, big parking lots out front. And our town leaders at the time saw that as an affront really to the small town character and charm, even back 30 or 40 years ago, and put plans in motion to ensure that as the town grew over time, that it would look and feel the way we want the community to feel. So really, really important plan for the community. I mean, arguably downtown is where like citizens derive a lot of community pride from. It's the most unique part of our town. If you're taking photos of the town, you're going to go to one of our parks. You're probably going to go to downtown if you're going to really show off the community. So. All right.
Thank you, Jay. Good morning, everyone. Susan Habina Willard, town engineer. Appreciate the invitation to the table today. You would be hearing about these three documents from Dana Stujanki, our transportation planner. She sends her regrets. She's off celebrating a big birthday, number 29, I'm sure. But these next three documents I want to talk to you about, the CTP, Composite Bike Ped, and Downtown Mobility. CTP develops recommendations for projects, transportation projects, as Malia said, mostly focused on vehicular travel. And it developed a priority system for those projects based on a scoring system, which, you know, engineers love numbers and love to prioritize so that we can get our mind straight about what we're going to do next. So some of those projects have been built already. Some are in the works for the roadway projects. We are playing a little bit of a catch up on the bicycle and pedestrian projects. And the CTP, it was done a dozen years ago. So Malia said 2 to 3 years, and we're at 12 years. However, we have rolled our CTP process into the CRTPO regional process. So really, when Dana and I use the CTP, we're going to CARPO website, and that's our input into the Matthews area for their highway, bike, ped, and transit CTP maps. So those are the ones that we really use, but guided by this initial CTP document that prioritized what roads need improvements in Matthews. The composite bike ped plan is one that we use, I personally use a lot. Its goal was to, I guess staff, this is before my time, but staff, I guess, realized there's so many conflicting informations about what we're going to do with sidewalks and bicycle facilities that we need to figure out from all these different recommendations, what is the real recommendation? So it pulled all of the recommendations and made a final recommendation for bicycle and pedestrian amenities along transportation corridors. That is what we give to developers and to NCDOT for corridor projects. What bicycle facility do we want here? What pedestrian facility? Again, that document is very old. We've updated it a couple times to add new bicycle and pedestrian corridors, like the Silver Line. But that one is rapidly becoming more and more difficult to use, as again, our vision in the town, when you look at those vision statements, they don't say move cars really, really, really fast. They say walkable and bikeable, pedestrian friendly. So there's been a shift, and staff is reacting to that shift from the vision statements. Which brings us to our final one, the downtown mobility and parking study. This is one that, well, we stole it from planning. Actually, we stole all of these from planning because Public Works is the implementers, right? So the planners have these great visions, and then engineering grabs it and then implements it by either securing funding to build it or making sure those improvements go in on development projects. But with the downtown mobility and parking study, these are smaller projects. that in and around downtown to improve the pedestrian environment and that downtown feel as far as the transportation system. We use this when grant opportunities come up. We say, what does our mobility studies say? Is this a good fit? So that was the North Ames Street sidewalk that we got funded with CDBG grant money. The West Matthew Street sidewalk gap that we applied for CDBG. And also when the manager said, hey, I have this idea for a bonds project. It's to add 100 net new spaces. That sounds like a daunting task, except we had it already in the downtown mobility and parking study. So I combed through that data and pulled out what I thought were easily implementable parking areas that we could do with the bond project. So that one is currently our most used document that Dana and I use for our work. And again, that document is used in implementing the vision statements. So when we go to the board and we ask for the money for the things, it's mostly tied back to the vision statements that you approved.
One thing I'd like to point out that didn't think about till just now, but one important thing about these plans we have is when DOT comes to us with a project or comes to this area with a project, if we have an adopted plan, they are required to take that plan into account with their designs. If we don't have a plan, then they don't have to take anything into account.
All right, think about the Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Master
We
Plan.
got a question first.
Oh, sorry.
Susan, I have a question about the composite bike ped plan. You said it was 12 years old.
Not sure on the date. I think it came after the CTP. I'm not sure the exact date. The CTP is the one that was 2012.
Okay. Yeah. But I guess my question is, some of these plans are consultant created plans. Is this one that is a staff created or a consultant created plan?
Jay, do you know the answer to that? I feel like on the composite bike ped plan, a consultant compiled all that information, correct? Yeah, so a lot of times when consultants do plans, they put their logo on like every page, and so you know a consultant did it. That one is a very plain plan. So Jay says he's got to think about that one.
So my question, I guess, is our vision for bike ped infrastructure changes pretty rapidly, and I recognize it's across departments. It's not just for public works, but if it is either way, if it's consultant or staff, is it time to do an overhaul? And then in the future, do you see it as more of like a living document that's updated more regularly, or does it, do we create it, let it, and use it for several years and then go back and overhaul it? Like, what's the best approach for going forward? And also how do we focus on that as a board and get some of those things implemented that you are prioritizing?
Yeah, thanks for that question. We definitely want to wait till after the comp plan is done, because there are some recommendations and guidance in that, and then we can move forward from there. CJ just pointed out that it does say 2015 in your packet for the composite bike ped plan. And since I've been here, we've updated it 3 times, to your point, that it becomes a living document, whereas we are working through our work and the vision for the town, that we continue to add and change and update as we learn more. So I think after the comp plan, then we can decide, do we want to do another CTP? Do we want to keep the CARPO CTP? Is that good enough for us? And then we just do a bicycle and pedestrian plan. I know Dana really, really wants to go after grant funds for a bicycle and pedestrian plan. That feels like the next big step in our transportation documents. Jay, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, so it looks like we did do it in-house, like that's the genesis of the document. And Dana and I had a separate conversation. She also talked about grant opportunities. And my ask of her, sometime over the next 6 months or years, looking at other communities and what contemporary bike and ped plans look like, because ours it's very good at compiling. There's lots of like spreadsheets and charts, and it's a list of to-dos, but does it really characterize like what we want to accomplish as a bike and ped plan and what the overarching goals of the community are for walkability? Like it does some of that, but being 10 years old now, like are there best practices we could implement and document itself?
And the parks, I'll just say Parks and Recreation Master Plan. I guess it begins with certainly an inventory and assessment of all the facilities and programs. Facilities including indoor and outdoor, an assessment of their conditions, things that we need to improve and that sort of thing. And then the next step is, of course, the public engagement. And then we take what we find from the response to figure out the gaps. So what are the expectations of, say, Matthews, and then what are we currently offering? And then from there, we develop goals, how we sort of bridge that gap. I guess the deliverables are certainly something that's quantitative in the sense of we look at national trends, but then what we establish, call it as the Matthews standard, where it could say, hey, you know what, we need X number of outdoor basketball courts, we need X number of pickleball courts, we need X number of miles of trail in Matthews based on what we hear the citizens say and what, say, is typical for a community this size. But then it also could be some of the qualitative stuff. It could be themes developed. Hypothetically, if it, based on feedback, if it said, you know what, in the northern portion of Matthews, there is this huge equestrian connection. And so then we take that and maybe it turns into what we do with public art, what we do in terms of what we add in certain parks to just sort of hone in on that theme for the space. In terms of decision making, we would often say, ask ourselves when we either come up with an idea for an event or a program, we say, well, how does this advance our agenda and how does it help meet our goal? And if it doesn't, then we look at different ways to sort of make it push our goal forward and accomplish some of those things that come out of the master plan. Typically, 10 years is a useful life of a master plan because certainly the community changes. And so, like I said, 10 years is pretty much, you should redo it every 10 years. But I mean, that's a snapshot of how we use it to help make decisions. For example, the current master plan was completed in 2006. And the results of that plan really, I'll say, kept the foot on the pedal to move forward with what we now call Purcell Hosey Park. That was one of the results in that master plan. Also looking at types of parks. If, say, an example is if the goal is to have every resident within a 10-minute walk of a facility, the deliverable will be a map, and we have our current parks, the use zones, and you can physically see where the gaps are, where certain parts of Matthews where these residents do not have access or 10-minute access to a facility. And then that drives some of our decision making, and we target these spaces to fill those gaps.
So that really gives an overview, hopefully, to you all, for what plans we have, how we use those plans, how those plans have guided in decisions from you as a board. What questions do you have at this time?
Can I interrupt real quick?
Yes.
Another spinoff of this is your master plans, your transportation plans, your park plans, are they not usually a part of an application for a grant funding that one of the boxes you have to check off is, do you have a master plan? So we have a spinoff there. If we want to get grant funds, then these things are absolutely essential. And what CJ said, that if we have a transportation plan, then whenever DOT comes in, they have to adopt our local transportation for their design. So I just thought that was critical.
Absolutely. Thank you, CJ, for that information.
I don't have a question. I just have a comment. We've we talked about how perhaps the bike and pedestrian plan was done in-house. I think whenever we can do these things, I understand the need to do them outside on some of these big plans like the downtown master plan, et cetera. But when we can use staff resources, that's a good thing in my opinion, because these plans are very expensive and we go out to outside consultants. So appreciate the plans that staff was able to do. And as Susan said, making these living documents and just continuously updating them. And I believe, Becky, you're going to maybe talk later about how we're going to maybe make these pay into a fund yearly so we don't get these big hits of, 6-figure requests for funding for a plan.
That's correct. I think these are great examples of if we put a little bit of money away every year, then when they do come around and they're due again, we don't have this spike in going from zero funding needed one year to, in some cases, $100,000, $200,000 plus for some of the plans that do require the outside work. They're just too massive to reasonably undertake with existing staff. So, especially when we know that these are going to come up and they are needed for requirement purposes or to help us with the grants or the NCDOT conversations, all of those. So we definitely want to stay on top of them. I think in the past they had slipped largely because it was hard to come up with that much funding in a single year. So if we can start to plan differently for them, then it's a much more successful approval process the next time that they come around.
I also think it's important that we stress to the public and our residents that, for instance, some of these are required by statute, and that's important. The other thing is that they're very important for grant funding, and CJ mentioned that if we have a plan that DOT has to take it into consideration. So these are the reasons why we have these, why they're important.
I just wanted to point out that there tends to be a lot more dollars available for transportation related planning documents. Like there wasn't money out there for a new comp plan, but the mobility study, Susan, was it like an 80-20 match or something like that? So we get so much for our dollars, being able to bring in like top grade consultants that have a whole team that they're in this all day, every day. They work in different communities. They know the best practices, and it does take a huge load off staff being able to rely on these consultants. So anytime we can get an 80-20, I think that's just an amazing value for our dollars.
Not to get too far ahead of the suggestion for having a bucket for these studies, but where would it be stored per se? And if it shows up in the fund balance, I don't want it to be mistaken for available funds.
Sure. So we could create an assigned bucket that would call it out. And so then every year in the budget process, there would be maybe, $40,000, or we would figure out about how much we think it would need on an annual basis. And so it would show up in available, but it wouldn't show up in unassigned. Did I get, okay. All right. I'm getting head nod from Teresa.
That's it for us. There are no more questions.
Sorry, before we go on a break, if you have a second, I did find those numbers. So the difference between staying with Republic and moving to Waste Pro saved us roughly $450,000 a year. The changing to the new bulk waste pickup saved an additional $160,000 a year, estimated.
Yeah, so over $500,000 total. That's important that we keep reiterating it to the public so they know why we made the change. All right, let's take a 10-minute break. We can stay on schedule.
Oh, there he is.
I know, we've literally worked, it's kind of weird when.
The.
All right, so the next segment of our conference is to talk about the strategic plan. And super excited, this is going to be an opportunity for you to get some of your steps in today and get your blood pumping and moving. And so without further ado, we'll get started. This segment is broken up into 3 different areas. First, we want to give an overview of the development of the strategic plan, which Maureen will provide to us. And then talk about the FY24 priorities. The 11x17 sheet in front of you is the document that reflects those FY24 priorities and our 6-month status there. And the last portion of this discussion will be for you to get up and move around to look at the strategic plan from the lens of what do you want to do in FY25? What is it that you want to focus on? What is our roadmap? All right, so we'll talk about how did we get here?
Good morning. The process to create the strategic plan began in the spring of 2018 when we gathered here in this room to for the Our Town, Our Vision process, where we had about 150 people come in, talk about desired and unwanted vision for Matthews. That input was then taken and put into 12 vision statements, which we approved in January, the board approved in January 2019. Staff then took that work to develop strategies in February 2020. Things were stalled due to the pandemic, and we picked it back up, and the board received an update in November 2021, and staff continued working on finalizing objectives, initiatives, and measures, and the board approved the town's 5-year strategic plan in June of 22.
So over the last, I would say year, 18 months, we've really been focused on creating FY24 priorities as it relates to that plan. And in front of you, you will see that work and where we are as of 6 months, which is from July through December 2023. One thing I want to mention, can you all hear me? It keeps going out. Okay. One thing I want to mention is we have a pretty big strategic plan. I don't know if you all have counted, but there are 159 initiatives in this plan. And so that is a pretty big plan, a lot of initiatives and things that we would like to accomplish as a town that you all want to accomplish as a board over the next 5 years. What I want to do is take a moment and ask you if you have any questions or comments about the FY24 priorities and the statuses of that. We did send that out electronically a few days ago, but again, this is for the hard copies is another reference for you to have. As you all are looking through this, this was really developed at a staff level. So we basically focused on what are those current activities, operational activities that we're working on, that we know that we're planning to work on over the next year, and looked at the objectives and initiatives and honed down on a priority action as it relates to that objective and initiative. So we've done some really, really good work. Some of those things we've already completed as of the 6-month mark, and the plan is for us to bring you the update of the next 6 months, January through June, at the end of June.
I do have a very specific question on an initiative. I guess this goes to CJ. The wayfinding signs, which of those are in bad shape? I mean, that's just we're replacing some of them. I know they're very expensive. I don't recall seeing too many. Ken said there were some bad ones, but where are they?
Yeah, so they're I don't know how old now, 12 years old maybe. And some of the sheeting has just started to fade over time and change colors. So there's some of the smaller ones that are like on 51 and on 74, I remember seeing there's some of the larger ones near the downtown area that need replacing on some of the major roads. It's not replacing the signs themselves, it's just the sheeting, to redo the sheeting.
Becky, remember I called you a few months ago about the one near Sardis Road? Was that actually one that was just down or stolen or?
So that one is completely gone. So, but Maureen was able to locate a Google Maps image that captured what was on it. And so we are going to be able to have that recreated. But it certainly then revealed, getting a good inventory of what is on the rest of them. There's probably some other things that need to be updated, but a lot of the large initial cost was the installation that would have included the pole. So it'll be cheaper to just replace the sign. The poles, in at least most cases, are still in good shape and won't need replacing. And it would also qualify for use of tourism funds since it's wayfinding. So that's another helpful component to that initiative.
That sign looks great in my office.
Engineering did an inventory of all those large wayfinding signs, as well as some of the smaller park and rec signs, and documented everything, sent that over to Maureen. I would say about 80% of our wayfinding signs, either the sign had faded or was damaged or needed cleaned, or the poles, in some cases, also faded or were damaged. So we gave Maureen quite a to-do list on that. It was a lot of the signs.
And those improvements will be sent out for a competitive quote, because I think those were very expensive, if I recall, when we first bought them.
So I think the cost we were looking at, Maureen, we were talking about $5,000 to $6,000 a sign for the whole sign pole and everything. So we're working on getting kind of a cost per sign to look at that. So we'll look at what it comes to total wise. We have a good working relationship with an existing vendor who's been doing a lot of our other sign work. So we'll figure out where it comes down to related to the quotes. And if he's going to do the design work, then it may be somebody else doing the fabrication, but we'll pull all that together and bring it to the board.
Is that Buzz?
No, this would be Kirk Lowry. We've ceased our relationship
Thank
with
you.
Buzz.
That was my concern. So thank you.
No.
Gina?
Becky, when were those signs, placed? How long have they been up? I remember the process when they went there. I just don't remember the year. Like 10 years ago? I mean, no big deal. I was just curious if there was any kind of warranty.
No, it predates me. I believe it was and part of a NETS project, which would have put it about 12 years ago, would be 10 to 12 years ago at least.
Yeah, okay. I was just wondering if there was any kind of warranty. Yeah, no. Okay.
I think we would be well past that at this
That's,
point.
yeah.
It had to be within the last 10 years, because it happened while I was on the board, and I've only been an elected official for 10 years. John was as well.
Maureen said it was 2012.
Okay, 2012. There's a we had a separate initiative that came to the board for gateway signs. That may be what you're remembering.
That's what I'm thinking of, maybe. Yeah.
So we're talking about the wayfinding, not the gateway.
I'll have to look more carefully, because I just honestly don't recall a lot of them being damaged, and 80%, that's surprising, but I'll be more studious when I look at them now. I will say that I've noted and that our neighbors have copied us down to the T. I mean, that's the same font, I think, by some of our local towns near us have the same type of wayfinding signs that we do. So, and they came after we put ours up.
Are we getting a quote on different methods of creating the sign? Because that'll play into how long they last. So if it's like a digital print and the ink has a fade life versus enamel signs for something that won't change quite as often. I think that would be worth weighing. But to the mayor, if you drive around town, you will see the equivalent signs that have faded in different ways. The colors have faded. So some signs are like greenish, brownish, and some are purple, and they don't match, and they're not as cohesive. And that's sort of where you see the wear, in my view.
I just want to mention to your question, my initial conversation with Kirk Lowry, he did indicate that the way that they produce the signs now has changed a lot since 2012, so that these would last longer. But I'll look into the different ways to go about it.
Thank you.
What other questions do you have about any of the FY24 priority actions?
I'd like to ask Major Sisk about, have we had stepped up enforcement of, we've had a lot of complaints as elected officials over the years about speeders not being ticketed, et cetera. So if we step that up a bit. Not that I want a ticket, I mean, but.
Yes, sir. We actually have 2023, we had an increase in issued citations. Don't have that exact number right in front, but we have seen an increase in the issuance of citations.
Good. I think it's all in the eye of the beholder, but it seems to me that we have seen a pretty much reduction of speed in our downtown corridor. Either I don't see people doing the Dukes of Hazzard jump over the raised speed hump there anymore like we used to. So that's good.
And we, just to follow up on that, a couple of years ago, the board approved the grant positions that are specific for traffic enforcement. And so a lot of the work that they're doing, particularly in the 74 corridor, has resulted in a lot of ticket writing, a lot of slowed down traffic. It's anecdotal, but it actually made me really happy. I saw on the Charlotte subreddit, they were talking about speeding around Charlotte, and people were specifically saying, don't speed in Matthews because you'll get a ticket. And that made me really happy to see, because it means that our police officers are out and present and certainly sending a message, which keeps everybody safer.
One final comment in that vein is I would like to see some stepped up enforcement of our crosswalks, because I do still see people just driving right through when people are trying to cross. I saw someone nearly get hit just the other night. I went to Sante for dinner, and some people were walking across a crosswalk, and clearly, we're midstream, and a car just came barreling through, didn't even think about stopping. So that's still a concern, and maybe some stepped up enforcement would prevent that. Or I'm afraid somebody's going to get hit because they're not stopping.
So what's next? And this is the part where you all get to move around and think about FY25 and what priorities as a board that you all want to set for the town and for us to be able to create work plans and achieve those goals. So I will be passing out a packet to you momentarily, but wanted to go through the directions for this exercise. We have divided, or we have identified 4 rooms, or we have 4 rooms for you to move around between all of those rooms. So you will visit each of those 4 rooms as part of this exercise. You will need to travel in pairs, so you get to choose your partner. One group will have a group of 3. And so I'll let you do that. I'll give you a moment to do that. So for each room, we have assigned vision statements. So for example, in our manager's conference room, we have vision statements 1, 2, and 3, and a staff liaison, Susan and Jay, to be there to answer any questions. What the goal of the exercise is for you to using your workbook, which I'll give to you momentarily, you will need to choose an initiative or the top initiative that, or each objective that you have an interest in us focusing on for FY25. So only one initiative per objective within each vision statement. I've also provided an other line at the bottom of each vision statement. If there is an initiative that you do not see, but you really have an interest in us pursuing or continuing with or starting, then you have the opportunity to write that initiative down. At the end of this exercise, I will collect your workbook and compile all of your responses. And tomorrow afternoon, we will take a look at that collectively to see what you all have said as a board are your priorities for 25. What questions do you have before I pass out your book on the directions?
Figure it out as you go.
Looking at me.
Okay. You will have 12 to 15 minutes per room, and we will have a timekeeper in each room. And so they will let you know when you are up to the 12 to 15 minute mark. Correct. So let me clarify. You will need to stay in your room for the 12 to 15 minutes, and we will move you to the next room as a pair so that there will be no more than, so there will not be 4 people in a room at any given time. So the rooms we have, let me go ahead and pass it out.
One of them's at Cruise Road, so.
And it's an exercise in Vision Zero, so.
So the rooms are the manager's conference room, Jordan room, McMillan room, and Hood.
This is it.
Yeah, so right now, if you all will think about who you want to partner with as I pass out your book.
Since you're asking a lot of questions, we can partner. You can. She's on a roll.
I didn't, it's because I haven't had enough coffee.
Oh.
When I hit my coffee quota, then I'll be quiet.
We that come with their state.
Yeah. Like this room is probably to see this.
She give you a package? You're missing your package?
I have stuff.
Oh, you have it, okay.
Oh, I've got 3.
They're handing them out.
Leon, I have your package.
So your book has your name on it. Please keep the pages together because I'll collect them at the end. Yeah. Okay.
Number 2 pencil. Make sure they go outside the line.
Buzz guy's last name?
Buzz Bizzell.
Except we can give it Sorry.
So next time, something custom unique. I got word.
Okay, so have you all identified your partner? Okay. Well, you can. So Gina, whoever your partner is, I'd like for you and your partner to start in the manager's conference room. Leon, whoever your partner, or is it the 3 of you all? Okay, so Ken, whoever your partner is, I would like for you all to start in Jordan.
What's left?
And it must, I believe you and Renee are partners. You can go to McMillan.
Mid Hill? Oh.
We're ready to start. Chief, is everything okay at Family Dollar? All right.
All right, so we will resume. Thank you all for engaging in that FY25 exercise. I hope you found it fun and exciting. More importantly, it is important to us. And so by you all identifying those initiatives, that helps us set a work plan for the year, that helps us understand budget allocations and resource allocation. And so although I know we gave you a little bit of time to complete a really big exercise, we'll continue to massage it, but it was a very important exercise. So thank you all for engaging in that. If you would, each of you have your workbook. So I'm asking by the end of the day that you all return your workbook to me so that I can collect your answers and be able to share that out tomorrow afternoon during our session.
You mean, had it been some kind of legible format? What are you talking about? No, don't go back and think about this.
Don't worry, have your opinion.
You have Renee has my opinion.
Fantastic.
You may not want to hear it, but anyway.
So we'll go ahead and move to the next topic if you all don't have any additional questions or comments about the strategic plan.
Okay, we flip-flopped two topics to account for what may or may not be going on with lunch. So we are going to next talk about the draft comprehensive plan, and then we'll talk about the resident survey afterwards. So Jay is up next.
All right, thank you, Becky. First, thank you. I had an opportunity to meet with most of you this week, either in person or via phone, to chat about the documents. I just want to say thank you for your time. We had some really good conversations. You've already had presentations from multiple presentations from staff and from our consultant team. We have the public hearing upcoming on Monday. So I thought we could take this as an opportunity today to talk about some of the finer points of the document. In your memo, I'll just go over, I had 4 bullet points that just highlighted some of the I think maybe some conversation topics for us today. The first being community character. On page, and I know a lot of you have your comp plan if you want to look at it now, or you don't have to. The public placed a high value on community character during the drafting of this document, and that people really care about their physical environment, what places look like, where they interact on a daily basis. On page 25, we talk about growth considerations. This is a really difficult one because we have heavy pressure on our infrastructure, and at the same time, we have very low land supply. And how do we improve residents' quality of life while creating a more sustainable community via development and redevelopment? Where might we see the most change? And a point I want to get across before I forget about it is that comp plan isn't all about future development. It's about preserving what you already have. So I think there's this tendency to be looking at, well, you know, where might the 4-story buildings go or the new single family neighborhoods, but it's also about preserving all of the good things we already have in Matthews. Application of the document, I'll talk about that in detail in a moment when I start the slideshow. And then finally, our downtown recommendations. I feel like we're probably going to get a lot of opinions from you all today about that. There are some recommendations on new development, infill development, intensity, density, and height that I think definitely will strike a chord with folks. So with that, I'm going to try to set a record for going through 27 slides. I think I can do this really quickly. Some I'm going to skip through. If you want to go back, that's fine. But there's some points that I don't want to forget in this document because we do want this to be an open discussion. You're familiar with the vision statements. We can move on. The plan was based on the vision statements. It's not an entirely new document. How we put the plan together, you may have already seen this Venn diagram that looks at best practices, data collection, and community input, and that's where we're trying to get to the ultimate recommendations within the document. Purpose intent, you heard this morning that by state statute, you don't have to have a comprehensive or land use plan in North Carolina, but if you want to have zoning in North Carolina, you have to have a comprehensive land use plan. So in that way, it kind of is mandated unless you want to go an entirely strange route. So we kind of say, yeah, you need it by state statute. And it's a tool that we use on a daily basis as planners in our day-to-day work as we work for the community. In some of our small group meetings this week, I talked about these three maps. These are really the core of how this document is applied. And the one item I wanted to highlight is the general framework map. The areas shaded in gray, these are areas to preserve in the plan, meaning these are most of our traditional lower density single family communities or single family neighborhoods. Those are not projected for any significant change. So when you look at the document, you see images of, mixed use developments and kind of best practices and renderings of maybe some larger buildings. That is not occurring in those areas. So I would say, Nadine, maybe 75% of the town is pretty much as is the way this document is designed. So you see the focus areas do have a lot of detail, and we admittedly spent more time on the focus areas because we said, well, these are areas to maybe strengthen, but they aren't going to see significant change. The map in the middle is what planners would call a future land use map, which is something the town's never had, but it's a look at the various types of uses and what can be anticipated in the future. And again, the areas in yellow indicate generally single family or duplex or smaller scale zoning, whereas some of the more intense colors you see here through the 74 corridor, Monroe Road, the future Silver Line, those are categorized as community activity centers, employment centers, regional activity centers. So in application, and I'll get to this in a moment, when a developer comes in and said, we want to propose X project, this is the first place we're going to flip to. Is there consistency with the plan before we start having that conversation? Yeah.
So say a developer comes to you and it's not consistent with the plan. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So say it's not consistent with the plan. Does that mean staff stops it in its tracks before it comes to us, so it doesn't come to us and we don't have to worry about that? Or is it y'all give the recommendation, hey, this isn't consistent with what the plan says, and then you give us that recommendation to say yay or nay? I guess that's maybe my question is I guess where does the buck stop? Do you send them in a different direction so we don't have to make that decision, or is it still ultimately up to us?
So there can occasionally be a little bit of gray area. I mean, this is a large scale map. We've actually been applying this in test cases already when we have conversations with developers and properties are for sale. If you were proposing a Home Depot anchored shopping center in one of those yellow areas, and the plan clearly says this is residential, we would say, there's no plan consistency here. You're welcome to attempt a rezoning, but staff cannot support this. And most developers, before they start spending real dollars on a project, they're going to take that recommendation to heart, and we would hope that they might look elsewhere for that.
But you can't really stop them.
We can't stop them. No, anyone can submit an application for rezoning or text amendment at any time. Yeah, I would say it would dampen enthusiasm probably from the developer's perspective when staff is coming out of the gate saying we just can't support this in any way. So yeah, we have an existing land use plan, but there was rarely this kind of clarity in the existing
I hate to belabor it, but can you give us an example of when that's happened? Has that happened in recent memory?
Just the current plans.
Okay, so no.
Basically, what we do right now, if somebody calls and has a question about a development, we talk amongst ourselves and we try and get a good idea of what maybe the land use plan is trying to say to us and how we feel about it. And then we say, what the commissioners have done kind of in the past. It's just not been as effective.
Thank you.
I mean, I recall probably over a decade ago, someone approached us about building a shopping center on the land at Pleasant Plains and McKee. They said, hey, we want to do a grocery anchored shopping center. The plan did give us enough indication that no, that's retail is not what we're looking for here. I never heard from them again. Same at Weddington and Pleasant Plains. That's now the county land. We had developers approach us about shopping centers, pure retail, grocery anchored. And we said, you know, that's not appropriate in that location. So it's not like we haven't had a land use plan, but this one just provides, it's like getting your first pair of glasses when you didn't realize you couldn't see well, maybe. So it's a big evolution based on what we have today. And finally, development change in intensity. So again, the areas shaded in gray are generally lower intensity. The areas in red, so you've got the Hendrick Advanced Manufacturing, areas along John Street, the hospital, and then some of the redevelopment potentials on 74 would be your areas of highest intensity in the town. So this kind of gives you an idea of what how intense that development might be. Sorry, I'm just kind of skipping through these so we have good conversations. What you will also have as board members, for the public, for developers, are what I would call place types. So when you have a development proposed at a particular corner, and let's say the plan says we want to see mixed use on this corner, these place types are going to indicate like block lengths, street types, on-street parking, public gathering areas, urban open space, mixed use. Depending on the area that the development's proposed, we can actually point to the document and say, this is the community's vision for this type of development, that we don't want a strip mall or just an out parcel pharmacy surrounded by parking. We want this type of character on the area that's proposed. And again, this is just the density. And I know, Mayor, you had some comments, one of our conversations about, I think level 5, it sounds foreboding. It was like up to 6-story buildings potentially, which is, I think our hospital's equivalent of 4 to 5 stories, but it's also, kind of the center of the site. The focus areas. So as part of our contract with the consultants, we had 3 defined focus areas. We had downtown, Matthews Mint Hill, and the US 74 corridor, where we could take, it's not a small area plan, but it was an opportunity to take a deeper dive. The downtown was by default one of the focus areas because we were doing the downtown plan. I know you all have seen some of these drawings before, and this does dovetail a little bit with our growth considerations item. I think it's the next item on the agenda where we're going to talk about pay the freight and building intensities and densities. We do have a lot of aging development on 74, and this was the consultant's kind of vision for how some of these areas could redevelop. In particular, the Target here in Matthews, our retail consultant said that it was on a per square foot basis one of the lowest grossing Targets in the Charlotte region. And the hypothesis on that was that it's not a Target that you linger at. Most of the Targets in this region are part of like lifestyle centers and mixed use centers where you've got plazas and ice cream shops and you can park the car and walk around. The Target in Matthews, old parking lot, potholes, there you don't linger there unless like your car broke down. You go into Target and then you leave. So this was the consultant's vision for how, like, this is obviously a retailer that most of our residents like having in town, but I'm picking on this corner. They said, you've got an opportunity to do structured parking, maybe create a main street and then rebuild the Target or at the back of the site with some smaller shops and maybe even some residential around it. So looking at how that this goes with the development intensity and density, that you could see this evolve one day from 1-story horizontal development with a sea of asphalt to potentially 3 or 4-story development that's a little bit more dense. And then also some ideas for how to redevelop the 74 corridor, again, preserving some of the larger big box stores that we like, Lowe's, Costco, Home Depot, but creating more walkable, more network within these shopping centers. The same with Sycamore Commons. This is the row of buildings at the back of the site along Northeast Parkway. They're currently occupied today. So these are ideas that it could be 10, 15 years or 20 years. We don't know. But as we see the the changing landscape of retail and big box. It's nice to have these plans in place. And again, this is actually a rendering of what some of these streetscapes could look like in the future.
Can I make a comment real
Yeah.
quick? Can you go back to the slide that had Costco on it? And I've made this comment several times in the past, but I think you told me when did that Lowe's go in there?
2001, I think, is when Sycamore Commons was built, roughly.
So currently, Costco on a Saturday, there's no parking. I mean, people circle the Costco for a half hour to find a place to park. Lowe's is always, there's always a lot of parking. A lot of people started parking in the Lowe's parking lot, but prior to Costco becoming so eminently popular, seems Lowe's has way too much parking and Costco doesn't have enough. Just an observation. And I think you said that the parking that was at Lowe's was what was prescribed for the square footage at that time. But on a normal day, there might be 20% of the Lowe's parking lot used. Costco's full all the time that they're open.
There is likely reciprocal parking agreements in that center. And I don't know if it'll be in the conditional zoning, but in most centers like that, you can park in one business and, and I do that sometimes too. I park at the Lowe's. But this actually, it's a really good question. It highlights why a lot of communities are moving away from minimum parking standards, because when you have a blanket minimum parking standard, you don't know how popular that business is. So it's oftentimes the business knows what their needs are better than the municipality. So that's why like Chick-fil-A might have a totally full parking lot and the Burger King next door might have 2 cars in it. So a lot of communities are moving away from minimum parking for a lot of reasons. It's because we really have too much parking in the United States. It's like, I've seen a stat somewhere, it's like 10 spaces per vehicle or something, or 12. I'm just an absurd amount of surface parking that's mostly unused. So I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah. So just going through these really quickly, we also took a deep dive again along transit corridor, looking at the Silver Line, but even absent the Silver Line for the next decade or two, we know we've got an area with vacant warehouse buildings. We know they're brownfields, and this was a look at how we could really reinvigorate, revitalize this important gateway corridor into downtown Matthews. And importantly, it connects downtown with the Briley and Midfield Station, or whatever that district around the Sportsplex will ultimately be branded as. And again, just sort of a rendering of how some of that development could look over time as development projects come in. And finally, our downtown plan. You'll notice the development here is smaller scale and more incremental. We have smaller blocks. The type of buildings we see are generally not going to be, full block size or 2 block size. They're going to be much smaller structures. I think most of you have seen this image, but we've got not 1, but 2 park spaces, hopefully, Corey, on South Trade Street. And that's the big vision, is that we're pulling people across John Street to more destinations and amenities, and not letting John Street be, a barrier that people don't want to cross, but that they'll cross because there are new shops and restaurants and recreation amenities and cultural amenities on South Trade Street. Yeah.
Before you go to the next slide, will you take you have a pointer, and point out where the school is on there, so that we recognize that it is on this map, and even though there's a park space in front of it, school exists.
Right. So a lot of this work was done last fall, and we took a best guess that the school would probably be at the back of the site. So that's a potential footprint of Matthews Elementary School. So this is the community center here. And then this is a proposed new park space and the footprint of the existing school. Thank you. And finally, our downtown design guidelines. As I mentioned earlier this morning, we've had design guidelines in place for 25 years now. So these are an evolution that will hopefully give us better architectural standards. I know there's a minimum 2-story requirement. There's more facade articulation requirements. So John, you've read through this a little bit. And to kind of tee one up here, we do have building heights indicated here. Right now, downtown's 40-foot height limit. This proposes keeping most of our development at 40 feet in the HUC district, but also potentially going up to 65 feet, which would allow some taller structures in and around downtown. So I'm sure we'll get some feedback on that, but that was the consultants looking at where we want mixed use in the town and also the future transit line coming through. Again, just some of the building design examples that are provided. And finally, at the end of the document, and this is something you'll hear from us at the public hearing on Monday, we do have our implementation strategies. We're working to firm those up, and just hearing additional comment come in now. We'll be bringing some revisions to this in the next month. And I said I would be fast. That was 27 slides. So, but with that, I'll tee it up for conversation. And
no bodegas.
No bodegas. Does everybody know what we're talking about?
So hopefully you've had an opportunity to go through the comprehensive plan, and I don't know if you can turn to is it possible to pull that up? Can we go to that page or?
The case study page?
Yeah.
It is, Maureen, it's on the link. On the agenda page. Actually, it's not in the presentation.
Right. Anyway, I think most or all of you have had a chance to look at it, and I for one, and I'm one of 7, was not real impressed with at least the examples that were given for the very small kind of micro.
The second one, that one.
Let's go ahead and we'll call it up here. Wait a minute. It was actually in multiple sections. Okay.
Or which chapter is that, Nadine? So it should be 5. If you click on chapter 5, Maureen, sorry. Yeah.
So when I read over the comprehensive plan, this jumped out at me. And the other thing that I shared with Jay that get quite a bit of feedback on is tapping the brakes on so many apartments that we're building here. And in particular, I was concerned, I know this comprehensive plan advocates for much higher density downtown here where we are. And I was concerned that not be achieved by putting a bunch of apartments, big, massive apartments near the downtown area. I don't think that our constituents have let us know that's not what they want. We recognize we need, some higher density housing. I actually met with Jay with John and we talked about the missing middle, which we talk about quite a bit, but a product for younger people that maybe would be a smaller single family home, certainly not in the downtown area, but a townhomes, condos, things like that. So those are my 2 overarching concerns about the document, but we're going to get to the bodegas here someday. Man, that's slow. Tell the mouse to run faster in the little wheel there.
Well, kind of to your point, we talked about the distinction between traditional multifamily and mixed use a little bit. And Gina, we talked about that as well. And you brought up Birkdale Village earlier. Those multifamily above the shop space. And from a form-based perspective, oftentimes it's really the street level that matters, is having an active streetscape, having shops and restaurants, and what goes on in those upper floors, particularly in the downtown or mixed use district. It could be office, it could be residential. And I think for the average citizen, creating interesting places to visit, part of that is mixed use. That when you develop a traditional multifamily product, the public doesn't go there. It's a private community. The pool's private, the gym's private. But when you build mixed use, like NRP is planning, you actually have destinations as part of that project, particularly in downtown.
Have all of the elected officials been to Birkdale Village in Huntersville? Have you all seen it? Mark and Leon, have you guys been there? I highly encourage you to go there. It's the people that live there and go to that development love it. And I was sharing with Susan and Jay, one of the things they have as far as hospitality is they encourage all their shop owners, which are street level, to know the people that live above, know their names, know their spouse's name, know their dog's name. So it's very friendly, like micro community. And I mean, Burkdale Village is just a beloved spot in Huntersville. The people that live there and go there, Huntersville is very proud of it. Another thing they did on that site is they either saved or planted when they built it. I think they saved some of those legacy oak trees, I believe. So they have 50-foot tall, 25 or 30, 50-foot tall oak trees that run through the development and providing shade. A lot of open areas for people to meet. They show movies and things outside on a plaza, kind of like we used to do at Stumptown Park. Man, this is the slowest computer on earth. Just imagine a bodega. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you have it in your book, page 146, if you take a look at it, there's a picture of what they're calling a bodega, which is kind of a micro retail. Good. Thank you. And I just thought that this particular example, there it is. That right there looks like something you'd see along the boardwalk at the beach or something. I think they look kind of cheesy and not very classy. And I'm not sure where exactly we would put those, but if I wouldn't want something like that built in our downtown area. I think that looks really tawdry almost. I don't know what others think. Again, I'm one of 7, but I was not a fan when I saw that picture in particular.
Would this be considered kind of like the Your Mom's Donuts in Park Road Shopping Center? Is that considered like a little, is
that's a good example. I mean, in developer speak, that's a jewel box. It's like a small retail building, like a Denny's ice cream.
I particularly like that. I go to Park Road Shopping Center quite a bit, and that's really popular and really beloved. I do agree that this is kind of ugly and not the best, but I think there's better examples.
I saw the plans for the jewel box stuff that they're going to do at the new Ballantyne Reimagined, and they're literally like a jewel box. I mean, they're like a glass box, and they're bigger, and they just look a lot more classy. I don't know. I just think it'd be really important is where we would put something like this. I understand the intent is to have a retail space that would be less expensive for someone to move into to start a business up. But I wouldn't want to see, for instance, the new park that we're talking about where the school is, I wouldn't want to see it lined with stuff like this on the sides of it. I think I don't know. Just that does not look like Matthews to me. And I can't imagine it'd have to be significantly different for me to support something like that. Anybody else want to comment on it? I mean, anybody else have any thoughts on it?
I just want to say, I think what I hear you saying is that this is a potentially good idea. However, the design needs to be more reflective of Matthews if we're going to try and do something like that. So maybe, as Jay said and Nadine said, they're going to swap out some of the images. If we could find an image that suits the character of Matthews, then it would be that you would be more open for consideration.
I think that's a fair assessment. I also mentioned to Jay that, the building that MB is going to build here on Station Street is, at least initially, and I don't know what it is now, but it was supposed to have micro retail in a bigger building. So it'd be a bit larger building, but may have, 10 different small retail spaces. I think that's more palatable than having individual little boxes for me anyway. But
they also brought us some shipping container village examples, and those are
yeah,
really
let's
great.
not do that.
But our response was maybe not in downtown Matthews, maybe somewhere else in Matthews, but not downtown.
Just to add to the conversation, because I'm looking on my phone at some precedent images, and Burkdale Village is getting a micro retail Warby Parker, and we have Warby Parker in Charlotte there too. However, I went to Greenville, South Carolina to visit one of their stores just because, of the way it's set up. So I feel like if you nail it, you nail it. You bring people, it attracts people to Matthews for something special and interesting.
Yeah, again, I really encourage the elected officials to go to Burkdale Village and just walk around, see how they've done it there. It's pretty high density, but it's all the stuff along at the street level is retail and restaurants, and it's a nice comfortable space. I think they have structured parking in the back.
Yes.
And again, the tree save. I mean, there's trees like that in the picture, even larger, all along the corridor there. Very, very walkable place. You could linger for several hours and go to different bookstores in there and coffee shops and stuff. It's just really nice, and lots of small spaces for people to meet and talk, and benches and things. It's just a really comfortable, nice area where I think higher density could be done in Matthews in a nice way, rather than just popping a couple big apartments. That's not what we want, in my opinion.
Okay.
That whole development is amazing what he did there, and it's all single family across the street for blocks. And then behind it are townhouses.
Right.
And so, I mean, it's a massive development of all types of housing uses, plus the commercial area. And the commercial integrates the upstairs housing.
And all very walkable, so people that live in the townhouses or the single family can walk to all these stores and things. It's just it's a nice development, done very well. Does anybody have any feedback for Jay and the rest of the staff regarding apartments in general? That's the biggest feedback I get from our constituents when I'm out and about in town is, please tap the brakes on apartments. You've approved enough. We don't need more massive apartment complexes in Matthews.
Yeah, I agree. I think we need to tap the brakes. What I'd like to see more from developers and plans are the implementation of duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes. I was just in the Queens Road area, and really, really high end neighborhood. And it looked like there's these mega McMansions, and I found out they're quadplexes. So, it looks really nice. It's a really, really nice neighborhood, but you have 4 families living in what is a beautiful looking home. And so you don't really lose a lot of what makes it seem like a single family area. So I think, we need to really put the pressure on to ask for that, because not only does it help with affordability, it helps with, tax base as well.
Do you see that, and this is looking at what's done with their UDO over the past several years, do you see that in those existing areas of town? So revising our minimum lot sizes and where we allow duplexes by right, or do you see that more? I know that's a loaded question, and like in areas proposed for new development as part of rezonings.
I don't think we need to go to maybe that extreme right now. I think what, we see townhouses, we see apartments, but I mean, John Urban's really the person who kind of turned me on to all of this, is how good it can be if it's done right. And so we need to, when there's single family being built, maybe you have that as your gradient, quadplexes into townhouses, and slow down some of the apartment building, because I think it creates density that maybe is needed, but not to an extreme where it's hurting the overall feel of the town.
Yeah, Baxter Village in Rock Hill, which we toured as a board. When was that?
10 years ago, maybe.
Was that long ago? Wow.
It's been a while. 8 or 10.
Long time ago. We should probably do it again. But that's another. I think most of you have been to Baxter Village. It's like a mini town almost, but same thing. And they have, the reason I thought of that is they have several of those. Looks like a nice, really beautiful house, and you realize, hey, there's 6 families that live in there in this one. It just looks like a single family house. It's amazing. But again, great integration of multiple types of housing, from single family, townhouse, condo, whatever. So
I'll piggyback on that. I mean, I guess part of it's the education process on multifamily. I'm not sure that people want to say tap the brakes or don't build any apartments. I would say a good percentage of that is the us versus them syndrome. But anybody who can afford $2,500 a month, I doubt is going to be, carjacking or doing drugs or something like that's possible. But anyway, I will commend where Kathy started and Jay picked up, and where the boards have really pressured the multifamily developers. I would say we have the most unique multifamily arrangements, and each one subsequently got better and better and better. I think Bainbridge sort of fell through the cracks a little bit, but I think if you look at Capital Two Partners, which is right behind Academy Sports, you're seeing single family homes going up with cottages and townhomes, and then a really nice vertically integrated mixed use building out on the main street, which talked to your point about the layering process. That's going to be a really nice addition to that neighborhood. And then Santee or Santee or whatever they're going to call it eventually, that took it to the next level of beginning to find that missing middle. So it explored every range of housing type in a very confined area from that aspect of it, because that's the only way you're going to achieve some level of economy for people wanting to move into the area. I mean, if we do all family homes on single acre lots, we're going to be catering to Wells Fargo client, executives and bank people. We have to find housing opportunities for the fire, police, nurse practitioners, paralegals, and things of that nature. And it may be an impossibility. I don't know. But, when Jay and the mayor and I met and we talked about this a little bit, my big rub, everybody may think, he's all for this comprehensive plan. Is my big rub was that I don't need to see 5 or 6 story buildings. I just need to see good horizontally mixed and vertically mixed uses that you can achieve through 3 or 4 stories. And maybe it's 3 stories as an average and maybe 4 stories on the corner here or there. But I think you can create a very unique identity. And I thought one of the failings of this comprehensive plan was it really read as a status quo that if we go down 485 and we get off at Pineville or we get off at Ballantyne or we get off at Cornelius, it's the same play. 6-story corporate buildings, and then it goes down into town or whatever. And I think we have an opportunity to be completely different from that aspect of it. As I mentioned before, to be more of a Greenville, South Carolina, be more of a Charleston, be more of a Savannah, more true to our roots in terms of the quality of creating a community that's not about, brand identity buildings, et cetera, et cetera. It's more cohesive and knitted together. So, I think we use the phrase missing middle, and a lot of people don't know what that means, but there's so many opportunities at the missing middle, just starting with a townhome to get 7 to 9 units per dwelling unit, per acre, and then notch it up a little bit to a quad or a 6-plex or whatever. And to Ken's point, you have no clue as to what it is. They look like mini mansions in a lot of respects. So, I think that's where we've steadily been pushing the developers. I think the aspect of it is that also drives land value up, the cost of the product up, and that really puts us into a bind in the conversation about affordable housing. So I don't know how to get over that hurdle unless you let a developer some free rein, and it's a bonus. You give us 10% of affordable housing and we'll give you X, Y, or Z. But I think overall, I think the town's done a really, really, really good job. I just think that some of the negativity around apartments, I could see more towards Charlotte, but the projects in Matthews have been good, better, and best, and they just continually got better. I just think we're now at that stepping point where we need to start demanding that next level, the structured NRP, the structured parking and things of that nature. And we'll round out really nicely. It's just what other communities aren't doing, and they're overshooting on the other side of the spectrum. They're either not building enough multifamily to create an affordable component, or they're over the top and it's all apartments, and they're missing the single family home component.
Yep. So you'll note in the document that our rate of home ownerships declined about 10% over the last 10 or 12 years. And then when you look at our pending zonings or completed, I would say 90-ish% of our new housing proposals in Matthews are for rent. So you're seeing the market is really pushing multifamily. We'll build to rent. Your density bonuses, and I've talked to a few of you about this, they could also be structured such that if you do a density bonus, that a certain percentage of those homes are under a certain square footage. So tell the builder like, hey, we get it, we're going to give you more density, but 30% of those homes are going to be 1,500 square feet or less. So you're kind of building into that development plan that not every house is going to be 2,500 to 3,500 square feet. Now the house may sell for a very high dollar per square foot, but it might be attainable. For instance, the new townhomes next to Butler High School, Malia, you sent me that link. They're start around 300, but it's 800 square feet, but it's attainable. Those are the most attainable new home opportunities I'm aware of in Matthews.
So another thing I brought this up a couple times in our meetings, but I want to make everyone aware of is another thing that we're seeing. I believe Charlotte's number 2 or 3 in the nation for venture capitalists buying for sale properties and renting them. So we're seeing that in my neighborhood, an old established single family development where people are coming in and buying houses that are for sale and then turning around and renting them. And I think we're always at risk for that. So just keep that in mind. If, as we can't demand, but we, kind of nudge developers into do more for sale type products that over in Charlotte, there's been entire subdivisions bought by venture capitalists. They buy the entire neighborhood. We want to buy these 300 houses that were all for sale, and then they rent them because it's just so profitable. They can do that. So just keep that in mind. That's a real risk here in this area.
So over the next month or two, we're still gathering additional input. I mean, it's fine if you don't have a lot of major concerns, but this is the time that we want to address and make revisions to the current draft in advance of hopefully April, May, looking for a potential adoption of the document. So if something else comes to mind, please send me an email, call me, set up a meeting. And John, I mean, not to push back a little bit on you said some of the failings. If you really read through the document, the core purpose is to make this town more walkable and bikeable, and that we want to do our best to maintain the appearances of small town, that we're not Charlotte, that it's community character, through architecture. A lot of it is where we're going to accomplish that.
Yeah. I think the whole thing is good architecture sells. Mm-hmm. And good architecture can reinforce, as well as streetscape cross sections and landscaping can sell a development and sell a community. It was just that we've always had I don't need a consultant to come in here and tell me that we need to maintain our small town and community feel. Everybody's demanded that and look for that. But the aspect was that they leapfrog over that is how can you continue that thought, that flavor through the whole process? And it's not by using a Ballantine model. It's about sort of stepping back and looking at a model that's a little bit more unique from that aspect of it. I think that would continue to reinforce. So if you're on the other side of 485, for example, in the Hendrick area, you'd still have that sense of small town feel. You go to downtown, you'd have it. You go over to the Sportsplex, you have it. You wouldn't get a sense that this is identifiably really, really radically different. And I think and I'm only one of 7 from that aspect of it, but I think no matter where you're at in Matthews, you should feel like you're in Matthews. That's why we do the wayfinding and the branding, and hopefully someday along 74 we'll make an improvement. So that's kind of what my overarching goal is it's not like you go to a lot of communities and it's sort of like the downtown's really, really quaint, and then a mile away is like Mac Daddy suburbia, corporate center USA. And I think it could be, you're spending so much effort on the parks, the pathways, the multi-use paths, and threading this all together to have this all imbibed as one really overarching unique community. It's kind of like, it's my big picture vision, but that's my take on it. But I agree with you wholeheartedly there.
Just to comment, I initially, when we first talked about this, I was saying, hey, yeah, maybe it's not a bad idea to have a 6-story hotel or something at the Sportsplex, but having reflected on it and speaking to John Urban, I tend to agree with him. I think I like the idea of keeping things, 4 stories or whatever. I just want to remind everybody or all the elected officials, that this is going to be, I think, as Malia said, our playbook for the next decade or so. So I really encourage you to read it as much as you can. I'll be honest, I didn't read every word of it, but I did spend a couple hours with it. Go through it and let Jay know of anything you've got heartburn about or something you don't like or any concerns, either now or in the next couple of weeks. Please do that, because it will be a living document, but it is our playbook. So if there's stuff in here you really dislike, please speak now. Be helpful. Renee.
I agree with the building height on, not going up so high. That was the one page I had marked in mine, but I think as a document and as it's presented to the public, I'm not sure how this information translates it as far as, I mean, it's word heavy. And, and so I'm going to come to town hall and go talk to you in planning about something and flip through the document and just pull out bits and pieces. So I think what it needs for me and for the way that my brain works is more like punches of information.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Well, and that would be helpful, but maybe some of the pages are overwhelming with images even, and take those images and make more quality reflective images of Matthews that show sort of what Matthews is about, rather than having numerous images of options, things that really pull sort of what we see as fits the town. And then again, and I brought this up to Jay on the phone yesterday, is that some of the pages, it would be helpful if I don't remember which maps it was, but if there's like a tiny little map that shows, okay, we are talking about this place and this place. So it's on the page and you're not flipping back and forth and trying to remember, oh, this means this, or just to make it more readable, reader friendly, public friendly, and also so that people aren't pulling out pieces without the context. So maybe if it is supposed to be reflective of a walkable multimodal town, I don't get that from just looking through it. How do we make that have a bigger presence in first glance?
Yeah, I thought that was a good suggestion. And also keep in mind that the downtown plan, I initially had reservations about incorporating it into the comp plan. I think it was ultimately the best idea, but it's meant to be a freestanding document that you could just print out. So it seems like there's redundancy sometimes as you're reading through it. John, you'd made that comment, but it is meant to be its own document. I mean, we'll probably have it linked separately on our webpage, once it's approved.
Another comment I've got is when we were at the Sportsplex for one of the public comment sessions, I had several people come up to me, and I heard people say this, kind of reflective of what John just said, is we don't want Matthews to look like Charlotte. I heard that comment over and over, and a couple of people actually stopped me as I was walking to my car to leave. We don't want Matthews to be, look just like Charlotte. So I think that's goes hand in hand with what John was saying about keeping the height a little lower and keeping the small town feel as much as we can.
That's good feedback. Thank you.
All right, next we have Maureen, who is going to be talking about the resident survey.
That's what I like.
Okay. Okay, well, as you know, we conducted our biannual resident survey. And we recently have the results, again, partnering with Western Carolina University and Dr. Collins. Dr. Collins is going to present the findings to you at a board meeting sometime in the near future. He does teach a class on Monday evening, so it's been hard to schedule him. But we are grateful to Western Carolina for doing this entire study, administering the survey for us and compiling the results, because it's extremely beneficial. So overall, respondents shared very positive views of Matthews. They're happy with the services provided. They agree that Matthews is a good place to live, safe place to live, and again, satisfied with the current level of most town services. So what we want to do today is dig into just a couple of the questions from the survey that focus specifically on elected town leaders, which I have here. And then the last question is focused on whether Matthews is a good environment for businesses to succeed. So it's hard to know exactly why these results are what they are, but this is to just really get us talking and determine if there are any takeaways or to-dos from these results. So I have discussion questions here, but feel free to come up with your own questions or just a free-flowing discussion. And we'd like to just divide up into small groups here. So maybe 3 or 4 people or so. If you could just divide up yourselves and go through each one of these, talk about the discussion questions, and we'll come back together as a group and we'll have you each report out what you talked about and any takeaways from it. Make sense? All good? Let's see. About 5 minutes per question would be good. Yeah. Yes, we'll reconvene at 2 o'clock. And if you can just be ready to kind of report out for each group. You can, yeah, however you want to divide it up. And staff's included. If staff wants to jump in with any group, please do so.
There you go. There you go.
Hey, Leon, can you meet with Ken and Renee? Divide up. I'm gonna get out of the way. You guys come down here. I made the decision.
So you're the boss now. I see.
Yeah.
I see.
You gotta watch out.
Usually you're.
I got to do that. Oh, there.
Oh, no, we can. Yeah, you can. Yeah, we can.
There goes that one file.
If I wanted to work, I wouldn't retire.
John and I were talking about this. Yeah, I think I unless you're really involved, I think that's more out there. I think it's, we had this conversation, we have my central line. And people talk about actually. Almost everything, it's the same, it's like, you know. The people who know who we are. That's really from this. I mean, I don't know, just don't know. Yeah. Control, but it's control. Like I. Why did you let show it to us?
Well, yeah, that's, I mean, that's the other thing. People just think that, we are Charlotte, that we are a neighborhood of Charlotte, and that Charlotte has authority over us. There are a number of people that. And then, and that's just.
Well, I think, yeah, I think you have to do what you can to reach out. I mean, that's, think about our. That's 35,000. That's 10%. Just saying. So it's, you know, maybe how we can be more indicated, but it's not. Give this.
And that, I just want you to say a minute ago about that. No, they don't mean it. Oh, they're- it's just a matter of communication. Governmental one. They want it right there.
Yeah, because that's what we're saying. Yeah,
Not about that.
Okay, hopefully you've all had a chance to get through most of these. So I did, yeah. That's my laptop on there. So if we just maybe go through these one by one, or do we just want to do report outs? Any preference in the group? Taking a look at the first one, elected town leaders show strong leadership. 41% agree or strongly agree, 50% neutral or unsure, 9% disagree, strongly disagree. So some of the discussion questions here, what does this result tell you? Are people uninformed about the actions of the board, and what can we do to change that? So this group over here, oh, you all moved. What were your conversations around this question, if you have anything to report?
Okay, so we rifled through them very quickly and we looked at one of the overarching conversations was about this idea of unsure, uninformed. And I was telling everyone that 12 years ago, the only thing we had was the flyer or newsletter. And then we were talking about how you have all the other new mediums. But in talking to Becky, it sounds like we've diluted the process a little bit because there are certain people on Facebook, certain people on Twitter, some people come to the YouTube, some people get the newsletter kind of thing. And so we've lost that concentrated effort because the underlying thing is it seems like there's still a lot of folks, and John sort of attested to this, that people coming up to him was like, hey, when do you have meetings? Or do you have a website and stuff like that? So one of the things is we have that age-old problem of getting the information out there and providing information from that aspect of it. And then the bigger debate is, and again, I think that what is his name? Dr. Todd Collins can speak to more of the data because, you know, you have a high neutrality. Is it neutrality because people just don't know? Or is it a different conversation? And I tend to lean to the fact that there's a lot more people, you know, they could walk up to John, don't know he's the mayor, are more uninformed or unsure from that aspect of it. So I've been participant of this many times, and they fluctuate a little bit. It's only one of those years where you have no tax increase, you've had no controversial rezonings, everything's gone like clockwork, you didn't change your trash company and stuff like that the ratings are usually high.
43%.
Yeah, exactly. It's never quantifiably really huge. And I think we could go back to a lot of those old ones. That'd be an interesting study to sort of look at those.
That's actually what's pulled up here. This group wanted to
good.
see the 2021 results. So it's they're not added up, but you can see the numbers are down a little bit in terms of
Yeah.
agreeing or strongly agreeing with strong leadership.
Another comment that I made in our group is we've had a lot of development recently in our town, and everybody, just almost everybody, including myself, with few exceptions, if you build something right near where you live that used to be a field or a forest or whatever, people get angry, and nobody wants anything built next to them. And we've built lots of stuff near a lot of people and they're simply not happy. I mean, so I think it's a recognition of, not in my backyard. You can build all this stuff, but don't build it near me. I use the example when they built Graylock Ridge, which is where Becky lives. That's kind of in my backyard. And I wasn't real happy when they built that. That was 57-acre forest that I used to go hiking with my kids in. And then they clear cut it and built a neighborhood there. So I think these numbers are kind of reflective of the fact that we're building a lot of stuff, and when it's near someone's house, they don't like it, or where they live.
Yeah, our group had a similar thought process as I viewed, and I think we viewed the neutral or unsure, is that they just don't know who we are. I think a lot of people just, whether it be apathy or lack of information, just don't know who we are. A lot of people think, like Renee said, Matthews is just a neighborhood of Charlotte and Vi Lyles is our mayor, not John Higdon. And so there's a lot of those folks. And so, we talked about how do you reach out? How do you get people to understand who you are? Because I can't count how many times I've gone into a school and spoke to students and like, what the heck is this guy doing here? Who is he? And so, we have to do a good job with that. And I want to give some shout out to Maureen, is, she has done that with the newsletter and social media and things like that to meet people where they are, because we have such a generational divide. You have the older generations who aren't really with the technology, but may not have the means to come to a board meeting. So they're going to see it in the Matthews Midhill Weekly or in something that's mailed to them print. And then my generation is on TikTok all the time and on Instagram. And so having information on TikTok, Instagram, those medias help reach out to people. And so I think that's going to help. And I'd be curious to see as, we continue to bolster our communications, how that's going to be in 2 years. But I think we as elected officials too can do a better job of meeting people where they are, going to Girl Scout meetings, going to schools, having coffee with a commissioner. I think those things are really helpful for people understanding who we are. And I think a lot of the problem is too, people don't trust like the federal and state government. So they believe all elected officials suck, and that, that we're all not trustworthy, but we're the closest to people. And so, a person can see Gina going to get a cup of coffee at Brakeman's and say, hey, this is our mayor pro tem. I can go talk to her. And so I think we need to do a better job of.
And we will be talking about engagement opportunities later today. So
I went recently to talk to a group of students, and several of their parents were in the room, and I was introduced as the mayor, and one of the parents asked me if I was Jim Taylor, who hasn't been mayor in 8 years. So we're very similar. He's my twin.
Maureen, to piggyback on that, we just interpolated your numbers over here, and working from backwards, question number 3 about decisions about development, it is virtually an unchanged number. Yeah. And then number 2, guiding Matthews in the right direction is a ±2 in difference. I mean, it's within the margin of error aspect of it, but the neutrality is exactly the same. Mm-hmm. Disagreement, but the only one that's kind of the outlier is number 1 a little bit, but I'm not even sure that's really an outlier from that aspect of it. So it's not that estranged from where we were before. I'd be curious even going back even further, but okay.
So the last survey was the first one we did that was a random sample.
Okay.
Or
the style where you did that.
Before it was self-select, we just put it out to anybody and they would take the survey, but now we're trying to do a more scientific study. Mm-hmm.
But I think the other message though out of those results is even if it's kind of potentially statistically the same by the time you account in a margin of error, it's not moving notably higher, which is where we would want it to. If anything, it's potentially slipped a little bit lower, but how do we move more people off of neutral or unsure in particular, ideally getting them into the happy camp, but at least having a stronger opinion one way or the other, which may come down to getting more information to them.
Yeah, Mark made this comment and I agree. I mean, we can't be real excited and high-fiving each other when only 41% of the population thinks we're showing strong leadership. That's pretty bad. It's not, that's not a great number to be real happy with. I don't know how we get it. I don't know how much higher you could reasonably get it, but, having less than half of the people that took the survey think we show strong leadership is not a good result.
Is there interest from the board in trying to take a deeper dive into some of these results? So, for example, you might try to put together some focus groups to understand why somebody answered that way. So we don't have the data, but we know with the independent codes that went out, Western Carolina would know who responded. So we could potentially reach back out to that group and say, hey, we know you completed the survey. Would you be interested in participating in maybe some small focus groups to maybe try to ask some deeper questions to understand the why behind some of the answers, which could help reveal, is it a lack of information, or is it, specific feedback that they could provide that could help us perhaps have a better understanding?
Going on. Was there any demographic breakdown of these answers in the report?
Yes, that's
Okay.
included in the report.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Back to your point, Becky. I'm more interested in seeing if these numbers change once people have time to digest that annual report that was sent out. I'd be really interested in that. I mean, I obviously always want feedback and want to improve in the way that I serve constituents, but given this new type of education on what we're doing and what successes we're seeing, I'd really like to know if that shifts perception.
So to interpret that, I guess what I'm hearing you saying is, do we go kind of full throttle with some of these new initiatives, see where that may land us with new results, and then determine how we feel about trying to dive in deeper at that point?
Yeah, I think we'll have a better sort of breadth of knowledge at that point. And so that's just obviously, as we keep saying, one of 7 opinions. But that to me would be, maybe more helpful than a one-on-one.
One of the other things our group discussed was how we get better outreach to people that live here. Again, a lot of people don't know when our meetings are. We know it's standing room only for our meetings, right? I mean, most of them have fewer than 10 people in the audience. Unless there's a big zoning case or something, nobody comes to our meetings. There's not a lot. I think Maureen says, hey, there's, 4 people watching online. And I think one of them is my mom or something. So we're not seeing a lot, but what we discussed is one of the best outreaches, or most popular that we've had recently, was we were live streamed on Facebook with a couple commissioners. I think it was during COVID. You helped us with that, Maureen? Facebook Live, because there were a lot of, generally, I mean, there might be like 50 people that participated in that at a time. So it was bigger bang for the buck, because we talked about coffee with the commissioner. Mayor Bailey used to have breakfast with the mayor, and 2 people would show up. I made the comment I thought I was dating somebody because the same woman showed up with coffee, and it's just her and me every time. So I don't know, maybe we do another Facebook Live or a streaming event with a couple commissioners, and that reached a lot of folks, and we got a lot of feedback, more than anything else we've done, I think.
Do we know what those numbers are on YouTube? I rewatched a meeting the other night and it had 140 views. So between YouTube and Zoom and whatever other, are they posted to Facebook? I don't know.
No.
Yeah. Do you have that that cumulative
I
data?
don't have it off the top of my head. I would say it's probably about 100 to 200 views per meeting, except for some of your meetings, which have many hundred, so particular rezonings and things like that. But mostly it's about 100 to 200 views. No?
Do we know what a comparable town with a robust communication system, like what should we expect? Is, you know, do we have those measurements?
I'll find that out, and I'll look at all our numbers and compare them.
And I would say also that maybe it makes more sense to look at our numbers after we have the new audio video equipment, because it is hard to watch them. And so once there's something a little more stable, we may see some boost there. I mean, I would hope.
Anything else? Did anyone get to the good environment for businesses question? I just pulled that one out because the other questions in that category were in the 90s and this one was 70. I just wonder if you all are hearing anything from the business community.
So I had two thoughts. I think one, the neutral, unsure, people walk around town, they drive around town, they can see what's happening with business. I think maybe people are unsure because there's been some empty storefronts. You know, you look at what was just on the corner of John and Trade, and Moo and Brew is empty, Beantown is empty, and so maybe some people view that as we're not a great place for business, when that's not the town's fault. That's the private developer who owns the business's fault. But I think a majority of people see downtown is bustling. You go to Target, there's people there, even though there's a ton of potholes, according to Jay. But I think overall people can kind of assume and see what's going on. And I mean, 3% disagree or strongly disagree. I think that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I think it's impressive.
Yeah, I think our business owners, particularly in the downtown corridor, are overjoyed to be here. Their business is booming. I speak to them, they're like, wow, I've never had this amount of business ever. It's fantastic. Standing remotely. Very few businesses are doing poorly that relocate to Matthews. So if you got a good product, there's a lot of people, a lot of ready foot traffic to make a business successful.
Can I add to that, Mayor? This is just a tangent, but I spoke to the landlord of the Moo and Brew building the other day, and he said that, so it wasn't direct, it was hearsay, but he said that that Moo and Brew has had day after day of profits above and beyond what they've ever seen at Plaza Midwood. So again, that speaks to good planning for Matthews and being attractive to people, bringing people in. So I think that's a huge success.
Okay, well, if there's nothing else, thank you all, and we'll continue the conversation later today about the board engagement activities.
Next year, can you have a question like, what is the level of greatness of the town board, or something? Something that's, yeah, something is so leading. I'm like, how come you suck? 2:30. Break till 2:30. Which means 2:40, 2:45. Let's get back to it. It was 2:30, 5 minutes ago. Hey now.
Island time.
Jay, you're up.
All right. Once again, so Maureen, I have that other slideshow is for this item. So if it's easiest for everyone, you've got the memo in your packet that I'll speak to a little bit. And then I've also got just a few quick slides that I put together, not 27, more like 7 or 8 or less. I don't know. So our conversation today is, it's about town build out, the so-called pay the freight, which I've been hearing here as long as I can remember, like 10, 12 years, maybe it predates me. And then an update to the infamous Minicozy study. So just going back to the memo, these are all interrelated decisions. Like we're running out of runway to have natural growth that helps pad our tax rate and our tax revenues. And when I say that, when you look at the comp plan, you see that there's just not a lot of vacant land left. And the town being able to continually depend on, new developments and new growth for additional tax revenues, that those opportunities are going to dwindle in the future. Now we will have redevelopment, but as we look at how the town builds out, we also need to be cognizant of how we pay for services to those new developments and those new citizens. And as I've mentioned to a few of you in our small group meetings, when you have a rezoning, there's this kind of emotional response to development that's, oh my gosh, there's going to be more traffic. You're cutting the trees down. The cows are going away. The schools are overcrowded. But in reality, there's also the piece on the back end, and it's part of Teresa's job. It's like, how do we balance our budget? Like, how do we pay for everything that we absolutely need, like our essential services, and then our wants as well? So that's all part of this conversation about growth today. So the build out options in the memo, that's the Envision Matthews plan, right? Like we did the various scenarios with our consultants that looked at the growth intensities and kind of landed, somewhat in the middle. The next one is the pay the freight, and this report is one that I was really fascinated with. It's actually it's in your booklet. The town of Gardner put this together just last fall. It was done by Matt Nooncaster with City Explained, who is one of our sub-consultants. He was the primary on the planning piece of the comp plan. But what this did for the community was they looked at what it cost per dwelling to provide services. So if you look through the report in your document, they know what the cost per dwelling is for police, fire, admin, planning, public works, and they were able to break it down and create a breakdown so they understand what things need to be valued at just to provide these services. And I took, it's 30, 40, 50 pages, but I pulled some interesting numbers out of here. And they said the cost for single family homes, it costs their town about $1,700 annually to provide all of the services in the community for a single family dwelling. They found that multifamily was a little bit lower. It was about $1,300. That can be explained with lack of public streets. They're probably much like Matthews in that we don't provide solid waste services for multifamily. That's considered commercial, so we don't do rollouts for multifamily. But this was also done, they worked with each department head. And for instance, they could tell you that, this was an example he gave, that the police see more calls for service there to the multifamily due to the density, but the fire saw more calls for service to the single family. So I don't know how that breaks down in all of their reporting, but they said that they had a better overall understanding of where the expenditures are. They also came out with a break-even tax analysis as well that basically said for a single-family dwelling, you need to be about $873 and $772. So non-residential really pads your tax rate because your parks, for instance, like if you've got shopping centers, you're not seeing demand for your parks. The number that really caught my attention and made me call their consultant, though, was They were going a different direction than Matthews, and this was really kind of shocking to me. Matt said that the town of Gardner said, we want tons of apartments because, man, they are a cash cow. They bring in so much revenue. Let's just plan for lots and lots of apartments because it's really good for our tax base. What the numbers bore out for them were that the valuations, there was a massive gap in the value of each apartment dwelling. For instance, each apartment needed to be valued at $328,000 to provide services, and they're only being valued at $169,000. So the apartments were basically valued at about half of what they needed to be valued at, just for the community to break even on providing services to that particular development. They found with single family, in townhomes, the gap was far smaller, that they were almost at parity, but it was there's still about a $30,000 gap. The study for them, unfortunately, was done right before a reval year. So if it were done now or maybe next year, they might have a better understanding of where they landed. But it was definitely an eye opener. Now, each community is different. If Matthews were to do this study, we may have different results. But for those of you that have been on the board for quite some time, this might be a good endeavor for us to better understand where the money goes and where the dollars come in and where that money goes. To do a similar study like this, probably sub 40,000 to do a very similar version of this that would look at everything through the same lens and provide us with some outputs.
Why would we expect our results to be any different? In other words, why would we spend $40,000 to find out the same thing?
Well, so for instance, the numbers are all specific to that community. It's their population, it's how many police officers they have, how many fire departments they have, or fire stations, their staffing, the age of the apartments. You would get vastly different results. Oh, I shouldn't say vastly, but you can't just look at one community study and say, well, it'll be the same in Matthews.
That makes sense, but it seems that single family homes are always going to be valued much more than an apartment. So I don't know. I understand what you're saying. It would be tied into the number of police and fire, et cetera, but I would expect that you would see a very similar result in that there's a gap between a single family house and an apartment. And I would expect a similar result, maybe with different numbers.
Yeah. There is at least one community, one of our peer communities is probably going to move forward with a similar study here shortly. Any other questions on the pay the freight concept?
Could you clarify?
Yeah.
Did you say it was economically better for the town with the single family than it was apartment economically, based on what you just shared? Is that what you're telling us, based on the services that are provided and tax base received economically for a town like Gardner? I think it was Gardner. It would if the numbers were pretty much the same, would it also be so for Matthews or a town like Matthews?
So this is a really good question. It's a little bit of a slippery slope because we're concerned about affordable housing in Matthews. You could deduct two things from this: that, well, we should just build really big high-rise apartments, and those are really taxable, and we would get tons of revenue. Or conversely, we should just build $2 million houses because those generate the most tax revenue. So every community, you don't want to say, well, we want all of our housing to be extremely expensive because we're getting the most tax revenue out of it. But they just found that when you blended all of the homes in the town, that was the value needed on average for residential, for single family across the whole community. Doesn't mean that every house has to have a value that way. That needs to be the average. But you don't want the end result to be, yes, we only want high dollar housing in our community and we want to be exclusive. I don't think that's Matthews. So it's an amazing metric to help further evaluate projects, but it's not the only metric to evaluate by. So, okay.
You did good.
Well, I think in general, per unit, single family in Matthews seems to be worth more per unit than an average apartment community.
I wanted that clarity. In other words, when we talk about a town generating revenue,
Right.
single family dwellings still provide the best return when it comes to services and so on, dollar wise for the town.
But there is an interesting, if you look at a lot of our older neighborhoods that are very low density, if you've got 10 acres and only 18 houses, you are providing a lot of street network and you're getting a really low amounts of tax revenue. You have a lot of land, a lot of street, a lot of infrastructure to maintain. So there's a sweet spot out there that oftentimes it's townhomes, where you're not really low density, but you're not high density.
The other thing I was going to add that I found interesting about Garner's results is that even the single family homes are not generating sufficient tax revenue to cover the cost of the services to then service those single family homes. So there's a lot of great information that we were looking at just in terms of being able to make informed decisions. So I think right now, certainly one of the arguments or one of the issues that the board grapples with is multifamily versus single family. And I think that there can be a lot of excitement if there is then a proposal for a single family development, but having the awareness that comes out of a study like this, that even in approving that single family development, it is unlikely that single family development is going to be bringing in enough tax revenue to offset the increased costs of services that we will then be providing. So it's just kind of putting additional pressure on our line item budgets year over year as we continue to need to expand to meet those needs. Those houses aren't necessarily bringing in the revenue to completely offset that, which means we have to find it in other places or go back to the tax rate.
If that's the case, why would we approve anything? I mean, I would like to see this, I have rallied against studies, but I think this would be a good study. John just looked up the population of Garner and they're 31,000 and change. So they're very similar in size to us. I think this would be a good study. I mean, if we find that, this would be good. It'd be good to know when we're looking at apartments versus houses. I do think, though, the comment was made, $2 million houses. That's probably not too far off the mark. If you have, a half acre lot with a 3,200 square foot house. These houses are easily going to be over $1 million, and that's really not affordable. Mark?
Yeah, Jay, and anywhere in here does it give, and I'm just going to come up with a coined term, taxable income versus with respect to square footage. So in other words, you might have 4 apartments taking the same footprint as one single family home, and that would generate the equivalent amount of tax revenue based on the footprint of that building. It's difficult for me to explain, but so what I'm trying to say is, yes, there might only be, and by the way, I'm not an advocate for apartments. I'm an advocate for single family homes, but the fact, you have to look at the facts, and the fact that one apartment is, we'll just call it 170,000. One home is 330,000, but you might be able to put 4 apartments in the same footprint as that home. So in looking at this information, I think we have to look at it in that respect. In as far as I'm concerned, you have so much land in Matthews. How much per square foot of that land are we getting as total revenue? So that's how I'm looking at it.
That's a perfect segue to the next slide. That we don't have to go yet, but I can begin to answer that when we move on to the.
Is it a reasonable viewpoint?
100% reasonable, and I've begun to address that.
Okay, thank you.
Rest of this presentation.
I have a question about the Garner study. So when it takes, and I'm sorry that I didn't read this in full.
It's lengthy. I didn't read the entire thing either.
When it takes things under consideration. I see street repair and construction, but is it also talking about like water infrastructure and the invisible things that come up, not annually, but over a long-term period of time?
It accounted for the things the town's responsible for. So I don't know if they have their own water system or if they rely on the county or if they have, their version of Charlotte Water, but just the town expenditures. So like they didn't, like schools, they're not responsible for schools.
Because I'm curious about how you frame the results of a study like this if you're not considering what those long-term infrastructure projects are, and also how do you take into consideration things like quality of life or traffic, right? That like the biggest, for every apartment comment we get, we also get one for traffic. Why are there so many cars coming through Matthews? And we saw from the housing study that is at least in part due to the exchange of cars twice a day.
Right.
And if we are building $2 million homes, those people who live in those $2 million homes are going to add to the congestion. So if we're thinking that $2 million home is the solution to our tax problems, how does that weigh in the balance of quality of life?
So this is, it's just one data point. And I would never suggest that when a rezoning comes before you, just look at this and say, either it's going to make us enough money or not. It's but one part of the conversation about a proposed development. And in fact, they have a tool that they can provide that's essentially a really powerful spreadsheet where you can plug the numbers in for a proposed project, and it's going to tell you what your expenditures are going to be for that and the projected revenues to give you a better financial picture of what a project will look like when it comes forward.
Yeah, I'll piggyback on that, this, because in their findings and conclusions, it pivots to sort of quasi-Minicozy conversation.
Yes.
It says apartments were the most productive tax category in value per acre, 2.4 million per acre. And then it comes in and says, well, the single family home is at 1.6 million per acre. So the argument kind of on its head when you start evaluating from an acreage standpoint. An interesting thing is, they come back in here and say, hey, industrial and commercial tax categories are even less than those other two categories.
Mm-hmm.
But we hang our hat on like a 65-35 blend.
Right.
And so it's interesting. So the takeaway is that you have to blend a series of analyses to really come up with it, because I think from the standpoint, what I took away from Garner is, well, how do you make room for affordable housing? Because to me, it's a lot cleaner. You just might as well just start writing a check and taxing people because we're not going to make any money on it from that aspect. So I think to Renee's point is that there's a sort of quality of life issues. Like if you want to do certain things, you can't place this analysis wholeheartedly in it because it's not going to work from that aspect of it. So I think where you're going to go next is another way to look at it. And I think we have to sort of evaluate things across the board, because for all the Garner's report, in the end, it turned around and said, hey, per acre, multifamily is the best way to go. Oh, but by the way, commercial doesn't work. Yet we know commercial is our heavy lift here in Matthews.
Right.
So it's I guess it's like input in is as good as input out. I mean, what you want to get out of it from that aspect of it. So thank you.
All right. So going back to Mark's question a little bit, and this should actually be tax value per acre, not revenue per acre. So the numbers you see here indicated, this is really one of our best mixed use example. It is our best mixed use example is Matthews Station. So I looked at the 6 buildings and just ignoring that town hall's tax exempt. And I looked at the tax value per acre. And this is what Joe Minicozy does. This is what he did for the town 10 years ago. And these numbers are some of the highest numbers in Matthews on a per acre basis. So the apartments next door at their value of around $4 million on half an acre, the tax values you're getting for that one building, it's 8.5 million per acre in value. And I'll show you a suburban example in a moment. And I was going to ask if I wanted to take a guess at how much tax revenue we receive for the roughly 6 acres that is Matthews Station. If anybody wants to throw a number out, you're welcome to, or I'll just bring it up. Nobody has any idea. Yeah. So if town hall were taxable, we would have Matthews
tax revenues of about 72,000 between these 6 buildings. It's more like 48,000 since town hall's not well, but it's a relatively small area. It's only 6 acres. But the fact that, you've got public streets in it, that these buildings are multi-story, there's not acres and acres of asphalt. We probably get some of our best tax revenue per acre on Matthew Station Street. Now, to contrast that, I'll go back and look at these numbers again: 6 million, 8 million, 10 million, 11 million. The Target Acreage Shopping Center, 1.3 million per acre in tax revenues. So our town revenues on the 17 acres, 54,000 annually. So we get a really, really small amount of revenue for such a huge site. And what kills it, 1-story development, acres and acres of asphalt. So this is part of that. Going back to your question, Mark, it's all about how you grow in density, and you don't have to build 5-story buildings to have good revenues, but you need to be smart. Structured parking, 2-story minimums, that type of development works well for a community like Matthews, but this type of development. And I was asking, I was talking to Roy about this earlier. I was like, isn't this a pretty busy place for you guys? It's like, yeah, I mean, there's like, think about all of the police work that goes on due to this one development. We only get 54,000 in revenue to cover services for this site. So this was something I put together last minute just to kind of put in perspective how the value per acre works. And then just another recent one I took, this is the Bainbridge, now Matthews Square. It's higher. It's about 3.3 million per acre. You do have some larger buildings, and they do have a pretty significant tax bill. But again, that's 27 acres. So that's a lot of land that you're getting one large check coming in, but it's actually over 27 acres. And just to kind of conclude, talking about some of the earlier conversations, when you look at the NRP development that was approved last year, that's mixed use, 4 stories, structured parking on relatively small acreage. I think this development it's like, I think 12 acres or something. Looking at some comparable developments in Charlotte, I think this development will pencil out better because there's simply not a lot of surface parking. So I think it's going to be a more sustainable example for us, again, with the mixed use. And then someone brought up the 2 capital project under construction over by Academy Sports. And it will be interesting to see, to your point, Mayor and John, like how the county assesses this with all the individual structures, the lack of big parking lots. Like, does it make more sense on a revenue basis when that's finished out? So that's kind of it. It's been a good conversation. What else? I mean, that's all I've put together for this particular item.
I don't have a question so much as a statement that it, like, going back to the Bainbridge and that road that they put in. Was that all on them?
Yeah, that's Northeast Parkway. They constructed like CJ, I think it was like 1,500 feet or so of that road.
And I guess in my mind, we can weigh numbers of tax revenue, but when we're looking at projects, we're also looking at what else they're putting in there to sweeten the pot. And a piece of road like that places us for the future Independence Point Park. That's Independence, Northeast
Parkway.
All the parkways are the same. But it puts us in a better position to complete that segment of the road without having to invest our dollars in it. So what is that, what is that the value of that adding to the tax income? And I know it doesn't, last forever. We take that portion of that road over and start repairing it, but it is an additional value that you don't see in the tax base.
So I looked
and sidewalk stuff and stuff like that too.
Oh, that's, I mean, you can see it's Susan, it's nice to see like our multi-use path and these aerials that we worked so hard to get the developer to build. But I looked at a comparable development in Charlotte. If you go over to Providence at Fairview, there's a fairly new, it's been there for about 5 years. There's an apartment redevelopment that's about 4 to 5 stories right across from Strawberry Hills Shopping Center, just up the street. It's on 6 acres, 4 and 5 story buildings, structured parking, and their tax bill is about identical to this, but they're getting that revenue on 6 acres of land, not 27 acres of land. But now the visual when you go down Providence is jarring because it's a really large building that sits close to the street. So there's no easy answers here, but I just wanted to give you a little bit of perspective.
CJ or Susan, that roadway with sidewalks and infrastructure put in, what would be your guess that what was the dime for the developer? $4, $5, $7 million?
5 or 6. If we had to build it today, $995.
Yeah, I mean, just off the top of my head, 5 million, 6 million.
That's what Renee's talking to, is that investment that they're making. And that's been some of the nice things out of our conditional zonings is be able to negotiate. But the dilemma of all this is that you can't tell the developer, we just need to build structured parking, because the reality is, let's take an apartment. The average is $1,400 for a 1 bedroom. He can't get $1,800 for 1 bedroom with structured parking as he can surface parking. So our numbers are increasing dramatically, and NRP proved that parking is going to work. But I also think NRP was north of 300 units. Mm-hmm. So they were able to get from the traditional 250, which is the magic number, and they went above it. That 50 is probably paying the freight or starting to pay the freight for that structured parking. So there's that dilemma, because you can increase the density, you go higher and do different things and make them happy campers. But that's the nut to crack, is what do you want to look like and how do you want to do it? We're there with the structured parking, but I think you're absolutely right, Jay, about this sort of like, there's no hard and fast answers. Just need to be aware of it. But it's hard to imagine, though, that a single family home would be very cost effective in terms of a denser situation, but finding that townhome, quadruplex, sixplex, something like that slots in there probably makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I would say on a site like this at Mecklenburg and Matthews home values, if you had approved townhomes at 8 units per acre, roughly half the density of this, or maybe a fourth, like you would have had similar tax revenue generation and fewer residents, but also you're providing a lot more services. You probably would have more public streets, solid waste service. So,
I'm sorry, John, are you finished? Urban? Yeah, okay. If I could ask a question, or actually an observation as well. I think when we think of single family homes, we think of the traditional house on a or more.
Yeah.
All right. But that's not how single family homes are generally being built these days. In other words, they're being built on 50-foot wide lots, or even less in some cases. So the value per acre of the recent type of construction for single family homes is much greater than what we visualize in our head when we think of single family homes. So the new trend would be a much greater value per acre than what traditionally has been a single family home.
To some degree, but even with some of our recent rezoning requests, I'm thinking along Williams Road, one that was denied about a year and a half ago. I mean, that density was moderately more than existing neighborhoods, and still, tons and tons of pushback. So there are still areas in town where we're not really seeing the Baxter Village example. Like we're not seeing a lot of that higher density. And the single family, at least, is.
Well, the board approved it. What was then called the Sante Matthews is now whatever it's called. But that was 50-foot wide lots, I believe, for their single.
Yeah, that's a better example. Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. So that seems to be the modern trend in terms of development, in terms of single family. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to caution us to not get a mental image of a single family home being on the traditional quarter acre or plus, is that these days and times it's much higher density per acre for single family. So the point I'm trying to get across is if you take that metric, it may come less of a difference between a apartment complex on the same amount of land versus multiple single family homes on the same amount of land, which are valued individually at much greater value.
Let me clear up
That's a
on
good
that.
point.
The 30 and 40 and 50-foot single family home lots have been around for decades. It is the workhorse of single family homes. You get 4 to 5 homes an acre. They're 50-foot lots. They've been built for, it's not the new methodology on the single family is zero lot line. Cottage concept where they're reducing square footage and getting a smaller lot. You're talking about units now that are sitting on 1/8 of an acre. So you're getting 8 units to an acre. And that's where the missing middle of doing a duplex or a triplex, which are considered single family attached, are a means of moving from a townhome to a little bit higher density. But you'll get developers all day long, D.R. Horton, True, Mattamy, whatever you want. They build 50-foot wide product all day long, and they'd love to do it. I think we're needing to talking about something a little bit more creative than that from that aspect of it. And I think you'll see the cottage product is probably zero lot line is really achieving that. Of course, to your point, it's like they're sitting on top of one another. And so but then those units, those sizes get smaller. I'd be really interested to see how Capital 2 or 2 Capital pulls off, because that's a really interesting, you go to that plan. That really moved the dial on terms of single family and per square foot and per acre.
Yeah. And so, I kind of apologize, like this report, I don't want you to take it as this is single family opposed to apartments. It's not a battle between these two, but you get different end results with different densities of all of them. So they're not, one, you go out to Marvin or Weddington and it's still like 1 house per acre is their average, but their homes are worth $2 million. The apartments next to Town Hall, though, you're getting whatever our tax rate is, 0.2665 on about $4 million. So it's for a building that is facing existing infrastructure where a lot of the residents walk, the value per unit may look kind of low, but it's providing housing in the middle of our downtown. Those are people that walk to all of our businesses downtown. So
yeah, the way I'm looking at this is it's an interesting piece of information, but it's not going to drive development in a substantive way. In other words, we're always in a case by case situation every time we have a rezoning. I doubt very seriously if we're going to be thinking in terms of tax revenue, we're going to be thinking more of the impact on the community or how it's going to benefit Matthews or et cetera, et cetera.
Well, and I think to that point, another part of the study, though, is the cost of providing services on a per unit basis, regardless of the type of unit. So I guess that leads into the question that I have is listening to the discussion. I think it's absolutely valid that there's so many factors that go into the decisions that you all make, whether it's quality of life, whether it's additional infrastructure that is provided by the developer that we don't have to initially fund. What Garner did is an additional set of data points that we don't currently have. And so the question is there value or interest by at least the majority of the board to have this kind of data to add to the mix of all of the other factors that you're already taking into when you do make your rezoning decisions and understanding what some of those impacts may be on the service side of things? Or are you at a point of, we already have a lot of other things that we're taking into account. It's interesting, but it's not something that we think would be particularly helpful to us at this time.
I have a question for Charlie. Can we, say yes or no, depending on what the tax implications are? Is that something we can, because I know there's stringent rules on what we can and cannot do when we say yes or no.
Tax revenues are a permitted scope of zoning.
So we could say, no, we're not going to do this because it doesn't it costs us more.
You can say, well, yeah, there's just not going to generate enough taxes and too much traffic.
I guess this begs the question, and I've been on the board, this is my 4th year, is we've really never had that conversation. And why is that? Is it more of a new concept, or is it just like, hey, we should have been doing this?
It's data that we don't have. So right now we can pencil out what we think a project might generate in revenue, which is sort of a guess. But what we don't have is the information on the service cost side and how much, what some of these values are in Garner as far as what an average apartment is generating, what a single family house is generating. And then what does it need to be valued at to cover the cost of services? I couldn't tell you right now, we know our overall budget, but I couldn't tell you right now what each property needs to be valued at specifically to be covering its cost, because adding in, what is it to provide police services to every single house and stormwater services and all of those other things. We can do solid waste pretty readily because we contract that out. But some of these others, it's that back half of the study that's looking at internally, what's it costing to deliver the services to the community. And this is a standalone study. There aren't a lot of these studies that we have found. Jay, you may be able to speak to that a little bit more, that this was something that you kind of stumbled upon, but there aren't a lot of communities that have done this work to bring this information to a decision.
I think you maybe misunderstood my question. My question is, why haven't we been, like, what now is what thrust us into having this conversation? Why have we not done it for the last decade? And yeah, it's almost concerning. Did we make some decisions that in retrospect were poor because we didn't factor this in? That's a little bit of a concern to me, that maybe we didn't factor it in as much, or push back on a developer X, Y, or Z for, something else.
For a period of time after we did the Minicozy study, I was including in the rezoning request and estimated, tax revenue from it, and just using his very rudimentary process. And at some point, someone said, maybe you shouldn't do that. I think citizens will look at, a rezoning request for 20 houses and say, that's only going to bring in like $18,000. This isn't worth it. Just leave the trees there. So I think it became something was almost used against board members sometimes when you were you're just making this decision to make more money. So I think I don't want to say it backfired, but I think it was a little too simplistic. So we've been trying to determine this for a really long time, and we've just never found. I mean, there are studies going back to the 1970s that like universities have conducted to try to determine like how communities are funded and what kind of development has to be on the ground, for the town to be solvent, essentially.
And it wasn't a question of is staff doing something wrong. It was a question of why is because I don't see many communities as a whole do this. You mentioned that, and so it's maybe what. Is it just a change in times that this is? But you said it's been going around since the 70s. They've at least had the conversation.
Yeah, like balancing a budget's nothing new, but I think as things have gotten more complicated, more expensive, like particularly in high cost areas where you just don't have like in the years where Matthews had rapid growth, I wasn't here in the 80s and 90s. It was probably easy just to see those tax numbers go up year after year after year. And I think we've just seen that begin to slow. And you see it in Rust Belt and northeastern communities where you've had like population loss and you still have all the same infrastructure on the ground, but you don't have the same number of people living there. You've still got to, maintain the water and sewer lines and maintain the roads, but yet there's fewer and fewer people living there. Like
Detroit.
Yeah.
My question, I know that part of the discussion here is affordability of having a study like that for Matthews, but is there a formula? I know this is going to sound strange. A formula that is already established that when we put in our data, it would help us to determine the affordability of that project? Or is that am I asking something too simple? Maybe there's not a formula. Maybe there is a formula for all of the towns to be able to feed their data into and come up with the kind of a cost for each property.
This consultant has already established a formula. He would need to put
he wouldn't give it
Matthew
to us.
specific numbers into it. And also the study would be significantly cheaper than what Garner paid because it's already been done. So a lot of the legwork, this is not starting from scratch. It's just adapting it for Matthews.
I do think, because I remember Becky and I years ago when she was the assistant town manager, we had a conversation about a tax increase. And I was frustrated. I was like, we've approved stuff. I'm like, they should be offset. And I think that's been a conversation for years as us as board members just assume, okay, we approved this apartment. It got built. Well, we're not gonna have to raise taxes in the next 2 years. And then we hit that precipice and we're like, oh, we, not only did we make a controversial rezoning, but it's not even helping the tax rate.
One of the things that's happened during all of this, when we had annexations, involuntary annexation authority, cities would use involuntary annexation to bring in more taxable property to offset tax increases. We lost that ability. The General Assembly took that away. So, and that was a system of revenue that was easy. We didn't look into, we being the cities didn't look into the cost of things because it was always an easy fix. We'll just annex some more property and that new tax rate will pay the increases. So there is a big correlation why just now we're looking at all the costs, both what does it cost the time to do it and then what kind of revenue you're going to be receiving. All these things are starting to surface because we cannot annex anymore. That was the easy fix. And at Matthews had it particularly easy because we didn't have a water and sewer system. So we didn't have the expense of a utility that you would have in a normal involuntary annexation.
The other thing I would just say about natural tax revenue growth is it comes incrementally. And so you may have, this development over here does come out of the ground, gets a little bit of credit because it's partially built. It then takes the whole following year because they only look at it once a year. So then it's the following January that they're looking at it. But when we have to take on additional costs, it's not always incremental. And what I mean by that is if we approved, X, Y, and Z rezonings and it brought in total, 15,000 here and 30,000 there, well, that may or may not pay for the entire cost of a police officer. If we're adding a staff member, if we're adding a police officer, I need to pay for their entire salary, all of their benefits, their car, their equipment for the entire year. And so it's an all or nothing. So it's either zero or it's $100,000 to bring on that additional mouth to feed. And so sometimes you have the revenue that is able to absorb it. And then other times it's just not rising fast enough to meet the jumps that are required when you are trying to make changes to how you're running your departments or looking to add staff because we're trying to meet the additional growth. So it's not always this perfect correlation. You end up kind of overshooting that natural growth pretty regularly.
But then you catch up.
We hope, but where you, as we look towards the future, and we look towards build out, you won't have even the jumps right now that we get. So, when I was the assistant town manager, it felt like every year when we would get the projections from the county, Hazen was always kind of like you, super excited and hopeful. And then it never quite amounted to what we were hoping that it would. That is going to slow in the coming years as we get closer and closer to build out. And when a single merit pool for employees, you're looking at, every 1% is now over $100,000. If you're not getting in that natural growth, that's going to get harder and harder. We're not quite at that point yet, but 5 years, 10 years from now, that's going to get more and more challenging. So every rezoning decision that you make it's that much more important.
All right. Well, thank you. And I'll add that, in the preamble to the Gardner report that Frank Warren, who did an economic development study for the town, I don't know, like 2007, he had done what they called a residential break-even analysis back in 2011. So this was an update. So they've been in this arena for quite some time. Kind of, well, a similar report. They had done a similar report in 2011, and this was an update to that.
What do we need to approve to pay for the next fire truck?
So
The,
we need to annex something. This might get kind of hostile. There's no land left to annex.
the question that's on the floor to be answered is, do we want to spend $40,000?
40. Yeah.
Less than or equal to $40,000 to do a study such as this for Matthews? What is the straw poll? Who would
See a proposal.
want to see a proposal first? All right, bring us a proposal.
Okay.
Set a regular board meeting. We'll vote for it. Up or
Thank you.
down.
Want to move straight into our next agenda item? Okay. So we were asked to speak to streamlining the rezoning process. I didn't have a lot of context. I mean, I kind of understand the concept of it, but I don't know what some of the pain points are that you all are experiencing or seeing. So we, Susan and I we put our conditional zoning process flowchart in here that we put on our website recently, just to give you an idea of what that process looks like from, pre-applications, stormwater PCO, traffic impact analysis, like all of the work that goes on before an application even goes live or is formally submitted, how the community meeting process works, public hearings, public notice, public hearing, planning board, finally board of commissioners. So this is like a vast oversimplification, obviously, as you all know, because you see the emails, you deal with this process on a monthly basis. Mayor, did you want to say something before?
Well, I have a tangential question that's
Okay.
been frustrating to me ever since I've been an elected official, and that is the traffic impact analysis. And I made this comment recently to a developer. Have we ever had a traffic impact analysis that said, hey, this would not be a good idea to build this development because it's going to be too taxing to the community? Because everyone I've ever seen for 10 years that I recall said there'd be no significant impact. It almost seems like a waste of time to even do one, because regardless of the size of the project, I've never seen a traffic impact analysis that said it would have a detrimental effect to the community.
No, I have what Waxhaw has done. Waxhaw now provides the traffic impact analysis by its own Kimberly Horn. They are hired by Waxhaw. So now instead of 1 or 2 recommended TIAs, you'll see 16 or 18 TIAs that really do have a tremendous impact on correcting bad intersections, correcting different access points. All of these things are done. And one of their last developments had literally up and down Providence Road, 16 different TIAs, because the town's own consultant provided for the TIA, not the developer's consultant, who was going to look for the minimum amount he's got to do to get his development through. So if you want impacts, then you provide the consultant.
So we looked into that model, and Rob Will and I, and we decided that model, we chose a different model. Okay. So there's a point of clarification, Mayor. The purpose of the TIA is not to say whether or not the development is good. It's to provide recommendations to mitigate the transportation impacts that the development would have on the surrounding system. So no, the TIAs don't ever say this development shouldn't happen. What they say is, if this development should happen, these are the recommended improvements to the transportation system. Now, there are some that come through that say there's no impacts, don't do anything. But a lot of times we try and screen those out through a technical memo process, like the car wash that came in on 74. If we had done a full-blown TIA, it would have said there's no impacts. The TTM handled that, and we didn't have to go through that big lengthy process. Does that clear up the point?
A little bit, I guess what you're saying then. So if a like deceleration lane or something is included, that's something that you recommend based on the TIA? Is that?
The TIA preparer would recommend that. And then sometimes it is in concert with staff recommendations. In one case, I asked them to remove a decel lane, and they said, no, we actually really want it. Okay, you can build that infrastructure. You can spend that money if you want.
The numbers that are presented seem wrong. Just they don't seem to make sense. They don't pass the smell test. I remember, I think it was particularly your project of the address. The address. How many units are there? 250 units, and I mean the numbers of car generation was just laughable. I mean, there's no way it could possibly. It was like 30 cars more during peak. I mean, did none of these people drive? All of them ride the bus, or they all walk? Or I mean, I don't believe the numbers. So I don't know. It's been a real big point of frustration for me. When I see these numbers, they don't pass the smell test. There's no way they're right in my estimation. There's no way it could possibly that could generate. And I don't know what the exact number is, but I mean, I think everybody that's been on the board for a while has seen these numbers, and they just seem so incredibly low. There's no way that can be possibly correct. I mean, how and we just accept it as fact and go, oh, okay, it'll generate 30 cars. Okay, fine.
So point taken. That one was before my time, so I can't address the address. But what we have done kind of to address part of that and other is we revamped the TIA manual to strengthen our multimodal component because we are at the mercy of the national standard trip generation methods. So we don't say, oh, this is wrong. I mean, we hire, rather than hire the TIA preparer ourselves, we hire a reviewer to validate what the trip generation are, and that's the national standard. So we strengthened our multimodal component so that we can get more relief to our transportation system by these developments. I think Charlie wants to argue that.
No, I'm not going to argue. I'm with you. But what I'm saying is that the TIA says there's only 30 trips generated, but that's compared not with what that project does as a whole, but what that project will add to existing by right zoning. So it starts with what you could have on the existing.
Well, that makes a lot more sense.
Zoning lot. On that lot right now, it's got by right zoning. But what does this project add over and above that? And that's why it seemed like a small generation of trips, because that's it's not measuring from 0 up to there. It's measuring from what is existing up to now.
Learn something every day. Took me 10 years to learn that.
I'm going to take this a different direction with some frustration I've had with the rezoning process. And I'm one of 7, but I get frustrated when a developer comes and it's continued and it's continued and it's continued, and staff is constantly doing work and we are constantly having to move it and talk about it time and time again. And it's making our board meetings longer than they need to be. I feel like if there's not a timeline and they're not ready by, they submit it and they're not ready for a vote by this date, they got to yank it and try again. I mean, it's to me a waste of staff, elected official time. I just, it is incredibly frustrating. I understand there's things they have to work through, but it's not on us to keep giving them the leeway to do so.
I agree with you, and you'll see evidence of this in one of my later slides here. That I think we've been letting the developers dictate the terms and kind of drive the bus for us, and honestly been too accommodating with the continuances. So one change we did make last year, and I think you already probably witnessed this, is that we used to just automatically set a public hearing, and then you would have these continuances. I remember during the Sante rezoning, a room full of people show up. It's been continued. I took time out of my schedule to come down to town hall. There's not even a hearing, really, not citizen friendly. So now, if there's a TI involved, we gatekeep it and we do not set a public hearing. So we've had a rezoning up on Margaret Wallace and Idlewild pending for 6 months or 8 months. I don't know when that came in, and they haven't gotten off first base. They haven't really gotten to where they need to be. And that project's just been sitting in limbo, and we have not, let it progress forward any further. So that's one small change we've made.
I wanted to make a point. I know this isn't directly related to this, but I am also starting to get frustrated that on our zoning nights, our meetings are going to midnight and we do not make the best decisions when it's midnight. We just want to say yes or no and go home. And so we as a board need to figure out a more creative way to not let that happen, because other communities, they're done in a more relevant. I know we have a lot to talk about and there's things, but when it gets past 10:30, we're not making the best, most informed decisions. Renee and I have talked about that sitting next to each other, both about to fall out asleep. And it's like, we got to do a better job with figuring that out personally. Yeah, there's got to be something there. We've done that with the public hearing process, which I've appreciated. And I think it's shortened things, but we owe it to the citizens to make the best decisions, and no one can make their best decision at 11:30 or 12 at night.
I think with you all obviously we have digital communications 2024, you get emails, we have comment that are submitted online. Most communities have moved to time caps because like a place like Charlotte can't give everyone in the city 5 minutes to come speak. So like places, I think it's Huntersville, it's like 30 minutes for, 30 minutes against, or they have time frames, but that curtails the opportunity for a neighborhood to trot up, 40 people and speak against a project. But that's a decision, that the board would have to make. But those are oftentimes what drags out the hearings, is that you've got, significant, it's not the only one, but that can drive them. Yeah.
Another thing I think that we definitely need to clarify as soon as possible is we say that you can speak only once at a public hearing, one time, and you can't speak again. However, the loophole is you can speak 500 times as a public comment on the same thing. So what is the point, I guess, is we're limiting people. We say that to be blunt and to use maybe some crass language, it really pisses a lot of people off. And then they can speak at a public comment anyway. Another thing I wanted to bring up at a recent meeting with the Metro mayors, I guess it was last year, the allowing anybody to get up and speak for 5 minutes on anything, and even at a public hearing, allowing multiple people to come up and, we've had a couple where somebody came up and read a letter, and then we had 20 people read the same letter. Matthews was the only community in the Metro Mayors group, which is 30 or 40 mayors of cities our size and larger, that allow people, obviously in Charlotte, they don't let 200 people get up and read a letter that's the same thing. So they do set time limits, as you suggest. I think we need to fix the loophole or whatever. If you can only speak once at a public hearing, allow people to speak more than once if they can make a public comment on the same thing anyway. As everybody knows, that caused a lot of angst during the Sante rezoning, and I think we should clarify that. I don't really see the point if we're going to allow people to speak at a public comment. They can speak more than once. It's just at a different time in the meeting.
So there's a lot of good improvements you made. Cutting off the public hearing at 10 p.m. I think was really good. Mm-hmm. I think the TIA aspect of it, my frustration from the petitioner side has been for 13 years. Coming to the table and not having all the documents, or we have it on Friday afternoon, or actually getting stuff on that Monday. I think if you're going to do like the TIA, you have a checklist, and that checklist needs to be all filled out, and it needs to be within 7 days of the public hearing, because I'll review stuff early in the week. And if you're giving me new materials on the weekend, I'm going to pick what I'm going to do on that weekend. It's probably not re-reviewing that information. But overall, I don't mind the process. And I frankly give everybody their due to speak. As many people want to speak, the whole 9 yards. I'll sit there the entire night. That's fine. I find that as a means and method to actually slow the process down a little bit. I'm a little frustrated by some people get at the dais and not at the dais, that thing there, and say, "Oh, you've been debating this for 3 months. When are you going to pass this $100 million project?" $100 million project decided in 2 or 3 months is an absurd notion from that aspect of it. I think one of the things I'm pretty sure Mint Hill does a work session for the benefit of the board members and staff to work through some things and to vet petitions, which is helpful, because sometimes you're overwhelmed and you get to the night of the public hearing, you hear the petitioner doesn't get any feedback. He comes back for vote night and everybody's like, "Nah, I don't like it. You didn't answer this question." And so we're default to some degree, because we're like, "Oh, I haven't answered all my questions. I'm not comfortable. Let's move it forward." So maybe a work session could be a conversation, something very easy. And maybe Lori could suggest something on this is you have the signer speak up out there. So it's public hearing. Why not have another sheet that says, if you intend to speak on petition 432 restaurant, 433 church, and then that way people, because what happened, they're signing up on the public comment side, have a separate form say, if you're here to speak on this zoning case, now it doesn't mean you will preclude asking the petitioner, anybody in the public for or against, but at least it puts people in those right boxes that they're not signing up for public comment. And so they're signing, hey, I'm here to sign up for the petition, and they can get a gauge for what's going to go down for that petition. So overall, I'm okay with these things. I think the biggest frustrating is it's sort of like they come to the table, it's like, well, where are your elevations? I don't have any. Well, where are your notes for the site plan? I don't have any. And I just think it needs to be a gatekeeping thing. You don't have it, you don't get past the gatekeepers.
You kind of took what I was going to say about having them sign up for certain zonings, but also limit their time in speaking, because you get them up there and they'll talk, and I have no problem, but to help cut down the time on, they actually have to speak on the zoning, whether for or against. Just an idea.
And Charlie and I had this conversation the other day on public comment. We say you can get up and speak on anything you want to. And we were talking about hate speech. Somebody could get up and say, you know, whatever, the most vile thing on earth, use curse words or whatever. We really have no method to prevent people from speaking. So that being the case, we can't prevent somebody at public comment from speaking about a zoning case, right? We can.
If they're there to speak on a public hearing, then you could just simply say, you have to sign up, you just mentioned on that particular zoning petition, you have to sign there, limit your comments to that time period, because we want it to be a part of the record of that zoning public hearing. Comments in the public comments are not a part of the record of that zoning public hearing. So you could limit the comments to the actual public hearing.
I understand that, but they can come in the next meeting we have and say, I have further comments about zoning application.
Well, then you can
1, 2,
say
3.
that public hearing is already closed.
But we can't prevent them from speaking, right?
Well, you can, you don't say for any and all reason you may speak. That's the problem with.
Well, that's what we say, right? We say you can speak on anything.
Say that. We need to tighten it up. Say, do you have a comment on items other than zoning matters?
We need to get this crystal clear, because it caused a lot of confusion.
It does.
And we had people during the Sante rezoning and other rezoning speak multiple times during the public comment. So they spoke during the public hearing and then said, hey, you can't speak again if the public hearings continue, but they spoke the next time at the public comment period, which we've allowed them to do.
Yeah, the city of Charlotte makes you sign up for whatever zoning you want to speak about. And what they do, they give 10 minutes max. If you've got 40 people to speak on that, whoever's in line is going to have that time. And when that 10 minutes is up, sorry, if you got 5 people behind you, they don't get to speak.
Well, so the requirement that you can speak only once is a Matthews requirement. Is that correct? I know, but I mean, that's codified somewhere.
Public hearing process. There's some old documents that I found earlier, some old emails where Kathy English was talking about speaking only once. And so that's gone back for years.
I understand that.
Yes.
But I think the rub and the reason some people got upset was they felt like the project had changed significantly and they wanted to speak on the changes.
Well, remember
they were prohibited from doing so.
They're entitled to speak on the zoning change. Okay.
Okay.
Not one time during Sante did the zoning classification change. What changed was the interaction between the petitioner or the applicant and the town on its conditions that are between the town board and that developer under the conditional zoning. But the zoning not one time changed. But everybody got to address the zoning.
Is this speaking one time only for expediency? Because we didn't want people just to keep talking and talking and talking. Is that what?
Well, I don't know what the origin of that is, and I know Matthews is not the only city that has that.
I understand. I just think we need to get hard and fast, rules in place, whatever we're talking about signing up when, and we need to write them down and make sure everybody
Oh,
understands.
exactly. I'm wholeheartedly in
Having,
favor
you
of
know,
that.
having rules that are kind of in the ether makes it really difficult to enforce on all of us.
And that would make it a whole lot more efficient.
Going back to John Urban's comment, I would suggest that for zoning cases that we have this checklist developed. TIA, drawings, blah, 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 blah. If you don't have it 7 days before the public hearing, then we're not going to have the public hearing. Don't even waste our time with it. That would prevent a lot of stuff because these guys are coming in and we're getting stuff Monday at 5 o'clock. Monday at 5 o'clock, I've gotten stuff and we have a 5:30 meeting. I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean,
One point I want to clarify. We're talking about two different things, public comments versus comments related to a specific zoning. Limiting a number of times a person can speak related to a particular zoning is one thing, but limiting and even putting in categories, general public addressing, we don't want to do that because that goes into a whole category.
No, totally agree.
Of free speech. Okay.
yes. I guess I'd really be interested in what the thoughts of the elected officials are in limiting people to speak one time. Is that something we would continue to do? Yes, yes. I know, but you're saying that that's our rule. We can change that rule if we want, if we wish.
Well, what Gina said made a ton of sense what City of Charlotte does, because if we're doing it for efficiency at the public hearing, give a max 15 or 20 minutes. And that's what can be spoken on. And then the line goes through and everyone can speak. I think I would be more amenable to that. I don't really understand you only get to speak once on it. It doesn't make a ton of sense to me.
Well, I don't favor that because I feel like, you're not giving everybody the opportunity to speak. But I understand why they do it because they have a lot of reasons. I get that.
Or we do what we do with public comment and give them 5 minutes.
That's what I
Okay,
prefer.
and I
Yes.
agree with that. Yeah. Why is the rule different from a public comment to a public hearing? You have 5 minutes of
They're
public
two
comment.
different types of hearings.
But why
under the
can
law.
we not limit in a
Oh, yes.
We were the only town, as I said, in the Metro Mayor's Convention that didn't limit the time. They're like, oh my gosh, you let people just talk as long as they want? Are you crazy?
So there's a big disparity here, and the big disparity is that the applicant gets to speak every single time, even if there's a change in the scope of the project. But the public cannot address that very same change. So we're giving freedom of speech to the applicant whenever they want to on a particular zoning issue, but we're limiting freedom of speech by the public for the same exact reason. So in other words, the applicant can speak again if something changes, but the public cannot.
I'd like to speak, please. I realize we're in a discussion, but I've been holding my questions that go back to the TIA. So if I could ask, would it be possible to get an education session on the TIA to explain how the calculations happen and not only that, but maybe the school sort of measurements and things like that, so that we all go into those meetings understanding the information that we're given?
That would be great. I actually have some revisions to the manual that I would like to bring to you, but I wanted to wait until after today's discussion to see if anything major needed to happen with the manual before. But we can do are you asking for like a 5:30 session, an info session?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome.
And then Jay, when as we're talking about how we limit people's time to speak, there are towns that limit how long the developer can speak. Is that true? And is that something that you feel like would be useful? Or, there are times where I feel like the developer goes on and we've already heard the information we need to hear. We're just providing an open platform for them. What would that look like? Is that something that you would recommend? Is that a way that we could shorten meetings?
I think it could help the problem. And for years now, we have suggested to developers, we started at 15 minutes and then started saying, because John, there was someone you admonished years ago. They spoke for almost an hour, and that was the first thing out of your mouth. I remember you saying, don't ever give an hour long presentation at a public hearing. I don't know who it was. So I think that it would be in our rezoning like instructions and policies. So it may say developer will be allotted a 15-minute time frame for presentation. Now, where it bleeds into is when you get Q&A with the board. That's where it starts to get muddy, Mark, and you end up with this like constant dialogue going back and forth. So there's sort of two parts to it.
Well, there are sorry, I've been holding my questions. I have a lot of.
I just wanted to comment on that particular question, if I could. One thing we have to remember, and I share your frustration. I mean, I go meet with a developer for an hour and a half. I ask all my questions, and then he comes up or she comes up and gives the same presentation again. But what you have to remember is the public hasn't seen it, and this is a public hearing, so we're educating. It's not for us necessarily. Maybe it's more for the public to hear about that. So we have to be careful in how much we limit what they can say.
I mean, I would agree with that. I would say that somebody who is a public facing entity at a company needs to be well versed in communication and needs to be able to come up and be concise, get their point across. We need to be able to understand it. We need to get, and then we have that interaction where we clarify questions, we figure out what else we need to know. But I think that if we set a time limit and we have this checklist, we're saying, be prepared and do your work. And that's what we expect of you. I think that's a fair expectation of somebody who is in the business. They know the business, right? And it's just saying, do your homework before you get here, because we don't have time to sit and wait for you to do it in front of us.
I agree 100% with Renee on that. They need to be, at a time limit as well. And to clarify for Mark, I think, citizens should have the right as well to speak at every zoning when changes is made as well. That's why you limit, we're going to limit you to 5 minutes. We don't want to deny them this month and next month and next month the opportunity to speak for me. But that's why I'm kind of like, it gives them the opportunity when something has changed in that plan. Well, they now have 5 minutes to bring that up to the board.
Yeah, most of our rezonings are not, I don't know if I should say this or not, maybe it's not a true statement. Many of our zonings are not continued. So you hear them once, so they get a chance to speak once because there's only one time to speak on the hearing. So I think it's been unusual cases where we've had these ones that drag on and on and on and on. No, yes, we need to. I would like. I've had this discussion with the manager and with Charlie and with some of you. I think we need to write all this down. We need to have this codified. It needs to be put somewhere so that we have what our rules of engagement are, so that there's no ambiguity. That I don't like the being uncomfortable and going, that's the way. That's what we've done it since 1960 or whatever. That's not good. We need it written down so everybody has a very clear understanding.
So I brought an example up that might help inform this conversation. So I spoke with the planning director in Cornelius, Roxbury Hands. This is straight out of their land development code. So I think this is better than constant continuances. Continuances it's unpredictable for citizens that come down to town hall to speak. They're being asked sometimes to come down more than once. And it's really not fair to the average citizen that wants to come learn about the project. So Cornelius actually allows more opportunities for public input than Matthews. They have a 4-step process. They have community meeting like we do. They actually, and I'll get to this in a moment, they require the TIA consultant to attend the community meeting to be there as a resource for the general public. They have not really a public hearing, but just a general project presentation. It's not a work session, but it does come before the board. The developer presents the project for the first time. The public is given an opportunity at number 2 to speak. It next goes to planning board. And this was a suggestion in my memo that we may want to look at flip-flopping and having the planning board be reviewing earlier on in the process than at the 11th hour. Because quite honestly, when it goes to planning board, if it's not mostly designed, they're going to deny it. Like you shouldn't be making, tinkering with the design. At that juncture, there may be debating allowed uses, but I think it would be beneficial for the town if our planning board saw things earlier. And then finally, number 4, you go to the legislative public hearing after planning board. At that juncture, you've then had essentially 4 opportunities for the community to weigh in. They could speak at the community meeting, at the first project presentation. They actually allow citizens to speak at planning board, which we do not. It's a public meeting, but the public's not invited to speak at our planning board. Now that's another dynamic we would have to discuss, because that really opens our planning board members up to hearing a lot more from our citizenry. But they have very robust public comment in Cornelius. They actually had a article hit their local newspaper about changes. They've been struggling with some of these same issues. This is where I think, to John's point about last minute, they do provide staff comments within 30 days of submission, but there's the comment about the TIA attending all meetings. But they require site plan revisions 3 weeks prior to planning board or town board meetings. So none of this 7 days ahead or 8 days or 3 days ahead. Like you're not going to be on the agenda if you haven't submitted by this deadline. They hold to their deadlines. So I thought those were insightful. Like that's how one of our peer communities is doing this. Our rezoning schedule is too short. I mean, we're trying to accomplish too much inside of 2 to 3 months. I'm questioning now if we should even have a rezoning schedule on our website. I think using our flow chart because right now developers look at it and they say, okay, I can get my public hearing in May, my decision in June. And that's just not realistic. It's the onus is on the developer to meet the deadlines, and it's not on staff, and it's not on planning staff to stand up and tell you all, well, sorry, we're not prepared because the developer didn't get their documents in.
Can you go back to your first slide for a second? And by the way,
chart. Yeah.
Right. No, not the flow chart. I'm sorry. The second one right there. Another comment. If anybody wants to speak, this is really informal. Just jump in. Don't wait to be acknowledged necessarily. So if you have something to say it. What do they do here on number 4, town board meeting? What if it's continued? Can they speak at the next one?
I would assume I can ask him how common that is for them to see continuance. He said that their zonings are running 4 to 6 months for most of their projects, but it seems to me that they've stretched out the process and have more opportunities for input, and they have more firm deadlines that are I'm hoping avoiding some of the issues we've run into. But
so while we're having this discussion of how many times people can speak, I do tend to agree. I mean, I think for expediency, if the project doesn't change, speaking once is sufficient. But if the project changes, I think we probably should allow the public to speak again.
Just want to challenge that. If it's continued for a second meeting, there is going to be inherently a change 9 times out of 10. So I think that kind of solves that. But I'm completely in lockstep with Gina. Give them 5 minutes, but if it gets continued, let them to speak at every meeting they want to. I think that's
if you do a time limit, I could see that. I guess the thing is that some changes are driven by the board. It's pink. I want to see it blue. I don't know. I mean, it's decisions sort of charged, but the board is making these changes.
But a lot of times when it comes to that, we're not continuing it. We're having that conversation.
Well, sometimes we really hit them hard with a lot of things and they're coming back. But then there are other situations where they take in the comments, and it's tough to read the petitioner. They go to the planning board and it's a completely new set of conditions. And frankly, in my mind, it's Howie in a bad spot, puts planning board in a bad spot. To me, it's sort of like, sorry, don't pass go, don't collect 200. Go back. Can you, Charlie, question for you, got to go back before the town board because you made substantial changes, which then gives everybody an opportunity to kind of get back into the queue again, because it's really, really frustrating when there are wholesale changes made and the board's inputted and stuff like that. It really muddies the water. And then you got to go back all through the conditional notes and the whole 9 yards. I like it from the standpoint that if I was consulting my client, A, I like the deadlines. I like to know how I can plan. And B, I like to know I can be nimble and fly and make those changes because I'm going to catch you off guard. So that's just a little, under the table trick. But anyway.
They sometimes, the board will remand it back to the planning board. So when the planning board reviews it first, they'll say, you know what, your concept's okay, but we really think you need to flesh this out more. And they'll just remand it back and kind of keep them in that cycle. I'm not saying that's for better or for worse, but that's how they.
Are you suggesting though, you close the public hearing, goes to planning board, changes, and you're saying go back to a public hearing, can you reopen a public hearing once it's been closed? What's the law?
Well, the law doesn't say, but what it is once you've had that public hearing and you've closed it, it's over.
So you can't go back and reopen it to have another public hearing if there's substantial changes?
You could say that you need to re-advertise, to reapply and re-advertise and set a new public hearing.
So to jump in on that though, you're not holding that legislative public hearing until step 4.
Oh, okay.
So
I see what you're saying. So this is saying we implement this. We don't have to worry about opening or closing anything. We're going back to
you're not opening it until step 4.
So then you're going back to step 2, which is just a regular public comment. Now I'm lost.
Well, so on step 2, that project presentation, Jay, jump in if I messed up here. The project presentation, it's at the town board meeting, but that's not your formal legislatively required public hearing, but that is a advertised presentation, notification to the community.
But how's
and then the developer is getting feedback from the board and getting feedback from the community, but that's not your legally required public hearing.
So you're just usurping the act in all intents and purposes. It's a public hearing. You're just not legally calling it a public hearing because that's what it is.
So then
Public meeting.
it's a public meeting. So then by the time you get to your legally required legislative public hearing, everything's fleshed out.
This seems muddy to me. I think
You hope, yeah.
I feel like you're going to get people angry about that for some reason. More opportunity. No, it just seems like.
What I'm noticing here, the takeaway I'm getting is the public has 3 opportunities. And we are only given 1 as of right now. So
No, we have 2. We have a community meeting and anybody can speak at a community meeting, right? So they can speak at a community meeting.
well,
If anybody shows up, that's the problem. We have community meetings and there'll be 2 neighbors that show up, but they can speak there.
that's true. That's true. That's
But
true.
unfortunately,
Yeah.
but the feedback I have gotten on that is people complain that they didn't know about the community meeting, or whatever our rule is on how close you have to be to where it's built is not, our bubble's not big enough. And so people that live nearby saying they're not invited or didn't know about it.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. I tried that didn't register to you just now set up, but yeah, but then they do have 2 opportunities then with the actual, yeah.
Charlie, question for you though. It seems a little muddier this way, to be honest with you, because I have always treated the public hearing as the petitioner's chance to come before the court and present their case. And so I, for the public hearing, would never attend the community meetings. I would never engage the public. I would never make public comment about I'm in favor or against the project. I would wait until their day in court, which is the board hearing, the public hearing, in which then they would present, and I would say, I like this, I don't like that kind of thing. How do you justify this kind of situation? Because it seems like you would be asking for some type of board commitments or board conversation prior to actually holding a public hearing.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that, first of all. But what is affecting us is the planning board receiving it the first time after you've set the public hearing. Most times they have gone with the planning board and like Waxhaw, and I hate to keep saying Waxhaw, but that's who I work with. Their planning board meets and hears this before it goes to set the public hearing. So that gets a little bit out. And plus we were used to, you have to have the planning board refer to it and review it and make a recommendation within 30 days, or otherwise it was an affirmative recommendation. Well, 160D took that away. It's no longer a 30-day. You could refer it back to the planning board now. So what I'm saying is, you can design anything you want to now on what you want the zoning process to be.
Well, I'm fine with the system we have. It works 85% of the time. We just hit those stinkers that really just throws it into a thing. But what I'm hearing Charlie say is that, let's say you have this process, the petitioner goes to the planning board, here's some planning board comments, and makes a pretty significant amount of revisions. It comes to us ultimately for the first time. You're saying we could remand it back to the planning board so they could take another crack at it, or they cannot?
Well, on this particular model here, it goes to the planning board first before it comes to your public hearing.
Right. But if after the planning board, the petitioner says, oh, I'm going to make some changes, and it comes before the town board.
Then, after the community meeting, they've gotten the input from the neighbors, and they make some revisions. Then it goes to this project presentation. But remember, before the project presentation, they have deadlines in effect on the developer to have his TIA and have all of these other things that keep you having to keep kicking that can down the road.
Well, I think it's the biggest issue is those 10 to 15% of those petitions are really goofy and need to be continued and really need to be vetted. And Jay made a comment about the longer projects, maybe a different time frame, and maybe that's where we need to go. And maybe in the normal circumstance, it works. It seems like it's going to be a little bit more work for the town board to kind of go through this process. I don't know. Having never done it before on both sides of the dais, I don't know how I would approach this.
This is just one example to show how other communities handle public input in their process. It doesn't mean this is the best way to do it. In fact, they're looking at some changes to their processes that are similar to Matthews in some aspects.
Charlie, in Waxhaw, are citizens allowed to make public comments at the planning board meeting?
Yes.
And that hasn't been an issue?
It hasn't been an issue, but the problem there is you have to sign up by 5 o'clock Friday afternoon before the planning board meeting on Tuesday night. And if you don't sign up, you don't get to say a thing. There's no open public comment. It's if you sign up to speak during the public comment.
I don't know. I have somewhat of a concern of, some folks we've had, not in any specific zoning application, but many of them, we've had some really aggressive, hostile speakers. We're elected officials. We're supposed to take that. They're not. They're just citizens volunteering. Do we want to subject them to, frankly, what could be abuse at times? I certainly don't mind us taking it, but I don't know if we want to put that on an advisory board. Might have people say, hey, I didn't sign up for this. I'm not doing this. I'm not going to be threatened or whatever.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with that. They're an advisory board. In the same vein, Jay, correct me if I'm wrong. Planning board has a criteria and they have rails in which they have to look at a project. I'm not going to say quasi-judicial, but they have rails in which they have to work in. So it wouldn't matter if someone came to them and said, you're affecting the tsetse fly and the small snail darter or anything like that. It doesn't impact them. So it impacts us because we play more on the political side of the equation. So having people speak at the planning board side, although it would be kind of interesting to some degree, still the chair of the planning board is going to come back and say, well, thank you very much for that, but we can only stay inside these rails from that aspect of it. So it's a little bit tighter scenario. I'm wondering if that begins to open up the planning board, to discussions that are outside of that. So I think first, they're an advisory board. I wouldn't want to subject them to non-elected officials, but then two, they have a mission statement and they need to be debating on that and to kind of leave them in that vacuum. And I think if you're going to allow other people to speak multiple times on their time limit, that's fine. It's on us. So,
John, what you're saying is that they have their mission, I guess, is to see if it's an appropriate zoning, right? Like they're looking at it for appropriateness, not for opinion. It's objective.
Yes.
And we have more of a subjective input that we consider. But also in all of this, maybe this is getting too broad, but we're overlooking emails. I mean, if you're talking about a contentious rezoning, and I looked back at all of the input we had from the one project, I tallied it up, and the number of the amount of input I had was close to 1,000 opinions. Now, if you look at those 1,000 opinions, 300 of them were from the same person. Another 300 were from another person, and then the rest were from multiple people. But, that is input, right? Like, I never stopped anybody from having input, and I read those emails and weighed them accordingly. So it's hard to say. It's hard to say where's too much input. Where is it overwhelming? Where for us to consider? And then, if somebody speaks, this is a question for Lori, but if somebody speaks at a public hearing on a rezoning, but they also send an email to the town for the record, and then they've also already given input at the community meeting, are they essentially giving their opinion 3 times, or is just the first opinion what counts?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. It seems like that's multiple opportunities for input, but I think I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I'm hearing a consensus to, one, reduce the amount of time, not have open-ended, where somebody can speak for a half hour. I know in Charlotte, the Charlotte mayor highly encourages people or discourages them from, reading a form letter, not having 30 people come up and read a form letter over and over and over. Say, do you have a spokesman that would like to say your piece if you're going to read a form letter? And I'm also hearing, I think, a consensus that if we do that and limit the amount of time they can speak, then they could speak more than once if it was continued. Does everybody agree with that? I mean, that seems like a fair compromise, and it addresses making the meeting shorter, gives people ample opportunity. They can speak every time we have that hearing open, they could speak again for a shortened time. So it gives them a lot of opportunities to speak, and then also perhaps we limit how long the developer can speak. But again, we need to make sure that the public fully understands the project. So I would not want them to give such an abbreviated version that there's not really explaining what the project is. But I do know the frustration when a developer comes up and speaks for an hour and says, "Oh, now John Carmichael is going to come up and tell us about it again," or whatever. So, so that's kind of what the consensus I'm hearing, and I think my recommendation would be have staff, Jay or something, maybe write up some rules of engagement, and then we could vote on it at a board meeting.
Well, in the words of Urban, when we have a stinkler, I think the public is going to get well educated on what's coming when you have something that's really getting them upset. And I think they're going to take that time to get educated on it. So when they, if I'm making sense on that,
And these large, I mean, most of the time we're zoning a parcel with a building or 2 or something like that. I mean, these big projects need a kind of a different vehicle, and it may require that they have to do 2 community meetings at 2 different times. So I don't know, but there's so many moving pieces and parts, and to have it go through the system, the same system as everything else, doesn't make sense. I mean, even Mecklenburg County, from a permitting standpoint, we have first come, first serve CTAC, which is small projects. And then you have regular projects, and then you have mega projects, and they're all treated differently. Their checklists are differently because their timing and the review is more intense. And I think we need to maybe carve that out. And I'm sure Jay's got things in his head about, well, when we're dealing with $100 million project, how do you break that down, and how do you disseminate it? How do you get it to the public, and how do you get it to the board? Maybe for the board on such a huge project, because there's again, the more moving pieces, but if it's as simple as rezoning the vet clinic to do such and such and out of parking lot, it's not a big deal. So I think we can make good progress. Just don't
want to belabor this, but to carry forward one more step with Leon's comments a minute ago about zoning and limit the conversation to that between public comment and public hearing. It would be any matter that would be coming in for a public hearing, not just zoning, but any matter. So the rules are the same for the public comment, public hearing. So all rules for the public hearing apply to all public comments. You're not going to be able to break down, okay, if it's just zoning, you only get to speak during the public hearing. No, it's any matter that's subject to a public hearing. And you're not going to get those multiple times on certain road closures, for instance. You're not going to get anybody wanting to speak 2 or 3 times on that. So, but you need to have the comments and public hearings. Their rules are same, not just for certain types of public hearings, but all public hearings.
So I'm trying to think how this might work, but what would we do? What would I do or Gina do as Mayor Pro Tem if someone got up during the public comment period and started making public hearing comments? I need to give them a button mic.
You just need to say that, I'm sorry, but that's reserved for the public hearing on that.
And problem, if we're allowing them to speak every single time we have that hearing open, they can speak. So it shouldn't be a problem, right? I mean, that we're not limiting anybody's opportunity to speak.
I would think so. And also if you're offering the forum of which zoning you want to speak, they may, when they sign that, then they know, oh, I'm speaking on this zoning, then I'll wait for, I know to wait for that.
Great point.
Well,
Yeah.
this is obviously was very contentious during our last term, and I think we need to get it resolved. I think we've made great progress today. Yeah, this sounds like a good compromise. Should make the meetings go faster. Again, I mean, I can't tell you how much good-hearted ridicule I took by saying I can't believe you let people speak as long as they want. I mean, nobody else did that out of 30 something towns. We're the only one that lets people just speak ad nauseum about whatever. So,
I just don't want to deny people the right to speak.
I think this addresses your concern, and it addresses the concern about the meetings going on too long as well. And I think it'll make the public more happy. And then like I said, let's codify this. Let's write it down and hand it out and post it and let everybody know about it. Yeah, get a tattoo.
And it's to Renee's point, hold the developer accountable as well.
Yes, I think this has been great project. When we see the final project process, but we'll vote on it at a regular meeting.
And Jay, you're going to create checklists for the developers that they walk through the checklist. And when they come back to you, we've done our first 6 points before we come to the board meeting or in such a way. So that will help them because they know what is expected of them.
Jay, you need to say, help me, let me help you what's the phrase? Be better, do better.
So we already have zoning instructions and checklist. I think it's about strengthening them and clarifying based on today's conversation. Yes, definitely.
Let's take a break. This has been some great progress. Thank you. Let's take a 10-minute break.
Don't need to do any more exploits.
I was talking to some of the staff on the dais and they said they're absolutely thrilled with the meeting we're having. It's just so entertaining. They can barely contain their enthusiasm.
They've got the comfy chairs,
That's right.
the new comfy chairs.
All right, who's up next?
I am up next. I
Maureen.
believe.
Oh, there she is.
I'm back here. So the next item on the agenda is public engagement opportunities for the board. So this is a little bit of a continuation of our discussion from earlier. I've just put together a couple of ideas just to kind of facilitate the discussion about possible engagement opportunities, but I am open to hearing all of the ideas that the board has. As a refresher, in the past, we've done coffee with a commissioner, which is where we head to a coffee shop and invite the community to come out. Those were poorly attended overall, and so we decided to stop doing them. And it was also during the pandemic hit, so we stopped doing them and we just didn't continue them after that. We did do some Facebook Lives and some other things like that. So just some ideas here, some mobile office hours, which is sort of like a coffee with the commissioner. Just we can pick a place and, whether it's here or Cruise Rec Center, the community center, wherever around town, invite people to come here, get an update, ask questions. Virtual office hours, so that could be through, Facebook or Zoom. Discussions with local businesses, so that could be just a roundtable discussion where we invite the business community to come and talk with you all. And then lastly, just neighborhood HOA, other meetings. So meeting people where they are. So they're already attending these meetings, perhaps. So sending a couple of you to go and represent the town. We've done these over the years with Rotary meetings, Kiwanis, Windsor Run, places like that. So I am open to hearing your thoughts on this topic.
I think if you had shoot a commissioner with a paintball gun, it would be really popular. Yeah, Maureen, as you said, we were talking earlier, the coffee with a commissioner was fabulously unsuccessful because not hardly anybody would participate. Mayor Bailey did breakfast with the mayor, same thing. It dwindled down to where there was nobody showing up. These virtual things seem to be the most popular. I do think there's great opportunities to speak at HOA meetings, neighborhood meetings. I speak at my HOA and a couple other ones, but it'd be great if we could kind of divvy up the town and have some representation, maybe have a couple commissioners go to those meetings, because those typically are the most active people in their community, and it'd be good to bring them up to speed. And even in my own neighborhood, I'm always surprised at how much misinformation there is. I heard y'all were going to tear down town hall and build a tennis court or something. Like, where'd you hear that from? I mean, we're not doing that. So there's a lot of rumors and stuff out there. So Maureen, do we still have a list of HOAs and who the HOA presidents or leaders are?
We do have a list. It's a little outdated at this point, but we are working on a process to update all of our contacts for that. And actually Parks and Rec has done some work on that too. So.
Yeah, I think these are all great things. Go ahead, Leon.
If I can make mention about one or two things about this, I had planned to put together a Zoom call bi-weekly. And then after speaking with Manager Hawk, I slowed the process down just to see how this portion would play out. My thinking is to creating an arena for the public to really share their ideas, even vent any of their concerns from a platform that did not necessarily feel as intimidating or threatening as maybe speaking publicly. And so I still think there's room for that. And that certainly would be part of my desire, is to create avenues for the public. And hopefully there'd be a good response, but creating avenues using Zoom or using Facebook for the public to reach out, share their concerns about the things we are doing or any concerns they might have. So I personally think that there could be some benefit in that. And I'd like to think that as a whole, we could do it. But even if we don't do it as a whole, I still think it's a great idea. And I'd like to perhaps pursue it either way, with or without the whole board being a part of it. And I don't want to make it sound like a political speech or anything, but I think creating avenues for the public is a healthy thing.
Maureen, do you remember what kind of reception we got on that Facebook Live? I remember doing it several times. It was really enjoyable. I mean, we had our own list of questions, but then people were sending questions in, and I don't know if we did for like a half an hour, or something like that. But do you recall what kind of feedback we got on that?
I have to go back and look. It was years ago at this point, but I think they were okay. I think it was okay.
It was very casual, very informal.
It was casual, yeah.
I mean, yeah, and then of course you had Chris Melton. He's born for it, so it was like doing the morning show.
Yeah.
You know, hey Chuck, well, you don't know that kind of thing.
Mhm.
Do the helicopter report. You know, we have a helicopter. We did the weather, stuff like that. But that was really the most casual forum, I think.
Yeah, it was very casual. And I think one of the keys was we took questions ahead of time, and we also gave you something to talk about. So
To start
we
it,
didn't wait for people to join.
No
us
dead
questions,
space.
'cause not a lot of people watched it live, but they would watch it back later.
And the other thing is that when I went to kind of some of the beat zone meetings that Chief Kinneborough and Clark had done, those were very well attended. And I think if board members piggybacked on that, you could talk about public safety and town policy and kind of take the hour or so they were there and break it into thirds. That would be a good way, because that's getting neighborhoods, so to speak. Because I think they did Elizabeth Lane one time. You went to the schools and spoke, right, Chief? And then the public came to the schools. If I remember those, Levine Center one time, churches. Okay. Yeah, and I thought that was pretty productive. And I think that would tie in the fact that we support our police and fire, and we could have a roundtable there. So that would be one of my suggestions, the Facebook and working congruently with the police and fire.
And Commissioner Threet and I talked about that a little bit, is if there was interest in sort of partnering with a particular department or particular staff member to maybe have a concentrated discussion or focus on a particular topic or a particular department, staff would be happy to coordinate schedules to give people perhaps a reason to tune in, or if they have a particular interest, but then segueing so that there is certainly general discussion or other questions or concerns that could be raised. That was more of that conversation between the commissioner and the constituent. But I know I speak for all of staff that we would be happy to formally partner on those if that helps create topics and things to be out there talking about.
It was Renee.
I like this idea of Zoom. Ken and I did one a couple years ago, and it was fun to have a back and forth, but it would be helpful to have a staff member who can provide hard information if it's missing, or if I know that I don't get everything correct when I'm saying things. I might not remember, right? But if you get the wrong information out there, it spreads like wildfire. And so any sort of preventative measures from keeping things like that from happening, I think are always really important and helpful. And it's easier to get it right up front than go back and correct. I also think that there could be a hybrid approach to the mobile office hours and HOA meetings, where if board members, like 2 could go at a time and use the buddy system, or like a board member and a staff member, and set up mobile office hours in somebody's clubhouse, and then meet people where they are, that could be really effective. And then you get the buy-in of the HOA to advertise that, hey, stop by and speak to a commissioner or the, Parks and Rec director or whoever, and get your questions answered face to face, and maybe have some coffee or something.
Yeah, I speak quite a bit to a lot of different groups just because I get asked because I'm the mayor, but Kiwanis, Rotary, I was speaking with someone this morning. Others could do that. I know Maureen, those groups are always looking for speakers, staff, and Corey has spoken at some of those, and Becky as well. So there's lots of opportunities. I speak with students in the classrooms quite often, and oftentimes their parents are there, and the parents ask more questions than the kids do, which is a good thing. The kids want to know things like, do you have a dog, and things like that. So it's not real relevant. Yeah, I do. One thing I just feel that I need to say this, and we have to be careful about, and it's easy to slip away from this, but we always have to remember when you're talking to these groups that you're talking as one member, and you're not speaking on behalf of the town of Matthews. That's hard for me to follow those rules, as mayor sometimes, but we're all, part of a bigger group. We're all one of 7. And so you can give your opinion on something, but you can't ever say, yeah, the town's going to do this or that unless it's something that we've voted on to agree to do. Just be careful with that. But I think there's plenty of opportunities for all of us to get more involved. This addresses the big issue. Somebody said this morning, the last election, we had 3,500 people vote or something out of a town that's probably 35,000. That's pretty pathetic. So I think getting out more in the public, all of us speaking. I do like the buddy system works well. If you have another commissioner or a staff member, it's really helpful because, inevitably somebody will ask me a question I don't know the answer to, but it's always helpful if Maureen or Lori or Becky or Malia or somebody's there, to give the information. So it's all good opportunities.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I also go to schools. I think that's a really good thing for all of us too, because you get a different perspective from the younger generation, and you do get some fun questions. But definitely making that a point, because our decisions don't just affect adults, they affect children too. So we need to make sure getting into high schools and elementary schools and stuff. And I know Lori always puts on, I know the elementary school does like a tour of town hall. So maybe in the future, having a commissioner or two here to answer questions to the kids or anything. I know you've talked about that in the past.
The kids are thrilled. And if anybody wanted to join them, that would be very great. They love talking to people. They especially love talking to people in power.
During Ken's first term, he talked to people in between classes he was actually going to.
That's not right.
One thing that I just want to note from breakfast with the mayor and coffee with the commissioner is most people came to those meetings waiting to hear from you all. And I think sometimes elected officials go to those meetings waiting for questions. So I just want to make sure we provide an update and we have something to say, because there were a lot of times people would come and say, I just moved here, tell me everything. I don't know anything. Yeah, they just don't have a question. They just want to know what's going on, what's the latest. So what I'm hearing is that I will start to look for opportunities for you all to attend neighborhood, HOA, community meetings, things like that. And in addition to that, we will set up some Zoom live Q&A, combining Facebook. I worry about Facebook just because not everybody uses Facebook. So I think I like Zoom better. I don't know what you all think, but and we could put it on YouTube and then we could share it on social.
Yeah, if you could. If you could record it and then put the video on Facebook. People like moving pictures, and that attracts viewership, and the more viewership we have, the better we are.
Generate much more work for you. To create a Zoom kind of call in. Are we thinking monthly, bi-weekly? What were you thinking when you think of it?
I think we did the coffees quarterly, if I'm remembering correctly, but we could do it monthly. I know Indian Trail does them, and they will have a staff member, like the public works director, or they might have someone from the community, to kind of focus the session a little bit more. So that might, I don't know if monthly, if it would be too frequent. I don't know.
I think if we divide and conquer, if it's not always the same person, if we had a commissioner or two commissioners, we could do it monthly if it's not too much work for staff. I mean.
And we can talk a little bit, amongst staff and certainly come back and talk to the board, but I'm a big fan of not over committing either, and maybe testing the waters a little bit. So maybe aiming for quarterly, buddying up commissioners, having, ideally at least two of you on a call, so that you do get that interplay and can share different perspectives, and, getting a staff member involved to kind of direct that topic or have it a little bit more focused. And so getting that on a regular schedule. And then if it's popular and it's working, we can always increase it. But if it's, kind of marginally attended, let's maybe work the kinks out of the content before we look to increase the frequency.
I am going to challenge you on that though. If you do it so infrequently, people aren't going to know about it. To get something, especially online, to get any teeth and take any fire, you're going to have to do it more often so it's fresh on people's minds. Because if you do it every quarter, people aren't going to be thinking about it and they're going to forget about it, to be honest.
And point well taken. I'm just thinking about schedules and organizing people and at least getting off the ground. Yeah.
Maybe every other month. That way you see where it gets.
Yeah.
But I think if you do it too infrequently, it can cause
some
apathy.
Let's do a couple and see if we get any participation from the public.
Can I throw in one more idea? And that's having commissioners or getting a table at some of the events around town for commissioners. And it could be right beside the town staff booth. So there's a separation and it's not confusing who is, who you're talking to, but we have things like wrestling coming up on Charles Street.
You just want to do that. You're a commission watcher.
Yeah, I am going to be there already. So I'll be glad to stand at a table and watch from the table. But, so the people are already attracted. We don't have to do the legwork of getting the people there. They're going to be there.
Yeah.
And it'll just be an opportunity to be public facing and interact.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
I'd wrestle him. I'd win.
Okay. Great. Well, thank you for the feedback. We will get working on it. I think we can shoot for one in March, maybe first one in March. I'll put you down, Commissioner Threet, since it was your idea.
Do eat with Threet.
All right. Moving on to our next item. There was a request to review the bylaws and the processes that the board adopted in 2022. So we went ahead and provided your rules of procedure and the resolution that establishes the time and place for regular meetings. So I'm certainly not going to go through these line by line, but just want to lift up, if you haven't reacquainted yourself with this document recently, that it does go over certainly how we hold meetings, how to call meetings, how to add items to the agenda, the roles of the mayor and the mayor pro tem, the motions and voting during meetings, ordinances, and then also some of the public hearing language, which may be a good place instead of a standalone separate document for some of the things that we talked about in the earlier session. That may be a good area to amend this document to codify some of the 5 minutes for speakers and the order of speaking and things like that. So we will focus on drafting that language for that section. But really, this was just an opportunity. I know that there was some discussion at last year's planning conference on this topic, but to see if there are any suggested changes, concerns, other areas that we would want to look at in order to bring back any amendments to the board for consideration of approval.
Can I start? Okay. Get quiet. Wasn't sure. First, I just want to point out, it says on page 10, there's 4 minutes. We actually have 5 minutes. So that needs to be corrected. Yeah. And then my next is just kind of just a more of a question. We normally do our agenda review on Wednesday before the Monday. Is it possible to do the agenda review on a Monday and get it out on Tuesday, which will then give the board more time of that week to get prepared for the upcoming meeting on coming Monday?
I would answer that by saying, in theory, it should be. Just bluntly, where we struggle is, the ability to pull together information and have it ready for the board. So even just this last week, we had changes to the agenda on Friday. We were pulling something off, and then there was a late request that came in that we wanted to add it. So as staff, we are reviewing the next agenda. We review it the Tuesday immediately following the Monday meeting. We're already looking at the agenda for 2 weeks out, and staff is already starting to work on agenda items. But to say things are flowing in either direction is very much an understatement. And then we're looking at it again on the Tuesday prior. And so we typically don't have it finalized until Wednesday. If the board wanted to have some harder deadlines, I know sometimes right now, like there's even if one board member and then it's seconded by another one makes an ask, we'll add it to the agenda, backing up some of those deadlines. So we're happy to do that. But if that request could come in well in advance of when we're setting the agenda, there's some things that we could do to at least probably get a draft out to the board earlier. But I think it would just be needing to have an understanding that it's very much a draft, and there's going to be some things that fall off and some things that ultimately get added, but we could certainly share a draft earlier. But I don't know if a draft helps you if it doesn't have the supplemental documentation with it to really explain what is it.
Right.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, thank you.
Everybody happy with rules? Any other comments, questions, concerns? Leon, did you have something? All right, I think we're good.
Okay, then we will correct the 5 minutes and then otherwise be looking at some draft changes to the language. One
So
question.
Charlie made a comment, back up a half step. The public hearing versus public comment, it kind of inferred the time limitation. Are you saying if we give 5 minutes to public comment in public hearing, we have to give 5 minutes? That's what I'm looking for, because I think 5 minutes is an awfully long time.
You can make it whatever you want.
Okay.
So long as you can make it 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
So staff will look at that and come back. Okay, that's what I was worried
But
about.
they don't have to be identical because they're two separate kinds of
there you go. I'm
comment
clarified.
period.
Thank you.
Well, and as part of, and unless the majority of the board is saying that you would like 5 minutes for, okay.
5 minutes for what?
For every public comment during a public hearing. Unless you're already set in stone for that, I would suggest that we look at what some other communities are doing
Can
in
you make it less?
their timelines.
Yeah,
of-
I think you can make a pretty strong argument in 3 minutes.
I'll sit here and talk for 5 minutes and see how bored you get.
I get it. I can imagine that.
It only took 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think if we look at what other communities are doing, that might be a good way to go. Mark?
I have a minor wording change under part one quorum. Says a majority of the actual membership of the board plus the mayor. The board find in the very first paragraph, the Board of Commissioners, including the mayor, herein are referred to as the board. So it's not the membership of the board plus the mayor, it's just membership of the board. I'm saying we should strike the plus the mayor.
Well, the statute defines quorum, and that's the way the general statute defines quorum.
Well, we're using the term board differently in two different locations in this document. That's the reason I was bringing it up.
The one that would have to stay would be the quorum. Now, I'm not sure what the other one says right now.
Yeah, the other one says the Board of Commissioner, including the mayor, hereinafter referred to as the board. And so we're referring it to, so either we have to correct one or the other.
Well, I'm not sure that I'm reading it the same way, Commissioner Tofano. I'm not sure that I'm reading that under quorum. It's separating out and saying that the mayor doesn't count toward the quorum. I think it's simply calling out that the mayor is a different title than the other board
Well,
members.
in a
but
legal
the whole
document,
group-
when you make a definition of a term, that definition needs to be carried throughout the entire document. So consequently, when it says membership of the board plus the mayor, so the board has already been defined as including the mayor.
No, the board that's for a quorum purpose. That's the way it was defined.
No, the word board is capitalized, Charlie.
Yes, but they
So
are two
been
statutory bodies.
It's been predefined as already as including the mayor. So that's the point I'm trying to bring up. So in other words, when you define a term in a legal document, that definition should stay throughout the document. So I'm just saying we need to correct one or the other.
It helped to scratch hereafter referred to as the board on page 1.
Then change the rest of the document.
Yeah, because board is used throughout the document. Yeah.
Or you
The thing
could
is,
say,
the mayor is not on the board.
Well,
Yeah, he's made or given through charter amendment the right to vote, but he's still a separate body from the board.
Charlie, could you say under part one quorum as defined by statute, whatever, X, Y, and Z, and then that would separate it out from the rest of the document as.
That would be fine.
Staff make that change? Because I don't know what the legal reference is. That satisfy your concern, Mark?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, I think we're ready. This was a good review. I encourage everybody, if you read these rules again, they're very helpful to help us remind us of what our responsibilities are and the procedures, et cetera, that we've established. All right.
All right, we are now going to talk about advisory boards with Malia.
Yep. It's really odd having speakers right behind me because it's like as if God is speaking to me or something. 'Cause can't see anybody and just hear a voice from the sky. That's pretty. You suck.
Malia, I'm sorry. Dinner's here. Do you want them to get it first before you start speaking? If they're ready for dinner, sure.
Say what?
Can we just eat?
Can we just eat?
Let's, well,
Time flies when you're having fun.
Oh, man.
yeah, let's go ahead and go through this and then we'll have, and what is, will dinner, is it hot or? It's not like potato salad and ice cream
I
or?
see smoke coming out. Chief, check it out.
That's what they were doing at Family Dollar. An inside cookout.
That's right. Hey, this pallet will work really great as a grill. Let's see this one here. Yeah. Bring the forklift over. We'll just move it.
Those are giant kebabs.
All right, everybody, let's get our food now, please, and we'll come back and then we'll have the presentation. Take about 10 minutes to get your food, please.
10 minutes.
It's like the Hazen thing. Eating, it's all.
Are you complaining?
I don't eat.
Malia, are you done eating? Oh, perfect. Present on.
All right, good evening. So the next topic oh, sorry. Are you okay? So the next topic for discussion is around our town advisory boards and committees. You all have a sheet in your packet that lists all of the committee boards with the staff liaison, the total members and vacancies. So as you can see, we have 11 advisory boards and committees. 2 are authorized by North Carolina General Statute. That's the Planning Board and the Board of Adjustment. And 3 of those boards have a commissioner as a liaison. And we have also the commissioner listed at the bottom of the document in your packet. So in thinking about kind of some current challenges that we see with the advisory boards, 2 seem to resonate more often than not. The first is around recruitment and retention of the members. So as you can see, if I did the math correctly, we have about a 22% vacancy in collectively for board seats. And we have, I guess, what you would call highs and lows of residents interested in participating. So I think right now we have several applications to consider for our advisory boards, but there's been plenty of times when we don't receive any applications. So the recruitment and retention of members has always been or has seemed to be a reoccurring challenge. But we're making every effort to make sure that we are communicating and advertising for those boards and committees in all of our publications, including our weekly newsletter. So hopefully with that, we can increase or fill those vacancies. And we also are asking our current advisory board members to also help recruit. I think they're the best voice for sharing interest in that committee.
How often are people denied? Is it pretty, I know from like maybe the planning board is different, but like if say someone, I guess maybe my overall question is, say someone applies to the planning board and they don't get on, do we try and nudge them? Hey, there's the committee on education or there's the tree advisory committee. Is that how it is? Or is it just kind of like,
When they fill out an application, they mark potentially a multitude of boards that they're interested in. And so certainly if they've marked more than one, we let the other committee know that, hey, they didn't get selected for X. And then in other cases, we have said, hey, you weren't selected, but if you're interested in others, we would be glad to hear from you.
because if they're interested in one, they may have just been, hey, this is what I really wanted. But don't turn them away completely because there's so many other.
Yeah, it's everyone's just so unique. You know, some people are very focused on this is the one area that I'm interested in serving. And so if it doesn't work out, they're not interested. Otherwise, some are just looking to get involved.
I just don't want us to close any doors.
No.
Yeah.
Yep, that's fair.
Yeah. And many of the applicants do select more than one, so that is helpful in being able to place. The other challenge that we most often see and work through is, at least as staff liaisons, is kind of this lack of clarity on committee purpose and expectations. So I like to describe it as a circular reference where in some committees, they're looking to the staff or the board to provide direction. And then the board might be also looking to them to provide direction based on their purpose for being on that committee. So sometimes it becomes a circular reference of each group is looking at the other to kind of help guide what the focus should be for that committee. What are the activities that the committee should be working on at any given time? The thing that I'm excited about, at least for that, is that in the last couple of months, we've used the strategic plan, as we mentioned earlier, as a guide for the committee to at least look at that strategic plan and based on that pull initiatives that would more align to the work that they do, and from that create a work plan. So if you remember, you heard from Culture Diversity Committee, their activities or work plan for the future is aligned to our strategic plan. So that's one of the ways that we've been able to decrease the gap of that clarity for our committee members. The good news is that the current members are very committed to serve. They're very excited, they're very committed, and they want to do work. They want to do good work for the board and for the town and community. So that is a very positive thing. So what we wanted to do today is really take some time for you all to discuss in small groups. Oh, I don't think this is. Yes. Okay, so I would great, thank you. So before we take time for the small discussion, there are several factors to consider for kind of evaluating board effectiveness. One is the purpose. So as we think about our committees, really asking ourselves, what does this committee exist to do? Why do we have this committee? What is the purpose for that committee? All of our committees have charter and bylaws and understand that respectively, but it might be for us to evaluate that or reevaluate that at different times. The other is the role. How does it inform the work of the board of the town? And so asking if this committee for providing expertise on a specific subject? Is it for providing some type of analysis or problem solving? Or is it an advocacy? Do we need this committee to do advocacy work for us? And then moving into kind of the structure. What is the structure? What is the best means to accomplish the purpose? So we have some committees that are standing committees. We have some committees that we have transitioned into an ad hoc. So we only engage with them when there is something specific that the board has an interest in that committee to work on. And so looking at the structure of the committee and what the best means is to accomplish the purpose. And then last is around engagement. How should information be shared with the governing body and community? Currently, we have the committees in rotation to provide a 10-minute report during your public meetings. But are there other means for which the committee should be reporting information to you that you may have an interest in? So thinking about that, and it could look different for each of your committees. So it may not be a one size fits all based on what you all see as priority in the coming months and years while you are an elected official. So really what we'd like to do is open this up for a small group discussion based on the 4 questions you see here to really think about your interest in how we move the committees forward or how staff should support you in how we move the committees forward. And some of the questions that we'd like for you to discuss are, the first one, considering the community's feedback over the next 2 years, what do you believe should be the primary role of each advisory committee? So you all are hearing from your constituents, and based on what they're sharing with you, how does that align to our current committee offerings, and how might what the constituents are asking about, how might we be able to have the committee support in further researching that effort or inquiry? The second question that we'd like for you to discuss is, how might the advisory committee support the board in advancing the strategic priorities? So you all have gone through the exercise or completing the exercise for the FY25 priorities. As you think about the priorities you selected, What committees come to mind for being able to extend and support that work to make sure that it is completed? The third question, based on the initiatives you identified in a strategic plan session earlier this morning, which advisory committees do you believe best support? So I would say 2 and 3 probably are synonymous in that it still connects to the strategic plan and the priorities that you've identified. And then for the last question, which communication methods would best help you stay informed about the committee activities and accomplishments? As we mentioned on the previous slide, one of the factors to have an effective board and advisory committee is the engagement piece and how you like to hear from them. And so what is that method? Would it be a report that they provide monthly, quarterly? Should it be face-to-face meetings that you're having with the committee? I know some of you do attend the committee meetings. EDAC, Commissioner Urban is on, so he's hearing from the committee each time that we meet. Or is it a presentation, or it could be all three? So it just really depends on what you feel that engagement should be and the frequency of that engagement. And so we'd like for you, as you did earlier with the, I think it was with the survey, break into small groups, and you can, however you feel the need to discuss these 4 questions. I would say we can give you 15 minutes, or we can discuss them as a whole, whichever is easiest.
Really, what's the will of the board? And these are big questions and that are probably going to be answered differently depending on the committee. So it may be a lot to bite off to get through all 4 questions about every single committee.
Correct.
So I don't know if you want to just take one of them with our time today and discuss it in small groups, or we can discuss it as a whole. We're open to how you all want to proceed with just diving in a little bit to, we have these committees. I think we're feeling some lag, want to make sure that the engagement is what the board wants and needs, and looking for anything that could be done to improve it, either through reformatting of the committee itself or reformatting the communication that's flowing in either direction.
Yeah, correct.
I would prefer personally to discuss these as one large group. I don't know what others think. Is there a benefit to get into small groups? The other comment I want to make is when we have Matthews 101, I know Maureen always brings up these advisory groups opportunities, and I don't know, maybe we should pass out applications or something, because those people always seem so ready to rock and roll. I think we could probably get several members from Matthews 101 every time if we pushed them a little harder. But what do others want to do? Do you want to meet in small groups or just discuss this as a whole? Anybody care?
So Mayor, just to answer your question, we do use Matthews 101 and we actually reformatted it this year to hone in a little more on what the committees are and how they work, and provide that opportunity for them to apply. So I think we did receive some applications from that.
Okay. Speaking from personal experience, I'd like to, share something that happened with me many, many years ago before I ran for office. I applied for the planning board and didn't get accepted. And I kind of said, well, the heck with it. I'm not going to, if they don't want me to participate. And I didn't apply for another board for several years. So I got on the appearance and tree board, but I don't know. We have to be, I think maybe explain more carefully. Particularly that board's kind of hard to get on, and they're looking for certain expertise and stuff. But I know that on more than one occasion, we've kind of turned some people off when they apply for a board and then we don't accept them. They're like, well, all right, then I want to volunteer and you don't want to use me. So Malia, how do you want to go through this? Just maybe
I think we can start with question one if we want to open it up for the full group. Considering the community's feedback, the things that you're hearing from your constituents, thinking about the next years, and if we want to dial that back, thinking about the next 6 months. What do you believe should be kind of the primary role of each of the advisory committees or collectively? How do you see the current, I guess, format of the advisory committee staying the same or changing based on what you're hearing now from constituents?
I can start with a few comments, and Mark, I think you want to speak as well. One thing that I've seen that's kind of changed is some of these boards, like the Appearance and Tree Board, the MVAC, and a few of the other boards are getting funded and are actually by the town, or they have funds to spend, which has not been the case in the past. Particularly with the Appearance and Tree Board, aren't we giving them a pretty significant chunk of money from the fee in lieu or whatever? Do they have access to that, Becky?
Set up a little kitty for them to be able to buy plants to give away, and then I believe they received a grant to support that project. We have a little bit in our annual budget, but there's nothing beyond that.
Okay, well, even though it's a little bit, I think that's different. In the past, these boards have always been just advisory, and that's been their chief purpose, I thought, was to advise, dig into the details a little more and advise our board on what their suggestions or findings were. Mark?
Yes, I was going to bring up that subject, and I have mixed feelings about that because they do some really great work with the funds that we gave them, but it's against the term advisory committee. And like I said, I don't know, I haven't come down on either side of that. I need to think about it a little more. But what I wanted to bring up was, before becoming a commissioner, I used to attend just about every single advisory committee for a couple of years. And they're great. They're great people and they do great work. But it's more or less just a discussion among themselves about currently what's happening in the community or whatever. In other words, they don't seem to have any direction as to what it is that we're asking them to advise us upon. So having said that, I know it's not exactly addressed in these 4 points, but I feel as though there needs to be some kind of direction to the advisory committee based on our strategic plan. That would be a good point to say, we have some things in our strategic plan that we would like to implement. Environment, how do you feel about it? Or economic development, how do you feel about it? And to give them specifics of what we're actually asking them to advise us upon. So I feel as though if we could do that, it would make them have a greater sense of purpose.
I think that's a very good observation. We did ask most or not all of these boards to come up with a mission statement, I believe, a few years ago. But to Mark's point, maybe how that aligns with our strategic objectives might be a next step. I don't know. Renee?
So I think it depends on the leadership within that committee at the advisory board. Some boards are much more focused and have a goal and they're working towards it, like the Tree and Appearance board. The Environmental Advisory Board definitely has a focus on, and so maybe some of those boards that don't seem to have goals that they're working towards, we could align them better, but I would hate to take the wind out of the sails of the ones that are, really functioning well. The ones that are waffling, I think are in EDAC. The Committee on Education is very focused. Let's see.
I would disagree with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So from the outside, I guess the presentations we've received. Okay. Probably the Cultural Diversity Committee could use a little more, either sometimes the boards want freedom and they want to be able to brainstorm and say, and then come before the board and say, these are our ideas. With your support, we'd like to implement or, organize X, Y, and Z. So I don't know that it's necessarily a one size fits all for each of them. And we need to be careful about that because we don't want to alienate the voices that are doing the work already.
Yeah, I wanted to, and Maureen, feel free to, because you're my buddy on the education committee. So I'm not saying it's not great. I love them to death. I've been on the committee for 3+ years and it's great, but the needs of what the committee needed have changed so drastically. When they were, incepted, it was a way different set of needs. And we as a committee have struggled to find out what really the purpose is. What's the next thing? And, I try to not, put my thumb on the scale too much because I'm the elected official. I shouldn't be telling them exactly what they do. They're there to advise us. But I think, I would like to see what this board wants to see from that committee, because again, the people on there are great. They are very, 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 very committed. But they need some direction what to do because we get off track sometimes. Would that be the right way to say it, Maureen? So how there's educational needs that we think we need help on. And I think personally, since the CMS bond has passed, and what happens to the school, maybe that's their next thing is having those conversations and being a part of that future planning. But yeah, I guess I've been waiting for this moment, kind of ask the board what do you want from them, because I keep trying to play that little dance of what they should or should not do.
Yeah, I would back that up. I don't want to micromanage what they're doing, but in the same vein, I think some of the boards are looking for guidance, and I've just jotted down some things. I think and they may be more categories, but I think all the boards fall in these 3 categories. One is there are required, let's say required advisory boards. That's planning board and board of adjustment. Okay. They have clear statements. They have clear guidelines of what they need to do. So in my mind, they're off the table, but that's one category. Then the second category are those boards that deal with the general town, internal and external support. And what I mean by that is like Cultural Diversity Committee, Matthews Committee on Education, Veterans Advisory. So they're looking at the town in general terms. They're looking at the support mechanisms, internal, external, having discussions with the community and those connections. The third grouping are those advisory boards that I see are potentially ones that can react to zoning, can react to petitions and public hearings. So for example, the Appearance and Tree Board is looking at the UDO. They're looking at invasive species, but they could also look at zoning cases from the standpoint of the landscaping plans. Economic Development Advisory, I think having been off and on it so many times, it's really lost its footing and understanding of things, but they could very well become an ad hoc scenario because you're bringing in different bodies of economic experience to be able to look at zoning cases. And I'm not talking about, moving a driveway. I'm talking about those $80-100 million projects that take some time. You've got people that are bankers, lawyers, accountants, former planning members that can put a different eye on it. The same for environmental advisory. They can lead to input for the UDO and input for the zoning cases. Historic preservation, I think, is in an ad hoc mode, and I think it would remain that way unless historic issues at bay. But then I found Parks and Rec, Transportation Advisory also are those folks that can be engaged in the public hearing, the zoning cases. The problem is the timing once a month. How do you get them engaged? But I see those 3 categories is where if they're losing their footing, maybe the idea is, and my recommendation is from an EDAC standpoint, is going back to EDAC and talking to them. Could it be more of an ad hoc situation? Maybe not. Maybe they can meet regularly, but can they look towards more of the economic development aspects of a project, so to speak, instead of having something to do? Because frankly, we looked at econ development. We looked at the big cost it was going to take for us to develop it, whether it was with towns or with ourselves. And we really have never sort of gained any traction there. I mean, we'll do a branding awareness, we'll do marketing, we'll do a website, but a lot of that stuff is being done elsewhere departmentally as well. So those are the 3 sort of categories I see. And so maybe you sort of dial into those categories, you can kind of begin to find areas that more suitable for them. And then really just work with them as, where, because their personalities are different. Where do they see their bent? And have those conversations. I wouldn't want to have the big meeting with them. I would like to have one-on-ones with each advisory board. If it takes a year to do, and it's once a month, but it's sort of about, that honest discussion, where you be going, what are you struggling with? Do you prefer that the board set the terms, or do you prefer that you come up with some ideas that the board supports you on? There's
a couple of follow-ups on what you said, John. Many communities in North Carolina particularly have economic development boards that are fully funded by the town. Many cases, who was it, Jay? Fort Mill, or one of the communities that we visited, Rock Hill, Fort Mill, or the people that came here were for the Strawberry Festival. Who was so what they did is the town gave some seed money in many cases, different communities, different ways, but anywhere from $200,000 to $1 million was given to a committee. They had with that kind of funding, obviously had a full-time staff member help guide them very closely. But in at least one case, I know they took the seed money and they built bought a piece of property, poured a pad, made sure they had electricity power, is building ready to go. I don't think they built a spec building, but they had a site ready to go. Got somebody to move in, made a profit on that piece of property, and then reinvested it, and now they have millions of dollars. So this is like a full-time deal. The other thing, I was on EDAC for many years, and we had charged EDAC many years ago with going to try to find a really good flagship hotel for the town of Matthews. And they made some overtures at trying to do that, and that just kind of died. I don't know what happened. I think they said, well, nobody's really an expert on that. We don't know how to do that. And so they just didn't do it. But I mean, if we can come up with tasks for them to do, that would be great. The other comment I wanted to make was the Cultural Diversity Committee. Who gave us the last report during our board meeting?
Sandra Rose, Matthews helps.
Yeah, right. So I thought they did a great job. I mean, they seemed really focused, whereas in the past they weren't. They really didn't know what their purpose was, but I thought she gave a really strong update and seemed pretty focused. But I like your approach of maybe having one of these committees come in each month and we ask them the questions. Like you said, it's kind of hard to do globally. But in a nutshell, as I said initially, I think for me, the great benefit of any of these committees is to advise us, and they have the expertise. For instance, the Environmental Advisory Committee has some very smart people on it that know all about chemicals and pollution and environmental stuff that I don't necessarily know about, but they do, and they advise us. So that's their role to me. What do others think?
Did want to clarify my point about the education committee. There have been focuses, but not what I think would be particularly advising to the board. Really, a big topic recently has been mental health and that sort of thing, which is really good. But how does that work at advising, and what can they actually do? So again, I think John's idea of bringing them in so we can have that discussion with each one and be like, this is what we think you need or need to be doing, I think would be a lot better.
Yeah, and I do know since the inception of that group, it was supposed to, as far as schools, not focus on any one type of school. It was, parochial, CMS, stay at home, charter schools, etc.
The problem that came with that is, CMS was more forthcoming. The privates were about information contact. So you could get in contact with Matthews Elementary very easily, but maybe getting in contact with Carmel Christian schools a lot harder. And so that kind of made it difficult to have all those relationships.
Does it make sense to either as board members go to their meetings and say, hey, we're starting this process. We want to hear your thoughts. And as a group, this is what we would like to know about your advisory board, or have staff liaisons ask, a series of questions saying, do you feel like you're on the right path? Or would you like some guidance, and find out who needs attention first? Like, let's triage some of those situations where we're not losing those valuable resources that they are, right? And I think that some of the time, I know in my experience serving on advisory boards, if it felt just like spinning a wheel, at some point you think, well, I'm not, my time, like, this just isn't worth my time. It's fun, but I could be doing something more productive. And I would hate for people to feel like they weren't actually contributing when they feel like they're in that advisory capacity.
Gina?
Just an update on MVAC. We have already decided that we will have Jack, 'cause he's chair, come and give a report to the board because we feel that the board needs to be informed. And then we've also have decided to invite a commissioner. I don't know if we're going to do it monthly, but we want to invite a commissioner to come to a meeting and to sit down and hear and see what we talk about. So we want to get you guys involved in with our committee.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I don't want to step on toes of MVAC, but I have had a handful of people come to me and ask if there's so much overlap between MVAC and the Legion, is there a purpose on having both? Or are we essentially just listening to the Legion's opinion on things twice? So I think that should be considered going forward.
No, the Legion will just give a report on what they do within the town, what they volunteer for. But no, decisions are made by the members on things we would like to pursue, which I have sent Charlie information on for ideas that we've had, like for service dog. Well, we can't do that. It's a lot, but yeah, they have a lot of good ideas and how they want to reach out to the community and help veterans in the community.
I don't think that was my point. Was not that they aren't doing good work, because I think they certainly are. If there's such an overlap of membership that that MVAC membership is all Legion membership, are we duplicating efforts, or do we need to delineate the role of MVAC from Legion initiatives? So I'm saying this from feedback. I'm not saying this from, I don't know what MVAC, aside from updates, I don't really know what the structure of it is, but I am saying that as we were asked, what are we hearing from people? I do want to recognize that there are people who have asked me that. Like, I don't have an answer, but I also want to acknowledge that that's a feeling that is put out there by a handful of people.
Yeah, okay, I get your point now. I guess it's just a matter of getting members, and who applies is who applies. You know what I'm saying? Can't control that, but I don't know. I can't really answer that because, this was just appointed to me 2 years ago, and I'm the first person to start with this. So yeah, so this is all for me. Your question is new as well.
I guess the other differentiation is the Legion is not a advisory committee to the town. Right. So
I guess that gets at the concern. Is MVAC turning into creating an advisory board for the town?
That is the American Legion.
That is the Legion.
Okay.
And so.
Okay. Fair point.
And that could be fine. That could be okay, but let's recognize that there are people who have asked me that, and there are people who wonder that.
Do we have age restrictions on serving on I'm speaking from the youth side, not not my gray haired side. The reason I ask is I've been involved with the leadership development program at North Carolina State since I was a student there, and I go back and interview participants that want to get in the program, which is now nearly a full ride scholarship. And have become increasingly aware, as probably anybody that's got kids that are of college age, that public service has become more important than grades. I mean, it's almost, you have to have service. And I've seen some really outstanding high school age kids, juniors and seniors in high school that could really participate, that aren't doing it to check a box and say that they did something, but really want to do something meaningful. Maybe we could recruit some high school students, because every college now, from CPCC to Harvard, is asking applicants what they've done in the community. And a lot of kids come to me and say, I don't have any opportunities to do anything in the community. What can I do? So, hey, we have some advisory committees maybe you could serve on. There's some really bright kids that could maybe get that voice of youth on some of these committees.
Jay, do we have an minimum age for the youth voice on planning board? Generally in high school. So, okay. So not a hard age so much as a grade level.
What I'm speaking of is perhaps we could go, if they ever have a general assembly for, a lot of people, have someone speak and say, hey, we have these opportunities. We're looking for volunteers. I'll bet you could get a couple kids to serve on every one of these committees.
Yeah. Right now, the structure, not every committee has a youth voice spot, but we could certainly look to see if there are others that would benefit from it.
I mean, we have a youth commissioner. I mean,
part of my question is, are there any of these committees that have served their time and are no longer relevant to where we are? Or are we saying all of these are still serving well the vision and the direction of our town? And I don't say that because I necessarily see any of them that have, but sometimes we keep things going because we've always kept it going. And if we can be honest enough, say, well, maybe some of these may have served their purpose, and maybe we can, downsize or right size any of them. Just a thought.
Yeah, again, to reiterate what Ken said, the one that I've heard that's really struggling is the Matthews Committee on Education, because they really don't know what their purpose is. Maybe, I don't know, Ken, you want to speak to that? I mean, are they necessary?
I mean, I guess we'll give a very, very, brief history lesson since I've been on. So when I first joined, when Jeff Miller stepped down from that committee, I took his role, and they were finishing up they did an entire, what was it, Becky? It was like a pamphlet of all
school resource guide.
The school resource guide. So every school education opportunity that serves Matthews. And they finished that. It was a huge lift. And the thought was maybe they would do it every year, but it just didn't seem like it was feasible. And so then the decision was to not do that, not continuously update it. And then it kind of came to a point of like, what is next? And so we have spun our tires a little bit. We've done some things, like we met with some school counselors. We've talked about how can we, support students dealing with mental health in schools, and how can the town be a catalyst for helping that. But there's really not a lot that the town can do. We've kind of run into. One of my suggestions recently has been, what if we have education members, whether it's, the district superintendent or a school board member, come and speak to the committee come up with a report, and then report to the town and say, hey, here's a quarterly report. This is what we're hearing from CMS. This is what we're hearing from Carmel Christian. This is what we're hearing from whatever other school. And so I think that's a possibility of a good idea. Sometimes with that, though, you have some struggle with getting those entities to want to do that. They're like, what's the point of this? So again, I think that the folks on the group are very talented and very smart, and we should keep the committee. It's finding what they're best suited for. And I think after the school bonds passed, I think that's their next step. I think it's talking about what happens to Matthews Elementary and so forth. Then maybe, Becky, maybe say if I'm wrong or if you disagree with what I said about, because you were the staff liaison before.
I was. I do think that the original vision for that group, it was very much related to the special legislation that gave Matthews the ability to have its own school system. And that was kind of the original vision, was that they would investigate the feasibility of that. And we thankfully got them moved off of that fairly quickly. But yeah, they have struggled beyond that. They want to do good, but I do think to Commissioner Threet's point, a hard look at all of these groups and looking at if one is going to remain an advisory group, then what is the board send to them with a regular basis, asking for their input on and fitting that to timelines if they're going they're going to be advising on rezoning cases, then that may need to be worked into a timeline. So you're lengthening out the process by a month or two to get them into the loop, but it's formally touching them on a regular basis. And so I think codifying some of that. So it sounds like there needs to be a deep dive look at each one individually to say, do we want it to be advisory, yes or no? MVAC, I think, is a great group where they've moved to almost more an initiative-based format, which they're doing these tremendous programs in the community, but the board isn't necessarily going to MVAC asking for them to advise them on something. And so do you shift the nature of that group? So maybe they still exist, or maybe it is then looking at how does it work in with the Legion now that the Legion is much more active than I think it was when MVAC was originally created. So it may be shifting the missions of some of these groups. And if the board can't come up with things to send to them in an advisory capacity, and then there aren't events or initiatives that align with the strategic plan or align with what this board wants to see, then maybe that's the hard conversation of, do you shift them to ad hoc? Do you say, thank you very much, and would you like to serve on a different board because we love your service, but the time for this one has ended? And looking at each one individually instead of collectively, I think would be very, very helpful for everybody. Because a lot of the groups, I think Commissioner Garner mentioned it, they are getting tired. If they're feeling like everything is self-initiated, I think that is tiring for some of them because they want to grasp onto something and they just don't have a lot in some cases.
May I just ask a quick question? And this is purely just for information only because I really don't know. Has there been any advice given by any of the committees in the recent past 1-2 years that caused action on the part of the board? Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, let's just start well, environmental all the time. They're always coming to the table with, off-gassing of chemicals or underground storage tanks at the sites over by Hendrick and things of that nature. Appearance and Tree Advisory Board dove into the invasive species list of plants, which went into the UDO. And now we go to these petitioners and say, hey, are you following those regulations? The tree canopy and all. That was and that all came out of when I got on board many years ago and actually developing the tree landscape and tree ordinance. We didn't have one. So Appearance and Tree has always done a nice lift, and environmental and in transportation. I mean, they're looking at these projects and going, looking at that intersection at John Street and 51 and stuff like that. So there's a lot of input, I think. I just don't think we see it as often, or we don't realize a lot of it sort of comes to us subconsciously. They make a report and some information, or Jay's imbibing it into UDO, and we're not paying attention to it. But a lot of them really do have an effect on us.
Yeah. So the board members who were serving prior to COVID may remember, I believe Paul Bailey may have been mayor at the time. We attempted to take on every single advisory committee, and the board at the time attempted to come up with direction for each of them. Hindsight, I think it was biting off too much at once because it was taking all 11 of them at one time and then trying to get 7 commissioners to agree on the direction of all 11 at one time. So I think what I'm hearing out of this is challenging staff to figure out how to facilitate getting some more specific feedback on each committee, but breaking it into bite-size pieces that we can get some feedback from you, we can get some feedback from the committee, and sort of figure out where things are falling between the two, and then what may need to shift or adjust, whether it's the format of the committee itself, whether it's changing the charter so they're no longer advisory, they're maybe more of a programmatic type of group, or they're shifting to advisory only. And then do they need to be regularly meeting, or is it ad hoc only? So I think if the board is okay being patient and doing those one at a time, you're looking at probably a year-long process to get through it, but it's probably long overdue at this point.
I have a couple questions on that. So how would we, would we rank the ones that need attention most to go first so that they're not, sitting there stagnant? And I totally forgot my follow-up question to that. What was it? It came out of the Committee on Education. I have no idea. I'll ask you later.
If you were to tackle this would be, and Malia and I have talked about this, my recommendation would be, and Ken, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is the MEAC group and EDAC would be the first two that I would approach, because I'm confident in the Appearance Tree Advisory Board. I'm confident in transportation. I'm confident in environmental. So it really is, it's really peeling down to just those couple. EDAC has pushed out in a lot of different directions, tried a lot of different strategies. Malia has done an awful lot in working with them, but there's no traction there. So I think maybe they're looking for guidance now. It would be better for them. And then I would say the same for MEAC. So if you're prioritizing and you want to come out of the box, that's what I would do. And I think we also as a board failed to touch base with these groups more often. I mean, Paul was really the first one after many, many years that said, hey, these guys have been running on their own. They've been advising, not advising, doing different projects. We don't know what they're doing. We don't know what and then what he did instinctively was like, well, let's just tackle it all at one time. And that was just far too overwhelming from that standpoint. So I think a more methodical process. The boat's not going to sink by any stretch of imagination, but I think it's time that at least those two boards, advisory boards, I think they would feel I think they would like us to share some love with them right now to sort of have a.
So John, is because you're the liaison, elected official liaison for EDAC, correct? Is what you're saying, you and I go to our respective groups and say, hey, we're going to have a discussion in the next 3 months. I mean, is that?
I'd like to, let's pull Malia and Becky into the conversation. I don't want to scare anybody, but at the same vein, I think a lot of them are going to realize that, thank God, we need to have this conversation.
Well, they're like, especially education, they're chomping at the bit to like have something meaningful to do. And I think they'll be excited more than anything. I don't think they'll be scared necessarily. I hope not.
I remembered my question, and it is maybe part suggestion. Does it make sense to have a meeting with EDAC and the Committee on Education separately, but like a dinner, sit down and mission building meeting, right? Because they might not have the same buy-in of the mission when it was created. If it's a new board that's, through turnover, they weren't there for that process of creating the mission. So some sort of, building up with parameters set in place. Like if they have that consensus that, yes, we want to be an advisory board, or yes, we want to take our own initiative, and then create a mission and so that as an organization or as an advisory, as a board, they feel that ownership to move forward. But, workshopping something.
I was going to say, just to piggyback on Commissioner Urban's comment, if you all are comfortable, we as staff members can facilitate that discussion with the committee members, maybe have some structured questions and engagement there, and bring that feedback to you all for consideration on next steps. So we can baby step it if you all are comfortable with that, with your engagement at each step of that.
Sounds like a plan.
That for all of the committees, or is it just a few? Which one are you thinking about, or all of them?
We can start with education and EDAC if you all choose, for sure. But if you all have other ones that you would like to add, we can add those and attempt to triage it that way.
Yeah, because I think some are working exceptionally well, and we don't want to necessarily upset the apple cart. I mean, Parents and Trees, they're doing great. Environmental's doing great.
We can start with education and EDAC and see how you respond to that. And if we need to add more at the time, that's just a recommendation. But if there is another one that you feel like you would like to get more information from sooner than later, then we can definitely add them to the list.
We probably should have, since we have 11 committees, we probably should have once a month an update from a committee to make sure they're in the. Mr. Buckley.
We're jumping in again, but the Board of Adjustment is designed by statute to be totally separate.
Okay.
You can't touch it.
Can't touch that.
Can't touch that. And the planning board is statutory authority, but you could still, give them some love.
Okay. All right. We've beat this one up pretty good. Everybody happy? Think we have a plan going forward? Item 4, discuss a method for commissioners to share updates from appointed roles. Becky.
Well, this is sort of along the same vein. I'm having trouble with my mic tonight, but okay. All right. Well, we'll try this new one. Sorry about that. We may have discussed this really, or kind of covered it in this prior session. But another topic that was brought up was how to communicate updates from these boards to the rest of this group. So if you did have a committee chair bringing you an update once a month at your board meetings, it could take almost a year for them to come back around. And in some cases, there's monthly meetings. So each board member has been appointed as the liaison to these various committees. There's an alternate. So we know that board members are attending these committee meetings, but then the information isn't necessarily getting to the rest of the board. So the point of this session was to really just sort of lift that up and see if there are other communication channels or other means that would improve information sharing amongst you all about what is going on at the various committees outside of the quarterly or every 6 months or annual updates that you're hearing from the committee chairs at the public meetings.
So I have a thought on this. I would suggest that we relegate that role to the advisory person chair unless there's an issue that we need to discuss. Now there are a couple that are different, and that's like CARTPO and MTC, because we don't have anybody in the community that's doing that. I honestly think I'll say I think I've been a little negligent in not bringing back more information from the MTC and CARTPO back to our group. We should be getting more frequent updates on that, and I'm going to try to improve that and even have folks from that organization come speak to us. But I personally, and I don't know how you guys feel, I don't think it's really, I don't think we need an update from the volunteer advisory chair and a commissioner unless there's an issue. Like if Gina thought there was an issue with MVAC and we wanted to talk about it, then you could come bring it up. But otherwise, just let Jack be the focus. Would be my thoughts.
Because this is focusing on this, I would like to hear updates as from fellow commissioners and from you, the mayor, after we have meetings or every other meeting or something like that, something more frequent that's at the end of a regular Board of Commissioners meeting, where you share 3 sentences about at the last CARTPO meeting, we discussed, this, and this is what we approved. So now, this project is on the tip.
Every meeting?
Not every person, every meeting, but like we had CARTPO
That's monthly, so.
monthly, after that, at some point or every other meeting, share 2 sentences just to update everybody briefly. Because I don't think I've ever had an opportunity to share what CARTPO is doing, except for maybe sending an email.
So
I would
yeah,
love to
I guess I misunderstood the ask. We're talking specifically about these and not where we're liaisons to advisory committees, correct?
That's what I'm speaking to. I'm not speaking.
Well, I agree. I think all of these, because we are the liaison with the town on these organizations, and so I think we should be given updates.
So you could bifurcate this list then. So if we're looking at outside committees that a member of this board serves on, you're looking at Centralina, MEAC, CARTPO, and the Quad, and MTC. So,
So is the suggestion, so like with Centralina, we meet quarterly. So, we had our meeting on Wednesday. So the next board meeting, you'd want an agenda item where Monday, where I'm happy to, where I give a 5-minute spiel about what happened and what we talked about.
I would like
30
that
seconds.
as one of 7. I'd like to know what everybody else is hearing, just to be
I'd
brought up
like
to
that
date.
too, because I will call John or call someone and give you bits and pieces, or Becky, about what happened at Centralina, but I think it would be, and I'd love to know what's going on with the transit stuff.
and I missed the Levine Senior Center. That one's a little funky since it's our building, but since it's an outside entity, I'd add that one to the list that I rattled off a minute ago.
Would you like me to give an update at Monday's board meeting about Centralina? We had our annual or first meeting of the year. I'm happy to, if need be.
So I guess that's the question of the board is, do you want to make these formal agenda items? And then we would need to know the meeting schedule so that we would know when to put it on a meeting agenda. Or, if this is information sharing for your fellow commissioners, does it need to be at a board meeting, or is it an email out to your fellow commissioners? And if that can be done consistently, does that suffice?
If you do it as a meeting, my recommendation would be the second meeting of the month, because obviously the first one is probably going to be a headbanger. I think at the meeting, because then the general public can see what's going on.
I totally agree.
And 2 or 3 minutes of discussion, I don't think will hurt. And then, that can be tagged at the very end of the meeting.
Yeah, I agree.
I would suggest for the MTC and CARTPO that we do it every other month instead of every single month, because their agenda items are very slowly, they move pretty slowly. We talk about the same thing sometimes for 2 or 3 meetings in a row, and they're monthly. So I don't think we need to bring that up every month, but every other month and would be good.
I have a point I need to make, because I serve on the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools Municipal Education Advisory Committee as well. And that's one that you said, but they do not meet regularly. There is no schedule. Like you'll get a meeting scheduled out of the blue. So I'm not exactly sure how we would schedule that out. But
Just whenever you have one.
I-
Same thing with
I
the
have a
quad. They
suggestion.
don't have regular meetings, right, Mark? I mean, once a quarter. Okay.
I would suggest that we just add an item that says updates, and it doesn't have to say which committee would be updated. So that would be your standing item, and then whoever has information to share can do so. at
that's a
that
great
meeting.
idea.
Great
This is why
idea.
you're the boss.
That's right. Yeah, I think this is important, and we've all, we haven't done this, and it's really a disservice to our fellow commissioners and the public. So we should be letting people know what's going on with all these. So, and I like Renee's idea also. These don't have to be lengthy presentations. They can be 3 or 4 sentences of what was discussed or any major decisions or something like that. Everybody on board with that?
Bottom line up front. Distill it to nothing. Just make it 1 sentence, but make it informative.
It'd be a long sentence for some of these. Hey, we're on to our last agenda item for today. Discuss relationship building opportunities with the league. Centralina. County and state officials, et cetera.
Yes, so this is another one that was suggested. So sort of along the same vein, we have entities like Centralina that we have some level of a regular relationship with, but there are certainly resources that they may be able to offer over and above what just comes out of our attendance at a monthly meeting. We're a member of the North Carolina League of Municipalities, and they have a lot of programs and services and also advocate on our behalf. And then there's also been some discussion by members of this board about a desire to form stronger relationships, whether it's at the county level, at the state level in particular, with our fellow governmental entities, with our representatives that may help with opportunities that could come our way, could potentially strengthen if we do have an ask of getting things approved, if there's a funding need they may be able to help with. And so really just looking for feedback from this board. You know, you can ask some of these entities to come in some cases and give presentations on what they offer. You can direct staff to bring you more information on what they offer. But some of the relationship building is going to take probably more boots on the ground, more activity from this board of going out and having some of those meetings, doing some of that traveling to them or facilitating ways to maybe get them here, and just really looking for what's the pleasure or interest of the board in engaging in some of that more proactive work and contact with some of these entities that are outside of our town limits.
I would say, yes, that's a great idea. And one of the best meetings we had recently, I know Gina attended, and Renee and myself, when we had elected officials breakfast, and we got to meet all of our counterparts from the county. And nearly everybody was there, and a lot of the Charlotte City Council members were there. That was a great meeting. A lot of networking. I got to meet, a lot of the commissioners that I've seen on TV and do interviews and stuff, but I never met in person. Got to meet with them, speak with them, interact with them, and we have a lot of shared desires and goals. And so that was a really good meeting. Do you think? Was outstanding. We got all of us were talking to different members of different areas of the community. It was really good. So these are excellent opportunities, and I think we should do more of it. And if you go to these meetings, they frequently volunteer to come speak before our board. They're like, "Hey, we'll come to your town anytime you want." And we're like, "Okay." We don't ever ask them to come.
So I think it's important too, is going to Raleigh, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, and I know communities, especially the communities in the Central Atlanta Regional Council. I was talking to one of the town counties from like Holly Springs or something. He's like, "Yeah, I go to Raleigh once every 2 months and they get tons of state funding." I'm like, "Why? We go to Raleigh once a year, maybe." And so, maybe it's, 2 of us at a time go and meet with our elected officials quarterly or something. I think try and get some of that cash.
And to kind of follow up on Mayor Higgins, when we were at that meeting, I met a lady with affordable housing, and I actually had a meeting with 2 ladies on it. They were very informative. They came here. I was expecting to go there, like, "Oh, no, we'll come to you." So yeah, they're super nice, really nice people. So
yeah, I've heard comments from folks in the legislature that they never see anybody from Mecklenburg County. They've said that quite frequently, and you're probably aware, certainly on transportation, for example, Mecklenburg County generates, I don't know what some of you folks may know that are pros, but I think something like 40% of all the revenue of the entire state comes from Mecklenburg County or the Piedmont, and we get like 23% of the transportation funding. And areas like Wilmington and Asheville and Raleigh get way more than their share at our expense. And it may be because we never go to Raleigh somebody told me once that, each one of us as an elected official, we should have the name and number of all of our elected officials in our phones. I don't know if you guys do, but you probably should. Know the people in the legislature, know their names, know who they represent. But yeah, we should make a more concerted effort. I agree. I think just meeting those folks once a year is a mistake. I mean, you build relationships, and that's how you get funding. So the fact that Mecklenburg County goes to Raleigh so infrequently is unfortunate.
Last year, talked with the manager in Waxhaw and said Town of Matthews was getting $50,000 in the state budget for our local use. He said, well, we're getting $500,000. And he said, but that's not only that, but this year we're getting $4 million for a project. So they have an active ongoing relationship in Raleigh they have a hired lobbyist and they're there throughout. And it's also that same lobbyist firm has one in DC for them also. So
what's their name?
We'll get it. But they've paid for that lobbyist over and over again.
And relationship with our federal elected officials as well. I know it's hard with like senators, but I know the Congress people can help with grants and stuff. I get the emails from Alma Adams and Jeff Jackson all the time. They're like, hey, there's this grant or here's this award. So making sure we maintain that and apply to everything we can.
So on these two that are on the memo in front of us, Central Carolina Regional Council, that's you, Ken, and North Carolina League of Municipalities.
Central Carolina is almost begging to come to municipality. Like they are like, every time I'm in there, like, please let us come to your community and do something. So, I mean, I have good relationships with them. They'd be happy to come give reports and help. They have a lot of resources with grant funding too. They were just talking about one for affordable housing. So maybe that's something we look into.
Would the board be interested in a 5:30 with Central Carolina to hear about what they can offer?
Great.
We should really take advantage of and leverage all these organizations as much as we can. And many of the elected officials in Raleigh have also volunteered, they say, let my assistant know when, or contact my assistant to schedule a meeting when they could come in. So we could probably get, Alma and Laura Budd and Rachel, and she's tough to get, but right.
Malia, we need to follow up with Jessica over at the chamber, because their new advocacy approach, we don't want them getting people on board and they're 500 feet away and saying, well, why am I not here speaking to Matthews today while I'm at the chamber? So if they happen to Tom Tillis for whatever reason, we should be meeting with him at the same time. So we need to have a coordinated effort that we piggyback on everything they're doing as well, because they're very interested in extending their advocacy with local elected officials and state officials.
And to Charlie's point, I think everybody in this room is aware that we got 300 and something thousand in the earmarks this past year, and our friends in Mint Hill got over $20 million. So we definitely need to have more interaction with our elected officials for sure.
What about the league? Is there any thought on how to better engage with them, or staff can maybe do some research and bring back some options?
I haven't been to a meeting yet, but last year I was accepted as on their board for, I guess it's a board for legislative priorities. And so I think it's next week that I go up there and we'll talk to other elected officials, but it'll be an opportunity to also talk to league staff. And that would be from the elected side and engagement, but there's, staff to staff engagement is always a good thing.
We do have the town state dinner. I think it's around March 6th. Yeah, and hopefully the majority of the board signed up to attend that. Okay, good. Okay, we'll work to get some additional meetings scheduled and help coordinate with getting y'all on the road, heading up to Raleigh. And is there interest in looking at a lobbyist? I know the town had done that years and years ago, but it's been a long time.
The lobbyists are expensive. Most of them are 6 figures plus that other mayors I've talked to, but everybody that's got one said they've paid for themselves many times over. So I don't know what happened at last time. We found that they weren't paying for themselves, right? When we had a lobbyist. Yeah. So yeah, you hire a good one. Yeah, it's all about who you know. And these, some of these lobbyists know everyone and can go in and they could take them out and buy them lunch and, hey, Matthews could sure use so-and-so. So,
but this one was in DC that
Okay.
Matthews tried, and that just didn't work out.
I mean, I think there's definitely an advantage in Raleigh, and many of our similar cities across the state have lobbyists, paid lobbyists. We could try it, and if it, see if they paid for themselves. But you have to get a good one. You can't buy them on the cheap or use their services on the cheap.
We can investigate costs and options. I'd love to know. We can find out who Waxaw's using. We can bring you costs and then make a decision.
The lobbyists that work for the Metro mayors, they're hired by a lot of the towns. They're very good, I understand. You need to have Trish Cotham live in your town. Does anybody have anything for the good of the group? Becky, or we wrap this one up?
This was it for today. So great discussion. I hope you all have enjoyed yourselves and had some fruitful outcomes, and we will reconvene at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning and do it all over again. We've got another full day for you. And we expect we'll probably end around the same time tomorrow. And if you haven't turned in your packet, please get that to Malia, because she's got some work to do tonight to be ready to talk about the outcomes tomorrow. And feel free, you can leave your materials here if you'd like. We'll be closed up for the night.
Does anybody want to soldier on for a few more hours? Huh? No, I'm not saying that.
They're done that.
Thank you to staff. Let's give them a round of applause. Staff, you're awesome.